ABC News, good evening. I'm Susie Rains. Interstate removalists from red zones will be banned from entering Victoria for 2 weeks from tonight as the list of COVID exposure sites climbs above 120. Roseanne Maloney reports.
With the majority of the state's cases linked back to removalists from Sydney, the 2-week ban has been brought in to stop the virus crossing the border again. On the first day of the 5th lockdown, the government has announced fresh financial support for workers and businesses. Employees will be eligible for payments of up to $600, while businesses will be eligible for up to $3,000. So far, all of the state's latest infections are linked to known outbreaks, but authorities remain concerned about stranger-to-stranger transmission among cases at the Young and Jackson's Hotel in Melbourne CBD and the MCG.
Victoria's Chamber of Commerce says the financial support for businesses is helpful, but it's calling for effective action to stop future lockdowns. The Chamber's Chief Executive Paul Guerra says this must be the last statewide lockdown.
There's no winners out of this. There's no metropolitan business that wants to be closed, no regional business that wants to be closed. We know what we're doing while we're doing it. Let's make sure it's 5 days or less if we can, and let's make sure this is the last one. We have to get the vaccination program up and running.
There have been more cases of COVID-19 detected in Victoria this afternoon, including at Phillip Island, and there's growing concern about cases within 2 school communities west of Melbourne, with thousands of students and staff ordered to isolate. 5 teachers from Bacchus Marsh Grammar School have now tested positive, and a parent from another school, Ballarat Clarendon College, also has the virus. Residents in Melbourne's storm-affected Dandenong Ranges say they still have no idea when their NBN service will be restored. Almost 500 premises remain without internet 6 weeks after storms damaged hundreds of homes and left thousands without power. Mount Dandenong Primary School has restored to paper-based learning during the lockdown, with both the school and many families still offline. Parent Simon Gilson says a lack of information from NBN is making a difficult time even harder.
There is a local person here supposedly to give information. I spoke to him on Monday, but he's not returning calls, hasn't returned emails or anything, so we just really we've got no idea. When we look at the website for outages, it's been saying that there's no outage.
NBN Co says most affected premises will have their service restored later this month. Overseas, and the death toll from flooding in Germany and other parts of northern Europe has risen to 90. Rescuers say they expect that number to continue to rise, with their efforts hampered by the continuing downpour. More than 3 months' worth of rain has fallen in the space of 24 hours, leaving parts of western Germany underwater with dozens of homes washed away. Belgium and the Netherlands are also evacuating citizens living in low-lying areas close to rising rivers. Afghan government leaders are arriving in Doha for talks with the Taliban as the militant group continues to capture more territory in Afghanistan. The BBC's Lise Doucette reports.
There have been negotiations on and off since last September, but there's been little progress. This high-level delegation from Kabul, which includes political leaders like former President Hamid Karzai, will try to narrow the gaps. But on all the issues, from a new political structure to an Islamic constitution, the two sides are still far apart. The Taliban, emboldened by their recent rapid gains on the ground, are certain to harden their demands. When I asked the delegation's head, Dr. Abdullah, whether Taliban proposals amounted to a call to surrender, he would only reply, that couldn't happen.
Tonight's round 18 AFL match between Richmond and Brisbane has been delayed because of a traffic jam. There will be a new bounce time of 8:10 p.m, with the Tigers team stuck in traffic on the way to Carrara Stadium from Brisbane. The match was relocated to the Gold Coast yesterday to avoid Victoria's 5th lockdown. To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for the Mallee, Wimmera and parts of East Gippsland, the southwest, northeast and western South Gippsland. For the state tomorrow, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms, mostly contracting to the coast and eastern ranges during the afternoon. Gusty winds and small hail possible, with showers and storms mainly during the morning. Showers falling as snow above 600 metres during the morning, rising to 1,100 metres by evening. Blizzards at times about the Alpine peaks during the morning. The chance of raised dust in the northwest. For Melbourne tomorrow, showers increasing with a top of 13. Sunday, a shower or 2 and a top of 14. Monday, a shower or 2 and slightly warmer with a top of 15. Right now, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
What do you think makes someone an Australian of the Year?
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect.
On your community.
And who you admire.
Now's the time to respect.
By nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate.
Their story, their contribution and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald and I'd love you to nominate your inspirational Australian by the 31st of July at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow.
Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. It's just a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
Just a new day beginning.
Breaks the pace, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home, a sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary, that's a classy finish.
That is sensational.
Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can. Wide angle on the plate of 50. May have just snuffed an incredible goal. Tries to fend off, got him, takes him to ground. Back to now, Nui. Second donut.
Go to your best players, go to your match winners.
Plays on, man down from behind, holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin, you know the rest. The razzle-dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Osborne kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh,
He has kicked it, makes no mistake, goes back.
straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap, he'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and fans approve.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
A champion's milestone and a season on a knife's edge. The stakes are enormous for reigning Premier Richmond as it prepares to face the Brisbane Lyons on the Gold Coast tonight. If venue switches and other COVID-related chaos hadn't been enough to contend with, a car crash and a traffic jam affected the arrival of the Tigers and the Lions to Carrara tonight. The AFL pushing back the start of the match by 15 minutes. There's being flexible, there's being agile, but this week and tonight has gone to all new levels of frantic. This is season 2020-2021 in the world of AFL football, but they continue pushing on, finding a way. Alistair Nicholson to call the action for you tonight. It is the Tigers and the Lions, a home game scheduled for the MCG for Richmond, a celebration with Jack Riewoldt playing his 300th game and becoming just the fourth Tiger to reach 300. Instead, the family celebration, well, Mum and Dad denied. They're stuck in Melbourne. A couple of the brothers got out to Carrara, so we'll speak to Charlie Riewoldt in the build-up tonight. We'll also speak to his father, Chris, who unfortunately can't be there, and plenty to work through on Grandstand AFL as there is still so much uncertainty about where we go from here. Kelly Underwood, one of the sharpest minds in football when it comes to this sort of stuff. Great to have your company, Kel.
Great to be here, Alistair. All I could write down is that the world's officially gone mad. I mean, Richmond players have won 3 of the last 4 premierships. They probably expected the silver service this year and get around in sort of rock star buses like Lingy did with his premiership mates back in the day. But, well, 4 hours notice these players got yesterday. They finished training, they went home. They got 4 hours notice to pack their bags for goodness knows how long. 6:30 flight to Brisbane, a late arrival. And now to top it off, the bus travelling down the highway weaves through a couple of car accidents. So the game's been delayed until 8:05. Extraordinary. And yet, do you know what the most extraordinary thing is, Alistair? We don't bat an eyelid because half the country's in lockdown. As long as we've got a game and something to watch, sport is such a great diversion. As you said, what a year, what a season that is unfolding. And that's not even to mention the stakes of the game and what's on the line this evening. I'm sure our two gents joining us in special comments can do that. But quite extraordinary to think you've seen it all and then it just continues to throw up these curveballs.
It feels like an NRL game tonight. I used to broadcast NRL matches out of Brisbane, and the scheduled start time might be 7:50 on a Friday night, but it would always be pushed back to about 7 minutes past 8 by the time the TV broadcasters...
It's like Origin as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Or as netball would be, 11:22 we're starting, bang, off we go. Football, the same Aussie rules football, but not the NRL, but we've pushed the game back by 15 minutes. I can't recall that happening. Occasionally it gets delayed by a minute or two with some pre-match ceremonies, but 15 minutes due to a late bus, which Jack Rewalt tweeted as he was perhaps a little uncomfortable on the way down. Did not have a toilet, unfortunately. So he was keen to get to Carrara. Cameron Ling has come back from Queensland where he's sunned himself and enjoyed a few swims on the reef. Good to see you, Lingy.
Good to be here, Al. It is good to be back. I have missed all of you and had a great time with the family up in far north Queensland, but I'm excited to be back watching footy. And what is a massive night? Obviously, all that drama that you guys have already spoken about leading up to the game. The game itself is huge, given that Richmond, the reigning champs, are 12th on the ladder, playing against the Brisbane Lyons, a very good Brisbane Lyons. And they've got the Cats next week, the Tigers. So their season is hanging by a thread, lost the last 4. If they happen to drop Brisbane, followed by the Cats, good night, done, and finished probably for finals. Well, definitely for finals. If they could somehow, Mick, get those 2 wins on the board, knock off the Lions and the Cats, you start believing in the Tigers again. That's the evenness of this season, the excitement, and what's on the line tonight.
Mick Malthouse, welcome.
Thanks, Al. Kel, good to see Kelly here. Like 2 Fridays ago, you weren't well. Of course, we're down at Geelong, so you...
Had the tickle in the throat, Mick.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago.
And of course, now I'm filling in the gaps because we had Lingy was somewhere else on his holidays as well.
Got the team back together.
I was too scared to face Cal after I launched a few cheap shots about the fact Cal wouldn't come down the highway to Geelong. I was too scared of her last week.
They're trying to pretend that you don't like travelling, Kel, yet Kel's just come back from Mount Buller, haven't you? Doing your spot of skiing?
Well, that's a very strong word you've used there, a spot of skiing.
Well, literally a spot. 2 minutes
stand up,
worth.
But apart from that, it was fantastic. Thanks,
You
Alistair.
stayed on the spot.
Just on the travelling to games, I've experienced 2 late calls. One was at I was playing for St Kilda, and that massive trip down the road from Moorabbin to Geelong, the bus broke down, and on the bus, these are the things I could vividly remember. The girls, in this case Nanette, they'd already gone down there, and they're thinking, where are they? The game was supposed to start, and I remember on the bus, it was a bit like Dad's Army when that Colonel, wherever he says, don't panic, don't panic. Alan Jeans, who's normally so calm and collected pre-match, he was going, don't panic. The players, they weren't panicking at all. We were still getting dressed in the bus, mind you. And at quarter time, look, I can't remember the exact score, but we were trailing badly, very, very badly. And the other one was I was coaching Collingwood, and we flew to Adelaide, and I reckon we're out of the airport by 5 minutes. And it's not that far, really. Bus broke down, so behind us were the cheer squad. So I've ushered a few players into the bus for the cheer squad. Cars were coming past and getting players into these cars. And there was 2 left over at the end. There was Anthony Rocco and myself. So I stopped this car. They pulled over. Lovely, people pulled over, got us in the back. And as they're driving to the ground, they said, "Will here be enough?" We're still kilometres from the ground. I said, "Well, not really." I said, "This is, could you just take us a little bit closer?" They go, "Oh no, that's okay. No worries." Drove a little bit closer. And they said, "Well, we'll drop you off here." This is at one end of the ground. I said, "Look, senior here, could you just go another half a K and be right at the gate?" And they've gone, "Oh, okay." I said, "Where are you sitting today in the stand?" And they said, "Oh, no, we weren't going to the footy. We were going to the mountains for a picnic." That's fair dinkum.
Mick's treated them like his private Uber driver. Fair dinkum, Mick. Now, Danny Daly was on the bus. He's an assistant coach at the Brisbane Lyons, and he joins us on ABC Grandstand AFL. Danny, thanks for your time tonight.
No worries. Thanks for having me, guys. That was a couple of good stories there from Mick. I was enjoying
Weren't
that.
they ever?
Well, you're going to fill in the blanks here, Danny.
How does your story measure up?
Well, I actually wasn't on the bus, so the bus was about 10 minutes in front of me, and I was driving, so But the funny part was, Faze kept ringing me every 5 minutes like I could do something about it, like I'm a genius or something. But at the same time, I had Richmond, who were 15 minutes behind me, asking if I knew any shortcuts. So I actually drove down because I felt like I could put some music on and relax a bit after a couple of tough weeks. But it ended up being a stressful 2 hours coming down to good old Gold Coast. But anyway, we got here and Richmond were about 30 minutes behind us, so it was. It's all good now.
So there was a crash, was there, Danny? Do you know what happened, what caused the delays, or was it the old standard Friday night traffic heading down to the Gold Coast?
No, there was a crash, but there was about 10 cars, I reckon, I drove past that had broken down on the freeway as well. So she was all going on tonight. But anyway, we expected that. We actually left at about 4 o'clock, so we're actually worried that there'd be no traffic and we'd get here at 5 o'clock, which would be too early. So we ended up getting here pretty well much on time, but it was the poor old Tigers who were a little bit late.
Yeah, fascinating set of circumstances leading into a game that only got moved fairly belatedly as well, Danny. Has that been a good thing for your team in a way, that you've been able to be at home?
Potentially it's good for our players to come home and sleep in their own beds and go through their normal routine. But, to be honest, it's great for our players to play at the G. We need to play as many games as we can there. We haven't won there for, about 7 or 8 years. So there's an opportunity for us tonight and also next week to try and win a game of football at the G, which is where you want to win games. So in a roundabout way, I was disappointed we're not on the G, but in the same breath, our players, I think, were pretty happy to get home last night and get into their own beds. But it was quite an interesting flight last night. We shared it with Richmond, and I don't think I've ever been on a flight like that before in my life. No one spoke to each other. No one got up during the flight. It was just dead silence for 2 hours. So that was an interesting couple of hours as well leading up to the game.
So no one was keen to acknowledge each other, or it was very much game faces on even on the plane, was it?
Nothing. I actually obviously worked at Richmond, so I got a lot of good friends there, so I was saying hello for the first couple of minutes and I was getting nothing, so I thought, I think I might just put my head down and say nothing. It was weird. It was quite weird.
Danny, does that tell you something about tonight? Can I Danny, I've got to ask this for the group here. We've known each other for a long time. Where was our first encounter?
Our first encounter was in 2001. You were fortunate enough to put me on part-time as a forward scout, which I'm forever grateful for because I'm still going around after 20 years. So, you gave me the opportunity. It was a great learning period for me that first couple of years.
Yeah, well, all of us, let me say. Just on that trip last night, does that tell you the mindset of the Tigers?
Yeah, no doubt. No, it's, I think there's a little bit of hatred amongst the two groups. We've had a few encounters over the last couple of years which have been pretty fiery, so I think there was a bit of a still resolve from both teams, to be honest. So, yeah, no doubt we'll be expecting a pretty tough outfit tonight from the Tigers. They'll be a little bit different than their last couple of weeks, I would have thought.
So, Danny, just on that, I'm always intrigued about the psychology leading into a game. Does Fags or does anyone with the group have to acknowledge, okay, clearly they're going to attack this a certain way and their mindset is a certain way, be ready for it, counteract it with something, or do you just back in your players and say, no, they know, they're competitors, they know what they need to do in this situation?
Yeah, pretty much the second part of your statement there. I think our boys were pretty disappointed last week with our work rate and our pressure and our efforts. So we know we've got to bring that this week. We've been pretty good this year in bringing that. So if we want to beat the Tigers, we've got to bring that from the start, from our own breath. But we've also got to be able to make sure that we take away their strength of their game, which they like to score from their back half and surge the ball forward, and we just got to win the contested ball and try and move their defence as much as we can. So it's probably more about how we go about things tonight, but also keeping in mind what their strengths are as well.
Danny, I haven't got the stats in front or the dimensions in front of me, but MCG compared to the ground you're playing tonight, is it vastly different? Because I'm just trying to work out, that was a very interesting comment you made that you haven't won there in 8 games. And I'm trying to think, why would that be? Because your side is pretty much equipped to play at the MCG, and I'm just wondering whether it's part psychological or the ground tonight, does it actually resemble it at any... I mean, lengthwise, I'm assuming it's pretty close, but widthwise...
Yeah, width-wise, it's probably a bit skinnier here. But more importantly, like the Gabba is around about the same size as the G. I think it's about 2 metres shorter, but it's about the same width. So
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the ground size. It's just probably a bit of psychology, and you guys know the MCG a lot better than me. It plays a little bit different with the swirly wind and things like that. So we just haven't been able to get a victory there in the last 8 years. We've come close at times, but just haven't been good enough to get the points. But, yeah, this ground's probably a little bit skinnier than the G.
Right. Now, the main dangers, we know the Tigers have been out of touch, or out of form, but they've made significant changes tonight. So where do you see the main dangers coming from?
I think it's, the midfield. Obviously, Richmond's midfield has been, depleted after the last few weeks, but they get, Nankervis back, who's such an important player for them and gives them first use out of the middle and around stoppages. And obviously Lambert's back in the side as well, so, that'll help Cochin and Martin. Also Bolton, I think they play a lot taller when they've got Nankervis and the likes of Lambert in there. So we've just got to be on song with our contested ball and stoppage work, I think, and take as much territory as we can against them and don't give them the opportunity to get the ball inside 50 to obviously Rewald, who's been down, and Lynch. The territory battle is going to be crucial.
Danny Daly's with us in the lead up to Friday night football, Richmond and Brisbane, the footy manager at the Brisbane Lyons, so I think I demoted to assistant coach earlier on. Danny, apologies about that. Cameron Lee and Kelly Underwood here as well.
Sometimes Danny, I wish I was an assistant coach again.
You would have had a quieter trip down, I think, if you were an assistant coach, Danny. Hey, listen, when Cam Rayner did his knee earlier in the year, that was just so heartbreaking to see, and all the footy world really felt that. And then it happened again last weekend with poor old Eric Hipwood. He's booted the 26 goals for you. Forget the footy side of it, but just the welfare side of it. How's he holding up? Has he had the operation? He's been so good this year. We're right at the end, heading into finals. He was hitting some form. How's he handled taking that news? Because it was devastating to hear that come through on Monday.
Yeah, it was. He's been really good this week, Eric. I've actually caught up with him most days, either by phone or going to visit him, and he's got such a great mindset about it. His attitude's really good at the minute, but as we know, it's only 1 week into the process. So he got operated on Tuesday morning. He's just at home at the moment. He can't do anything for a couple of months because he's actually done his ACL, meniscus and MCL, so there's a bit of damage there. So right now he's in a great headspace. We've put a lot of support around him, but I'm sure, as it happened with Cam Rayner, once they get into the rehab after about 3 or 4 months, they'll hit a bit of a patch where they're feeling low and not great. So that's the most important time where we've got to be around him. Right now he's got his family around him and plenty of support, but as they get into their rehab, it becomes a little bit of a lonely place. So that's the time when we've got to make sure we're around him and even send him, up to the sunny coast home for periods if he needs to. And he's already said he's going to text me through what he's seen on the game tonight and drive me crazy with that. So he's such a football head. But the other interesting part for it's his first real injury. He's never really had an injury in his football career. I think he's since he's been at AFL level, he's only missed 2 games in that time. So he actually doesn't know what it looks like yet. So right here and right now he's in a good headspace, but I'm sure there'll come a time in the short term where he'll be a bit flat and we just need to rally around him a bit more.
Oh, that's really interesting to hear. He's such a footy head, given you don't hear much from him to do with footy. So hopefully he can keep his mind really engaged in the footy and the rest of the season. Thanks for that insight, Danny. I just want to look a little bit forward and beyond this season. I know it's hard when you're 1 week at a time and all of that sort of stuff. It's worked so well for the Lions. Luke Hodge coming there as that experienced head down back, and then Grant Birchall takes over that role. Is that the type of thing you'll look to continue doing in the years to come, and whenever Birchall's career ends, that you look for another really super experienced defender back there, and it's something that you want to lock away for the next 4 or 5 years, that you've always got someone like that?
Yeah, it's something you always look at. Nothing beats experience, and nothing beats people who have been successful come into your organisation to be able to, tell their stories and lead the younger troops along. So it's always something we're looking at. Birch has had a great season, so he might want to go on another year. So that's a discussion we need to have with him at the end of the year. But I think our group also is getting a little bit more mature and older. So, Harris Andrews back there is, getting to 25 now. So we're always looking to make our team better and to bring leadership qualities in. So if it's the right person, no doubt we'll go after them. But we won't just get anyone in for the sake of it. They've got to be the right person. What we feel is going to be someone that's will help us out and off the field. The other beautiful part we've got is that Hodge is a part-time coach for us still. So, he's still around the club and helping with our leadership group. So, and loving life in Brisbane. So we've still got him here as well. So that's a bonus for us as well.
Danny, really good to chat to you tonight. Thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks very much, boys. Have a good call.
Danny Daly with us on Grandstand AFL ahead of the Tigers and the Lions tonight. We're going to speak with Charlie Riewoldt, brother of Jack, who's playing his 300th game tonight. He's at the ground, and also Chris Riewoldt, his father, will join us. Unfortunately, Chris and Leslie, the parents of Jack Riewoldt, couldn't get to the game tonight due to the restrictions placed on Victoria, where they'd come to watch the match originally scheduled for the MCG. The news hound for us on Grandstand AFL every weekend is Mitch Cleary, and he joins us on the line to take us through what on earth is going on at the moment in the world of AFL. There is plenty, Mitch, and so much still to be determined as well. Welcome to you.
Thanks for having me, Al.
What happens with the rest of round 18, do you know? I understand that match between St Kilda and Port Adelaide tomorrow is a chance to be brought forward to the afternoon.
Yeah, that's how both clubs are preparing at this stage. So 5 of the 9 games will be impacted this weekend. So that St Kilda Port Adelaide game scheduled for Docklands at night will be brought forward. They're preparing for a 1:45 start. That's to allow St Kilda to get out of Victoria straight away and head to Perth before quarantining for a week. That's the WA requirement before they play West Coast next week. The Gold Coast Western Bulldogs game will stay as the twilight fixture at Carrara. And it will mean that the Melbourne Hawthorn game, originally scheduled for the twilight, will move back to the 7:25 night game at the MCG. Then on Sunday, there's 4 games to be scheduled. North Melbourne and Essendon, just after 12:30 local time, as part of a double header at Carrara. That Sydney, Greater Western Sydney game, originally scheduled for Ballarat, will be played at Carrara. The 4th game at the venue this weekend, starting at 6:10 p.m.
And Mitch, in terms of the teams in Queensland, where to from here for them?
So Richmond's playing tonight. They'll stay the night in Brisbane. Once they get back on that highway and make the most of hopefully no traffic tonight, they'll fly back to Victoria tomorrow. Essendon is preparing to stay a little longer up in Queensland. They obviously flew up with North Melbourne during the week. That game against the Roos has been moved up there. The Bombers will stay a little longer given they play Greater Western Sydney next week. The Giants obviously up in Queensland as well. North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs, for their respective games, they're expecting to get back to Victoria. And then for the Swans and the Giants, looks like they'll be based in Queensland indefinitely given what's going on in New South Wales. The next question around those clubs will be, can they be reunited with their families? Now, the NRL had their family request knocked back to get from Sydney to Queensland. There is some talk tonight that the AFL is looking at Howard Springs in Northern Territory to house those families for 2 weeks, quarantine, and then get them into Queensland, those Swans and Giants families. So a bit to be worked through, but there is some progress being discussed.
Absolutely. We've just got 60 seconds before some other listeners are joining us. Do you know what round 19 is going to look like?
The big one is Richmond and Geelong. So the Cats' home game, scheduled for the MCG. They've put a request into the AFL late last night to have that played at Cardinia Park. So obviously no crowds looking likely next week. There's hope that that game for Geelong will be played at their home venue, not having to travel to play Richmond at the MCG. And as I mentioned, West Coast St Kilda, the Saints will travel across after their game tomorrow against Port Adelaide, quarantine for a week before facing the Eagles.
And very quickly, Paddy Cripps out injured for the Blues.
Yeah, he played last week a little bit banged up. He copped a corky. 8-day break hasn't been enough to get him up, so he's going to miss with soreness in that game against Collingwood. A big blow for the Blues with a pretty important game for them.
Mitch, thank you very much. You're always right across it, mate.
Thanks, Al.
That's Mitch Cleary with us on ABC Grandstand AFL in the lead up to this match. Move to Carrara tonight between Richmond and Brisbane. In a moment on Grandstand AFL, members of the Riewoldt family are going to join us to reflect on Jack's milestone.
Year 5, everyone else did their talk, and then I got up with my picture and I said, this is my auntie Juanita. She was murdered by the King's Cross Underground. And then I sat down.
It was 46 years ago.
Sydney journalist Juanita Nielsen disappeared.
Now Kieran McGee has started looking for answers.
There were killers, there were corrupt police, and there were people who wanted Juanita out of the way.
Hear Unravel True Crime Juanita on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When history is made.
Into the net she goes, and Ash Barty has done it. The world number 1 has conquered Wimbledon for the first time, and she crouches on her haunches. She's crying tears of joy. She can't quite believe it. She said it would be a dream, and it certainly has proved to be.
ABC Sport is there.
I hope I made your mum proud. No, you do.
ABC Sport. On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app.
Now, where was I up to in Wakefield? Wait, I can set up a free ABC account. Charlie, Pickering, too easy. So soon, when we open iView, we'll be asked to create an ABC account. You'll still get all the same great content that's already on ABC iView, and you'll get recommendations based on what you watch, so it's easier to find the content you love.
For more information about your free ABC account, head to abc.net.au/ABC account.
ABC Sport.
AFL. Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the tough angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers hard against the boundary. Time Tillman.
Oh, no! That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive volley. What a mark.
That's his trademark.
Snap from the pocket. Splits the middle.
This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
A champion player's milestone and a champion team with a season teetering right on the edge. Can Richmond find a way back? Can they climb back into the AFL's top 8 where they have been entrenched in the last few seasons as the dominant team of the last 4 years? The Tigers and the Lions playing at Carrara after the match was shifted due to the COVID situation here in Victoria. Richmond outside the 8 at the moment, 12th position, 7 and 9. The Lions are 11 and 5. If the Lions win, they will be assured to be in the top 4 at the end of the round. If Richmond win tonight, they'll go into the top 8, so back into the 8 pending results from the rest of the weekend. Now, we had Mitch Cleary on just moments ago forecasting changes to the schedule for tomorrow. They have now been confirmed. So St Kilda will play Port Adelaide at Docklands at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon. That's been brought forward. Gold Coast and the Western Bulldogs will be the twilight game at Carrara, 4:35. And Melbourne and Hawthorn has been moved to the night match, so a 7:25 start at the MCG. So St Kilda and Port Adelaide to kick off Saturday afternoon football from Docklands at 1:45 tomorrow. Alistair Nicholson to call the action with Kelly Underwood for you tonight, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. In a moment we're going to be speaking with members of the Riewoldt family who will both be so proud as Jack runs out in game 300, just the 4th Tiger to achieve that feat.
Lingy, how would you have coped the night before a game not knowing whether you're a 1:45 start or a 7:25 start? Did that bother you at all?
No, I was pretty relaxed with my build-up. I would have been fine with it. I had teammates, though, who wouldn't have been fine with it. Some are so structured in their preparation, what they like to do, when they like to sleep till the next day, what they do when they wake up, all of that, that it might have played with their minds a little bit. I would have been fine. I would have been... we used to have to get there 2 hours before a game. I would have been happy getting there 45 minutes before the game. Get stripped, get me out in the ground, let me play. I hated waiting around, Cal.
Well, I had a look. So they arrived at the ground at 6:35. It's been pushed back to 8:05. So they've got an hour and a half to prepare. Would have been about an hour 15, an hour 20 if they kept it as it was. You think that's a little bit... They don't need that extra time.
No. I wouldn't have needed that extra time. I think some players needed extra medical treatment, extra warming up, extra physio, whatever it might be. So I understand the need to push it back for that reason. For not everyone just has that mindset of give me as short a time as possible, let me play. Some need that extra time, so that's fine.
So for those listeners just joining us, there was an accident on the Pacific Highway or the Pacific Motorway as the teams made their way down from Brisbane to Carrara tonight. That delayed the teams arriving, and the start has been delayed tonight by 15 minutes, so it's going to be a slightly later start. The Tigers are out on the ground doing their warm-ups at the moment. Charlie Riewoldt is the brother of Jack Riewoldt. Chris Riewoldt is the father of Jack Riewoldt, and they can't be both there tonight. Charlie's at the ground. Chris, I understand, is in Melbourne, and both of them, I'm very pleased to say, join us on Grandstand AFL. Chris, firstly, welcome to you. Thanks for your time tonight. Where are you? And take us into your last sort of 48 hours, if you can.
Yeah, hello, Alistair. Yeah, no, I'm down here in Melbourne, getting ready to watch the football. The last 48 hours have been a bit crazy. Going from yesterday, preparing to going to watch the game at the MCG to then wondering what we were going to do, and then the boys flying out and not really getting the opportunity to go along. It just didn't work out for us. So having to stay behind and maybe put a bit of caring time in with Jack's wife, Carly, and his two daughters, Poppy and Hazel.
Fantastic.
Mm.
And obviously that's really disappointing that you couldn't be there, but can you sum up your sense of pride as the father of the fourth Richmond player to reach 300 last week? It was the fourth Tiger to 700 goals, 3 premierships, 3 Colemans. It's an extraordinary career.
Oh, it has been an extraordinary career, and when you first went over to play AFL football, like every other parent, you're just hoping that they get a game and go okay and cover themselves with a little bit of glory. But Jack's covered himself with a lot of glory, and the milestones he's ticked off with all Australians, best and fairest premierships. It's just been fantastic. And like I said the other night on telly, that 300 games is just a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, he's been so durable. We'll come back to you in a moment to get a little more on Jack, the youngster coming through, and what he was like. But let's go to his brother, Charlie. So we'll go across the country to the ground where Charlie Riewoldt, brother of Jack, is watching on tonight. Charlie, welcome to you. Thanks for your time, mate. Firstly, how did you get to the game tonight and your mum and dad couldn't?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Al. Look, I spent a bit of time working in the travel industry, mate, so I hit up a few friends yesterday as soon as the change was announced, so managed to sneak up here on pretty much the last 3 seats available with our other brother Harry and his fiancée Laura. So just wrapped it. We at least got some sort of family presence here tonight.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Have you been able to catch up with Jack in any way today? I did see the tweet that he posted on the bus on the way down. Was he not very good when it came to needing to go to the bathroom? Was he able to hang on, or was he going to have some issues on the bus with no toilet on the way down tonight?
No, he's a pretty cruisy guy, Jack. I'm sure he would have been fine. But no, I did get a chance to quickly see him today up in Brisbane at their hotel for a quick chat, and seemed really relaxed and just happy with how the week's gone. Obviously, not with where the games ended up, but he's had a really great week, and he's just looking forward to running out there and hopefully getting a win.
Chris, just back to you for a second. As you said, what a wonderful career and a wonderful night. I was fortunate enough to watch a little bit of vision. From time in Tasmania, Jack, I think, playing his first senior game as a 15-year-old, had the hair everywhere, the blonde, slightly reddish tinge to the mop. Tell us about those early days, of that 15, 16, 17-year-old young Jack Riewoldt, obviously a bit of talent, bit of potential, maybe going to get drafted. What was he like, and did he always have that inner belief that he could go on and have, not necessarily this type of career, but a career in the AFL?
Yeah, he did play his first senior game when he was in grade 10 high school at 15 years of age, and played for our local football club Clarence, and actually equipped himself pretty well. And then continued on through, his year 11 and 12 and established himself as a fairly regular senior player. He then had the opportunity to play in VFL with the Tassie Devils, where he actually really made his mark and stood out quite a lot. And by then we knew that he was AFL bound. As a kid in football, he was very, very enthusiastic, let's put it, loud and just wanted to have fun. And I think he's pretty much still back to this day. He hasn't changed too much at all, really.
Charlie, did he take it out on you and Harry, all that loudness and enthusiasm?
Yeah, you can say that. Plenty of stories I could tell you, probably not suitable for radio, but, growing up with, 2 older brothers, we were pretty competitive between the 3 of us, and Jack was never the one to love losing, so, a couple of broken bones here or there from some accidents. It was definitely the case.
Charlie, is the leap genetic? Do you and your brother have it as well, or was it something that when did you notice the jumping Jack as we've come to know him as?
I mean, Jack's 4 years older than me, so when he got drafted, I would have been 14 years of age, and it would have been probably around when he started playing for the VFL team that I started to realise, wow, he's actually probably got something here, and, you jump on the big footy forums and stuff like that to have a bit of a read, and, he's getting projected as a top 10, top 15 sort of 50, start to realise far out, he's actually going to go and probably be a big deal eventually. So, yeah, probably around then.
And obviously all the footy nerds that I'm sitting with here in this room know him as all the premierships and all the All-Australians and the best and fairest. But many might remember him as upstaging the Killers on stage after that 2017 grand final. As a younger brother, was that a moment of sheer embarrassment, or were you just absolutely jealous?
Oh, incredibly jealous. I actually remember the moment really, really well, where we'd actually just come from the change rooms and, the celebrations and whatnot, and we're about 200 metres away on the opposite side of the ground, and I hear Brandon Flowers, the front man, say, do you want to hear us sing with Jack Revolt? And you've never seen myself or my other brother Harry run so fast to get to the front of the stage and just absolutely belt it out with him.
Brilliant. Charlie Revolt, brother of Jack, is with us on Grandstand AFL. He's at Carrara to take in the milestone tonight as Jack plays his 300th. Chris Revolt, his father, unfortunately couldn't be with them there. You talked, Kel, about the genes in the family. So Jack Revolt at 15 played his first senior game for Clarence.
And you were there, is that right?
He became the youngest player to play senior footy for Clarence, replacing his dad, Chris, who's with us on the line and played in the 1977 schoolboy football team for Tasmania that beat every state. It was the equivalent of the Teal Cup back in the day. Alan Jeans went down. And I don't know if you can remember this, Chris. Can you speak to the influence of Jeans, who I think had given up a week of his professional career as a policeman to go down there and help coach the team? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. We had the team was selected for a state carnival, and we early on in the year, and then we had a training camp where for a week where Alan came down and took us through the paces and imparted some of his knowledge, and then a few months later we had the carnival, which is actually in Hobart, and Alan came back, much to our amazement, and came back and helped out, and that really gave us a good shot in the arm. We were pretty proud, pretty pleased with that, and we played accordingly, and we had a fantastic carnival. We beat every state and every territory over a 2-week period, and was a very, very popular thing at Hobart. In fact, one of the games we played Victoria was even televised live on television at Hobart, and was well received by the general public, and we got lots and lots of media coverage.
I think Tim Lane might have actually called the game very early on in his broadcasting career. Very interested to hear too, Chris, about Jack's entrepreneurialism back in the day. I hear he wasn't too bad at earning a dollar on the side when he was a youngster.
he had a few little things he'd try and do to make a bit of a quid. He was always good with the lemonade stall that he had out the front of the house. When the neighbour had a whole heap of spare lemons, he got into that, and I think my wife might have commented about how he got involved in the school fair, and his way to make money for the school was to paint people's fingernails, and for $1 a go, and he made a bit of money for the school in that regard. But he's always liked to earn a quid, and even to this day, he's looking for an opportunity to make a bit of money every now and then.
I think the missing part of that story was that with the fingernail painting stand, the reasoning for it was actually he just realised that he would get to hold hands with a lot of nice young ladies if he had that stand at the school fair. Charlie, on the Gold Coast, would you concur with that Jack was a pretty good entrepreneur back in the day?
Yeah, 100%, and definitely still is to these days. He's always, talking opportunities about buying houses or investing in businesses or anything like that with us to give us a bit of a leg up. So, yeah, always still doing that sort of stuff too.
All right, mate. Well, thanks for joining us, both of you, tonight. Charlie Revolt at the ground and Chris Revolt, his father, as well, watching on from Melbourne. No doubt very proud of what Jack's achieved, and we're all looking forward to watching him play tonight. Thank you both very much.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
That's Charlie Revolt and Chris Revolt speaking to us on the lead ahead of Jack's 300th game. He kicked the 700 goals last week, and of course does have those 3 premierships and 3 Colemans. It's quite a career. I'll be interested to ask Mick Malthouse where he sees him overall, because those numbers are quite compelling.
Yeah, they are. The first question I wanted to ask Mick is, how do you coach someone like Jack Revolt? We know him now so well after watching him for 15 years. He wears his heart on his sleeve. His emotions can bubble over. He had tantrums in the early days because he is so passionate. He had to learn to become a selfless player. Do you treat a personality like that different to a lot of other players?
You do, Kel. if I could just say this, it's interesting as a coach in the early days when I was coaching the Dogs and early days at West Coast, you had opportunities to view players because the seconds come through and you'd look at players and you'd go, you know what, I reckon we should chase this bloke or whatever the case may be. And little things develop and you roll away from it. And Buse was a classical case. He wasn't getting a game or he wasn't happy. And when I was at the Dogland, I thought, gee, I'd like to get hold of him. And it sort of just dissipated. He would have been a fantastic player for the Dogs as he turned out for the Cats. Jack Riewoldt, I was coaching Collingwood and he was playing... I remember we played on a really small, wet ground. It might have been up at Preston, somewhere like that. And this kid's come out and he stood on heads and he was so enthusiastic, but it really was about him. He was very much, he ignored the hand pass on the way through and tried to kick the goal over his shoulder. And I thought, wonder if he can be straightened out, because this kid can be straightened out. He could be anything. In fact, it got to the stage where I asked the question. Then when Nick was on the slide and Jack was on the up, I wondered at what stage Jack actually took over being the more important player. Then Nick came back again. It was like a little dip and he's come back. But there were still crossovers. And even to this day, you say, Nick Riewoldt was just an extraordinary player. But I don't think Jack's any less. He's a slightly different player. But you'd have both in the side. You could just imagine having them playing 30, 40 yards apart. It would be just incredible type of... I mean, you have like both sliding from full forward to centre half forward. Both have got this uniqueness about them. And isn't it terrible that we actually compare players because of the same name? But Jack is a champion.
In the early part of his career, and it was actually when he won his Coleman medals, it was raw talent.
Yes,
it was just... launch at the footy, take those incredible marks, kick the goals, and with a forwards mindset. And as you mentioned in what you were just saying there, Mick, the forwards mindset is a little bit, it is about me, and I'm going to kick the goals, and that's fine. That's what makes the really good forwards.
Well, at the end of the year, they go, how many goals you kick?
Exactly right. I think then the next part of his career, when he became a selfless player, and I think a better player, a more complete player, should I say, not as incredibly... not the highlight reel wasn't as incredible in the premiership years, but he became a more complete player and a team player and all those elements. To your question, Cal, around how do you coach it, I was thinking about how, as a teammate, you have those sorts of players. You need really strong leaders around those sorts of players who allow them to be themselves and allow them to express the way that they want to play and their character and their emotions, but within really strict and strong boundaries. They can bounce around like hell within those boundaries and be themselves and do their things like Jack Riewoldt's done over the last 5 or 6 years, but don't go outside those boundaries.
You would have had a few of those personalities in your time.
Straight away, Steve Johnson comes to mind, Paul Chapman comes to mind, and Gaz Jr. in a different way, just with the way he wanted to play, comes to mind. You need to give them super strong boundaries, but you need to let them be themselves within those boundaries and let their character and their emotions shine through. And that's when their talent shines too. They're having more fun and they're being themselves, and they play some of the most wonderful football that way.
And Lingy, what you just said backs up everything I've said about the type of player and where they play. Always forward of centre are the extroverts.
Yep.
Very few introverts play forward of the centre.
I haven't heard you say that before.
He wasn't going to get Simon Prestigiacomo to play at full forward.
Believe it or not, he started centre half forward. He was recruited centre half forward. I'll say the most humbling experience for Jack was when I coached the Irish. I coached the Australian against the Irish. We went across there. As hard as he tried, he could not kick the round ball straight. He was in the end. I was hoping that they only gave us 16 on the ground, or on the bench and everything. Because if he was the 17th player, I was quite happy for him to say, "Listen, I'll watch from the grandstand," because he was that bad.
I think we've done about 10 interviews with Jack Riewoldt post matches on Grandstand AFL, because he's very good mates with Tim Hodges, our boundary rider on Friday Night Football, and in every single one of them, Mick Malthouse has mentioned how he couldn't kick the round ball. So you won't let him forget it, Mick.
No,
that's for sure.
I won't, but I will say what a champion, because I reckon a couple of years ago he looked heavier. He wasn't moving, and I reckon, and for me, I like to see a player with a name go out in style, and he got himself thinner, stronger, and stood on people's shoulders. He turned it around to jump again, and that's what made him.
One quick one to finish off on Jack Riewoldt. His height, 193 centimetres, but his ability to take contested marks against much bigger opponents, to use his body, all of those tricks that he had, that's that old smart footballer, and also his ability to kick both left and right feet. I think honed kicking the ball against the gate when he was a kid in King Street in Bellreeve.
Exactly. How tall's Plugger Lockett?
Oh, well, yeah, he wouldn't have been that tall. He wouldn't have been 193.
Well,
189 or something?
No, I think he was close to that.
I'll check that.
I think he was close to that. But what I'm saying about that is it's not a bad height.
191 he was.
Yeah,
Plugger.
Okay.
But what you get about that height, 193 is a height that can take the 200s on and can take the 180s on. It's a unique height if you've got versatility and flexibility, because you're able to mix and match with it. You know, I don't think Dunstall was overly tall. We look at Paul Salmon. How do you stop Paul Salmon at 200 and plus compared to, say, Dunstall and Lockett and Riewoldt? And even Nick Riewoldt would be what? Nick would be 195.
I thought 193 as well.
Oh, was
Nick.
really? Okay.
Yeah, but I seem to have longer arms with the way.
But I think look, Hawkins he'd be only 194, would he?
Yeah, he might be 195, 96.
Yeah, so Nick's 193.
Nick's 193 as well.
So with Jack though, it's footy smarts.
Yes, it is.
Because, there's the incredible high mark, and that's where he gets a good run at the footy, launches, leaps, takes the mark. But think of those other ones where he jumps early and just
holes
and hovers in the air and just takes the mark, only inches above the hands of the defender, but his jump has caused the defender to be slightly under the ball.
Yeah.
It's all of those moves which make him a really good player, and the very best have that. Not just the athletic ability and the height and all that, the incredible footy smarts as well.
The Brisbane Lions are making their way out onto Carrara. No late change for the Lions tonight. Tom Berry is the medical sub. No late change for Richmond either. Although both teams were a little later than expected to the ground due to a car crash on the Pacific Motorway tonight. And the start of the match delayed until 8:05. So it's a 15-minute later start for Friday night football. Jack Ross is the medical sub for the Tigers.
For those of our listeners who are just joining us or have just joined in the last 5 or 10 minutes, we spoke with Danny Daly earlier on, the GM of footy,
Fascinating.
The Brisbane Lions, and he told us so the Brisbane Lions and the Tigers flew up on the same flight, quickly got out of Melbourne and headed up to Queensland. No conversation on the flight, no interaction between the two teams. He was quite shocked, and it was definitely Richmond who started that and set the tone of what that flight was going to be like. I am fascinated about what that is, and Richmond have clearly spoken about treat this like a hostile environment, treat the opposition like a hostile party, and don't talk to them, don't engage with them, treat them as the enemy, and we're going to go up there and beat them. I can't wait to see how that's going to play out, Mick, to have that earlier mindset and a concerted effort to they are our enemy for the next 48, 72 hours. Do not engage with them. It'll be intriguing.
10, 20 years ago, that took place. 30 years ago. And the only time we met was after the game. Then it started to develop when national football come in and players were plucked all over the place, so the draftees knew each other, or players changed clubs, they'd actually stop at the end of the game and have a chat and annoy the hell out of me because they're both smiling and there was a winner and there was a loser. That there is so unique. So absolutely spot on, Lingy. This is when you say, can you hold it that long though? Can you hold that sort of venom in you? You've got to be able to relax and actually be ready to go.
Remember they played in round 10 and it was super fiery and obviously going back to the qualifying final, Brisbane won that one by 15 points I think it was remember Richmond had won the last 10 years or something like that, but round 10 it was 28 points. They burst out the blocks, Riewoldt kicked a couple, they were out to a handy lead and Brisbane were just awesome and Mitch Robertson wrapped up Dusty in this almighty tackle and there was feeling and heat in that one, Lingy.
I remember he almost launched himself at Dusty.
That's right.
Tried the don't argue, the Dusty fend off and nailed him. You're right, it felt like Brisbane had two big statement home and away games this year. It was when they knocked off Richmond in that game that you're talking about, Cal, and then Geelong a couple of weeks ago, who'd beaten them a number of times. Big ask, can they do it again tonight with that same mindset where Richmond have clearly come in with a plan to have that fierce, almost angry mindset for this game? it could lead to some fireworks, but at the same time, it's still got to be which team settles and go, forget about the fireworks for a bit. Play good football. Play good, hard football.
Exactly, Lingy. The thing is about this, you can bluff all you like pre-match, but when the loose football's there and it's your turn, you cannot start to look in the rooms and how tough I was bouncing off balls. It's how tough you are in the commitment to that footy. This will be, a statement's going to be made very early, and you can make one of the statements either way. If you're going to be like that in the plane, you've got to continue that at the first bounce and the next couple of... Especially when it comes your way. Okay, there's a line ball decision, and I'm called upon. This is me. So it's going to be... And I reckon Brisbane would have picked it up too. They would have been going, oh, hang on, this is not... Because, but there's a brotherhood in the AFL these days, and they're not playing their part. This could be right on. So how Brisbane react to it as well?
And if Brisbane react in the right way, Mick, and the first 15, 20 minutes, Brisbane are right at them, and I'm talking about not going after them silly, fighting, all that rubbish, is good quality, hard, physical, high-pressure footy, clean footy, execute. That I hesitate to call it fakeness, but that contrived anger and mindset of Richmond can disappear very, very quickly.
Yeah, it can.
If it's not genuine and the confidence really isn't there and they've lost the last 4 games, it can disappear. But if they start feeding off that because Richmond can see it working, then Brisbane are in for a really tough night.
I reckon there's an add-on there too, Lingy, that Cotchin's come under so much criticism. We were just watching him come in the race, and he made it for his teammates to come out and gave him a bit of a slap. The pressure the thing that Cotchin I've noticed in the last, say, 6 to 8 weeks, when he's good, and he's disciplined. When he's not, he's undisciplined, and he almost makes up for not winning the football to hurt the opposition. This will be a test for him because being down and the midfield being down, he has to pick up. He has to really show great leadership, but also hardness. And so he's got to have the double going together as opposed to one or the other.
0437 774 774 is our SMS number tonight if you'd like to get in touch with the Grandstand commentary team, offer a thought or ask a question of Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling. 0437 774 774. Remember to let us know your name and where you're listening so we can weave you in and attribute the text. One listener, though unnamed, Plugger was 191 tall and the same across the chest. Congratulations, Jack Rewald, on your 300th. What a champion player, says Gail in Launceston. And Annie says, that was marvellous. Love Jack. And this is, she's referring here, I think, to Charlie and Chris Rewald, who we had on earlier. Love Jack through his AFL career from the start. Genuine, loyal, enthusiastic, passionate, not afraid to be himself, a standout amongst many players. What's not to love, says Annie. 0437 774 774. Lovely scenes in the Richmond rooms before they ran out on the ground. So Matt Parker, the mid-season draft, gets his opportunity to reignite his AFL career tonight. He played 19 games for the Saints. His last was in round 19 2020 against Sydney. Went back to South Fremantle in the WAFL. Got picked up in the mid-season draft. He was presented with his jumper in the rooms by fellow South Fremantle product Marlon Pickett, another mature age selection. And there was a beautiful moment where a member of the Richmond staff took a laptop over to Matthew Parker. His wife or partner and daughter were on a Zoom call so he could see them prior to the game. So that was a lovely moment that modern technology could provide in this world that we live in, where increasingly we're doing stuff without the usual face-to-face element.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's typical Tigers. They've really... I know they've grown, even though they've had a bad year so far. We call it bad. They're on the cusp of going back in the 8 if they can win this game. They do things pretty well, I reckon. I know that there's been criticism of bits and pieces, but we've been through some extraordinary times, and there's going to be mistakes made, and there's going to be, I guess, a lot of experimentation to see what works and what doesn't work. But I think, generally speaking, the Tigers under Brendan Gale have been outstanding, and Damien Hardwick. And Neil Baum going there as well. Of course, they've got some really good people off ground.
So just to sum things up tonight and amplify, I suppose, the importance for you for both teams, really. So the Lions need to win to be guaranteed of holding on to 4th spot on the AFL table. If they lose tonight, they are vulnerable to Port Adelaide if they could knock off St Kilda. For Richmond, if they win tonight, they'll be 7th. Freo would fall out of the 8. And then the Saints, GWS and Essendon could all jump ahead of Richmond if they win their matches this weekend. If you weren't with us earlier, there have been changes to the matches tomorrow. So the timings of those matches, and they are now locked in as follows. St Kilda versus Port Adelaide is now the 1:45 game in Melbourne at Docklands tomorrow. So that kicks off Saturday afternoon football on Grandstand AFL. Gold Coast and the Western Bulldogs is the middle game, the twilight match from Carrara, and then the night match is now between Melbourne and Hawthorn at the MCG from 7:25. So that match has been moved to the night match. St Kilda and Port from 1:45, Gold Coast and the Western Bulldogs 4:35, and Melbourne versus Hawthorn from 7:25. On the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL tomorrow. For most of you from midday or Sports Talk in the West, we'll have all the latest news and developments regarding what's going to happen from here in the world of AFL. But what's going to happen tonight? Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, between these two sides who clearly don't like each other very much, as we've heard. Richmond and Brisbane taking on each other at Carrara. Give us an assessment of what we should expect to see.
Well, I'm probably not the man to ask about Richmond, Mick, because I said they were going to win 4 games in a row a month ago. Well, they lost 4 games in a row, and they have just failed to find that ferocity and that ability to have that sustained intensity with the way they play. Maybe I'm still living in the past, and maybe I'm still thinking of the team that's won 3 of the last 4 flags, but surely tonight is the night where they lock in. They get Lambert and they get Nankervis back, 2 crucial players for the way they play, and they find that intensity, they find that pressure, they find that ferocity and that hunger, and they just win this one. Or am I still a million miles off with the Tigers?
Oh, well, Lingy, you wouldn't be Robinson Crusoe if you got it wrong. The last 2 weeks, I think I picked 5 out of 18 winners, and the kiss of death in the Herald Sun led last week. And that's fair to you. They got 6, whatever. So I just reckon I've never seen a year from round 8 or 9 forward, so we're looking at the last 8 or 9 weeks, that are so unpredictable, and they're unpredictable because it's how you turn up. If you turn up and you're switched on, it looks like, we look at West Coast. They've lost 3 in a row. Their last one was at home against the bottom side. Mentally, don't tell me they were ready to play. And I am with you. I've actually taken Richmond. I took them before we knew they were playing, because I thought they were going to be MCG. I can change my pick in this case. It's a family pick. I've kept it. Then you find out they're late on they're getting held up on the bus, and I'm thinking, no, I'm going to hold this because I reckon that it's a hard pick to go against a side that's won premierships and going to lose 5 in a row. I think that shouldn't be the cut. But I reckon who they've got back in. I know you're a Lambert person,
yep,
and Nankervis adds such great value. And I'm wondering the psychological damage done by the loss of Hipwood is extreme. Now I know players get over. Not necessarily the player who's injured because he sits in the grandstand, wish he was out there, but players are in. But it does change the dynamics. I reckon it's going to fall a heck of a lot now into Danaher. Richmond, okay, Bolter's out, but Richmond look a different side now. Asprey was the second one or third one back. He'll be better for it. They've got the capability, team-ways, of actually holding up, even though Vlosson's not back there and Hewley, but I reckon they can hold up better. And to me, it's going to be a midfield game all over again.
Yeah, and I think with Lambert back in, it makes Martin and Shea Bolton better.
Yes,
and they can just do their thing. They don't have to worry.
And Cotchin to a degree.
Yeah. With Brisbane, has it got to that tipping point where now Hipwood's out? Marcus Adams is going to miss, I think, 4 to 6 weeks, maybe. Darcy Gardner's still out. Has it got to the point where there's just too many key injuries for the Lions going forward, and maybe 3rd to 5th is about where they're just going to be? Or do you still believe in this Brisbane Lions team?
I can only say that Brisbane would need to be playing at the Gabba to win a premiership. I don't really see, I think they're 1 or 2 really good players, premiership players. And who are they? They're the ones that when they look like winning a premiership, you'll see them stand up. Because to me, they are a little bit short.
See, they were good against the Cats a couple of weeks back.
They were, but everyone's had their day. I mean, Geelong are now on top of the ladder, Lingy.
Yeah.
And you don't fall on top of the ladder. Now, and okay, that by the end of the round it may not be, but they're a good football side. But everyone seems to have their day. And I suspect that Jack Rewalt's 300, introduction of new players, introduction of players that are premiership players. I reckon this is going to be an absolute cracker.
I don't know if they did it just for Jack's celebration, but they were just playing Mr. Brightside out of the loudspeakers at Carrara. So Jack will be ready to go, but he might be ready for the big stage again, and he is a big stage player, Jack Riewoldt. Game 300 for him tonight. Bill says if the Tigers win, they'll have to beat the Lions up. Can they do it? Says Bill. Gavin in Bendigo. If Brisbane lose tonight, they are not finals contenders. With COVID lockdowns, the grand final might be played in Queensland, reckons Gavin. 0437 774 774, the number if you want to get in touch. Top 4 for the Lions. Can they guarantee they'll be there at the end of the round? With victory, they'll do that tonight for Richmond. It's got to happen now. It just has to happen now, or the premiership defence is officially over. Here's Kelly Underwood.
So it's the Tigers and the Lions, and it promises to be quite a catfight. McInerney up against Chol. So Chol to start in the ruck for Richmond. He rises high. He loops it up over the top, only as far as Lions. Gets a hurried kick away. Spinning out of trouble there beautifully was Charlie Cameron, and then he sends it deliberately straight to McStay, who should have been paid the mark. He thought he had a double grabber there, but the umpire didn't blow his whistle. And now the Tigers through Rioli in the back pocket to Cochin, getting involved, the captain early. Moving it quickly, comes back in board to Martin. Instead of the handball, it was a clever slap down to Rioli. He fumbled it. McIntosh, hurried kick down the line, and Baker's there to mark on his chest in front of Daniel Rich.
Liam Baker kicks infield towards the AFL logo where Lambert takes the mark. An important player on return for the Tigers. Goes back to short near the boundary line, and he wedges his kick over Daniel Rich. And sliding in Baker, who'd worked upfield, marks 65 metres from goal. He wheels around and plays on immediately. Kicks inside the 50 in front. Lynch had it knocked away towards the boundary line. It'll be thrown back in 25 metres from the Richmond goal down at the main scoreboard end of Carrara. No late change for either side. Ross, the medical sub for Richmond. Tom Berry for the Brisbane Lions.
Richmond surging forward hard there. They didn't take advantage, but they're getting numbers forward.
Spinning back in, it was McInerney straight down to Robinson, but his kick was smothered, still inside 50 here. Good attack on the ball by Mansell, and in the end, Birchall, the premiership player for the Hawks, has hacked it straight to Grimes. Grimes' kick inside 50 is a shocker. It was a wobbler, and it was the captain that was able to get it, Zorko, who hits up McCluggage as they exit out of that defensive 50. McCluggage's kick out over the head of McCarthy, who then took Short high. And Short will receive the free kick for Richmond.
So it's going to be downfield, and McIntosh will get it. Jaden Short thought he'd take it from where the action occurred, but the umpire said no. McIntosh will have the extra 6 metres.
Yes, correct.
Every metre counts, Lingy. You're an NFL fan. Kick goes towards the attacking 50. Lynch rises, hands to it, no mark. Rove by Lambert, hand pass to Martin, 55 out. Kicks towards Riewoldt, it's over his head. Into the pocket, Lester there. Pickett gets a hold of him, perhaps without the ball. Robinson knocks it out, but straight to Riewoldt. Left foot snaps a floater across the face. Lynch rises, pulls in a superb mark on the back of Andrews.
Just on the last time they played, Andrews got taken to the cleaners at the end of the game, after half-time.
Lynch is hard on the boundary, left forward pocket, a chance to kick the opening goal. 11 goals in his past 3, Tom Lynch. And it looks like an early one tonight for the Tigers. They've hit the ground running, late to the party, but early into the game, Richmond. 1 straight 6, the Tigers. Brisbane yet to score on Grandstand AFL. We've played 3 minutes.
And just watching the early signs, Richmond certainly on and sharp. Brisbane giving them space and time. Go back to the kick inside 50 now. Uncharacteristically, he missed the target, but Dusty Martin had a heap of space at about 70 or 80 from goal. Not the type of part of the ground you want to give him that sort of space. His kick overshot Jack Riewoldt, but if he consistently and Richmond consistently get that type of time and space, well, they'll find their form in a hurry. Brisbane are just off and letting them have that little buffer of 5 or 6 metres everywhere.
So a 27th goal for the season for Tom Lynch. He kicked 3-3 against Andrews when they last played back in round 10. Tigers by 6 points. First score of the evening. McInerney now straight down to Zorko, who was tackled. It affects the kick. It falls a little short. Rioli couldn't quite get there. Clever little tap by Cameron, and then a toe poke inside 50. Tough one to pick up. McIntosh elects just to toe poke it back to Rioli. Gives it back to McIntosh. Wore a bump as he got his kick away, and it's been able to be picked off by Payne. Payne, the defender for the Lions. His kick was sloppy, straight over the head of McCluggage, and the Tigers again. Rioli having quite a bit of it. He's tackled to the ground by Bailey, but he gets the handball away to Grimes. Now back to McIntosh. Dodges around 1 and 2. Kicks it around the corner. Tough one to mark in the air at ground level. Payne had a fumble. Jack Graham pounces on it. Inside they go, using the corridor. Bolton gives it off to the runner, Cochin. What's Cochin's delivery like? Almost straight down the throat of Revolt. He's still got a chance at the back. He tries the toe poke, soccers it to the top of the goal square, but it's all Brisbane Lyons, and a terrible kick. A rushed kick has been picked off by Martin, and Dustin Martin's taken a mark directly in front of goal. He's going to play on, wheel around onto his right, and it's two quick ones for the Tigers through their two superstars. Lynch and Martin, silence on the plane. They've come out and landed the first two blows, 2 straight 12. Brisbane yet to score.
Jack Riewoldt, when the ball looks like being dead, Jack always does something to create another opportunity. That ball could have easily, if he had a bent, he gets rushed out of bounds. If he had to try to pick it up, who knows what takes place, but it probably would end up there. But what he does, he kicks the ball off straight in front of the goal. Yes, it was resurrected by Brisbane, but under massive pressure, and that's not where you kick the football when you're under pressure, is straight down the corridor. It was created because of Jack Riewoldt's kick off the ground and that pressure.
And rewind a little bit to some of the contests on the wing. A bad moment for Jackson Payne, has had a couple of them. But then through the middle of the ground, Richmond players galore, and they get it deep and they get the goal. Brisbane are handing Richmond a confidence pill right now, the way they're playing them.
Chol the tap down, Bailey the Rove, Bolton tackles him, no way out, holding the ball. Richmond has really started with some venom here. And Bolton plays on immediately and runs to centre half forward. He kicks to the top of the goal square, hands to it, Lynch. No mark, Rove front and centre by Payne. Hand pass off to Robinson, clears to the back flank for Brisbane. Players go down, stack one of them. Danaher gets a hold of it. He's got a big roll for Brisbane now with no Hipwood. A bouncing kick towards the half-forward flank. Zorko there, can't keep it in play. Mansell on his hammer. He takes it out over the boundary line, 45 metres from the Brisbane goal, down at the Nerang end of the ground. And Chris Fagan on the bench is looking mightily stressed early on.
So he should, Al.
Yeah, Robinson kicked that ball out that Martin marked, and Cotcher was straight in his face.
Chol takes it straight out of the ruck. Kicks it about 15, 20 metres. Grubbers the kick, and then Bolton with the toe poke. We've seen a lot of this from the Tigers early. Soccering it down the ground. Jack Riewoldt wraps up the Brisbane Lions player in a tackle. And it'll be a ball up in the centre of the ground. McIntosh has gone off. He's gone down with the club doctor into the rooms. Looks like he might have copped a blow to his sternum. And now he's making his way back up the race. Play goes underway. Continues to play in the centre of the ground. Oh, Robinson crunched in and hit Arts. It was brutal, that collision, accidental as well. Hurried kick, it beats Stack in the air. Chol comes in, spills out to Lyons, to McCarthy. McCarthy zigs one way, then zags the other. Kick was good. Does it sit here for the Brownlow medalist in Lockie Neal? It does, and Neal puts it down the throat of Charlie Cameron, who was steaming out towards the boundary line and takes a mark 45, 50 metres out, just outside the boundary.
Yeah, some good body work at the moment being thrown around and testing blokes out.
Cameron doesn't even look towards the two big sticks. He sends it to Zorko, who's marked in the pocket, and he copped one high and late from Dylan Grimes. Not quite enough force on it to be a 50-metre penalty. But Zorko made sure the umpire saw it. So the captain, who had his 200th milestone ruined last week by that shot loss to St Kilda, to get them back in this contest early, he misses it to the near side. Went the banana, the kick around the corner. And we can hear the umpire blow his whistle to say there is a blood rule out there at the moment. So some early casualties in this one.
Ooh,
Richmond
Robinson
by 11 points, and I guess no surprise that Robinson's involved in an early scrap, and that might have been that accidental clash in the centre of the ground.
Yes. He's got blood streaming from his right eye, Mitch Robinson.
I don't think there's anything accidental with Mitch, quite frankly.
Can be a little. I liken him. He's a Tasmanian. I liken him to the cartoon character, the Tas Devil, who can spin through trees. Kind of that crazy, chaotic way of going about things. Out of the middle or out of the back line. Mansell kicks towards the half-back flank. It's off hands and goes over the boundary line. He could spin through a tree, I reckon.
Well,
Mitch Robinson.
This will be interesting now. With Vancouver's had this bit of a look at it. Comes on fresh.
Thrown in. Nankervis taps it down. Underneath it, Parker tackled immediately. Got a little hand pass out to no one in particular. Bailey gets it for Brisbane. Jams it on his boot inside the attacking 50. And McCarthy edged out Mansell expertly. Just deftly enough not to give away the free kick. Took the mark in the right forward pocket. 20 metres out, hard angle.
And lucky to not get a 50 there. That was tapped out of Lincoln McCarthy's hands after he'd marked it. The umpire was right there and I think just chose to ignore it, maybe give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was an accident, but I thought that could have been 50.
So Lincoln McCarthy with a look at Brisbane's first goal, having just extended his contract, and that's exactly why you'd want that kind of player. McCarthy splits the middle perfectly with a bending ball from the right forward pocket, and Brisbane has its opening goal. Richmond 2 straight 12. Brisbane 1-1-7 on Grandstand AFL. We've played 10 minutes. Your experts are Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
That came from Zach Bailey.
Yeah.
Brilliant work through the middle there, and then the fend off, got the kick in. I know we've already spoken about this before, Mick, throughout this season, but he's gone to a whole new level this year, Zach Bailey.
Certainly has.
Goal kicking, clean. He's got the confidence, bit of swagger about him.
Multi-goals too.
Yeah.
And multiple goals multiple times, so he can play, the kid.
Watching the replay there, that was really good body work by Lincoln McCarthy. He just read where the drop of the ball was going to land, just used enough of the body to get the mark without giving away the free kick. Quality played.
Problem at Geelong, was it hamstrings?
A lot of soft tissue, but mainly foot. Had some really severe foot problems.
Tigers by 5 points. Nankervis and Fullerton go at it in the air. Fullerton gets it down to McCluggage. It's punched clear to Starcevic. Took off. Handball to Coleman. Takes it cleanly in the air and gives it off to Bailey. Bailey, he takes off. He gets around one. Rioli can't catch him. He's run too far.
Called him for running too far. Gee, he did well too. He took the game on, and just that last little fake. Yeah, he did go too far.
16, 18 steps.
Yep.
Oh, it was good play though.
Oh, it was good play.
So Rioli up for his sixth disposal in the centre of the ground. And now to Parker. Inside that centre square. Keeps it low, Parker. Over the head of Baker. Harris Andrews meets it. Oh, his handball was a little errant. McCluggage goes all the way back to the goal line. Oh, he just gets to Pryor. Although it was touch, play on. Pickett wraps him up. Pickett's got him here. And the ball was pinned, you heard the umpire say, so it'll be a ball up, just in that left forward pocket. Richmond's end, deep into Richmond's attacking 50. Revolt's got his eyes over it, tries to just scoop it back to Lynch, right up against the boundary line. Now Lambert, just handballed to no one in particular. Grimes is there, he's a long way from home. Lambert now assesses the option, and it's pinpoint pass to a player who's got no one near him inside 50, and it happens to be the Tigers' debutant tonight, Matt Parker.
Again, a couple of examples of Richmond keeping the ball alive when it looked like it was going to get out of bounds or it was going to be a ball up, and just Brisbane only a metre or so off each time and not really closing that space down, and led to this Parker shot at goal.
So a mini moment for the Tigers. This is a significant moment in the career of Matt Parker, delisted after a couple of years with the Saints. He didn't make the distance, but Jumping Jack had a say. He was able to rise up, typical Jack Revolt style, and he snaffled it right at the point of contact above his head.
Isn't that typical Jack? If you get to kick a goal, there it is. His 300th, first goal of his 300th game.
So 45-degree angle, only about 20 metres out to put the third on the board for the Tigers. Jack Revolt, Mr. 300. Mr. Perfect. He's got it. They've jumped out the gates, the Tigers. and they come from everywhere to ruffle his hair. Parker embraces him and said, "Did you like that goal assist, Jack?" I think he was heading for home. Slewed off the side of the boot, and in that right forward pocket, Jack with those able to wind back the clock and leap up into the air and take a typical Jack mark. Tigers by 11, 3 straight 18. Brisbane 117. Cameron Ling.
It's the type of mark we were talking about before the game, where it's the timing of the leap that gets him the mark. So many players just think, well, I've just got to charge at the ball and just jump blindly. But he times his run so well, and the way he jumps, he just went early, only a fraction of a second early, and just shifted Harris Andrews out of the way as part of the jump. Timed it beautifully. Terrific grab.
Is the Gold Coast DJ a Tigers fan?
They've put the bugle away at Carrara and they've got out the killers. Brandon Flowers is going to, if Jack kicks 11 as he did many years ago, going to hear a lot of Mr. Brightside, I suspect, tonight. Out of the middle, Nankervis gets it moving Martin's way. His kick to centre half forward, almost back with the flight. Baker thought he'd taken the mark. The umpire said play on, then Birchall tackled him, a ball up 45 metres from the Richmond goal.
I'm keeping a count of how many times we hear Mr. Brightside.
It's 2. Up it goes. Picked up by Oscar McInerney. His kick smothered. McCluggage goes through, can't win it. Parker's over it. He's tackled. Devon Robinson's got a hold of him, Robertson. And it will be a ball up at centre half forward for the Tigers, who have the early lead here by 11 points. Nankervis shares it with McInerney. No decisive knock. Picked up by Nankervis. Hand pass to vacant space inside the 50. Birchall comes to meet it. Scrubs a kick out of defence to Cameron. Tackle dispossessed. Nankervis gets it. His hand pass out towards Castagna. Over the ball. Socket away from him. It's in the pocket. Brisbane under pressure. A fumble. Birchall fumbled it. Socket by Baker, who can't find a way through the massive bodies. And it's picked up by Andrews and walked over. A behind. So 12 points the Richmond lead through 16 minutes of the first term.
Under just enough pressure, Harris Andrews. I thought for a fraction of a second
he took it easy, didn't he?
He'd get the deliberate call there, but gee, the fumbles are coming.
They are, aren't they? Thick and fast from Brisbane. So Richmond by 12 points. The kicking went straight down the ground. It ricochets, pinballs around before eventually it was Madden who fired it out. The hurry kick to centre half forward. Almost marked by Richmond. Short skies it towards Mitch Robinson. Good to see him back out there. Pickett knocked him off it. It was a push. It'll be a free kick to Mitch Robinson. So he's had the head tape plastered around his head, and it doesn't affect his skills. The delivery straight down the throat of Charlie Cameron.
Good work by Mitch Robinson then. Drew the free kick. Just kept his eyes on the footy. He was probably never going to take the mark, but he needed to actually stand his ground to draw the free kick, and then didn't hesitate. Got the ball going really quickly into the Lions forward line. That's where the options open up.
Charlie Cameron, what's his goal kicking like? 30-26 for the year so far. That was perfect. Right over the goalkeeper's, the goal umpire's hat. Straight as an arrow for Charlie Cameron. They've got their second goal of the night. Richmond by 6, Brisbane 2-1-13, Tigers 3-1-19.
You've been watching the Euros,
I have,
Cal.
I did, and wasn't that a heartbreaking finish for England?
Was it?
It's interesting, isn't it? Goal difference. Yet we feel as if the Tigers have been more the dominant side.
Yes.
It's 10-7 inside 50s. Contested footy, interesting enough, is it's not much. It's 21 to Brisbane, 18 to Richmond, which I would have thought would have been the other way around. But the Tigers are prepared to kick it off the ground and just get a little bit of keep the ball alive, but also put a chaos ball there.
And so many times, Mick, we've seen the Brisbane Lions rush kick and fumble. So you're right. It feels like Richmond are 3 goals up right now.
Yeah.
But it's 6 points the difference. So well done to the Lions, holding on.
The bounce favoured Cholan wasn't recalled. I don't know why. He tapped it down straight to Zorko. That levelled things up. So Zorko kicked inside the 50. Mansell got it for Richmond. Hand pass to Stack. Back to Mansell. His kick smothered by Kadeem Coleman at right half back. And then Kadeem Coleman, a little bump on Mansell. Mansell, a little grab on Kadeem Coleman. A free kick here, I suspect, going Brisbane's way. Or a boundary throw. And I thought he said holding.
I can't see that's got to be a free kick to Richmond, surely.
Thrown back into play. Left half forward for the Lions. Taken by Cochin, tackled by Zorko. Ball dislodged. McIntosh clears for Richmond towards the Narang River wing. Nankervis there takes possession. Pryor takes possession of him, and he dropped it. Could have been holding the ball. There's a throw out of the pack. Parker was over it, flicked it out, and it's a Brisbane ball to be taken by Rich, centering out of side.
Usually one of the best kicks in the competition. Instead of the attacking kick, he goes backwards to centre half pack, and now the flick switch to the outer side, although it comes back through the centre. Kick towards Danaher. He flew out. Chance here for Fullerton, fires it out to McInerney. He tries to dribble that one through. Garthwaite's there in the defensive goal square, and the Tigers exit out of that defensive 50. Almost a mark paid to Castagna. So Castagna has got the Sherrin in his hands across half-back. Plenty of Tigers fans at Carrara tonight. They've got their followers on the Gold Coast. So Castagna just goes long down the line, looking for the tallest player. Nankervis was there, palmed it down only as far as Lyons. The great accumulator, he can't get it out. Starcevic is set upon. And it'll be a ball up on the outer wing.
The Tigers keeping the pressure on. If Lynch is off, Nankervis goes forward and Child goes into the ruck. So they're just keeping that double up tall down there with Rewalt.
8 minutes to play in this first term. It's Richmond by 6 points. Martin to Lambert, looking to give it back to Martin. Stolen by Coleman. Martin affects it, able to just swat it down only as far as Rich. Kicks around the corner. Almost a mark taken by Garthwaite, waiting at the back. Beats McStay to it, and then McStay wraps up Grimes in a tackle. They've got the numbers here, the Tigers. McIntosh around the body. Bolton flies high. He beats Coleman in the air, and he beats him at ground level as well. Handballs over to Graham. Gives it to Lambert. Lambert's got Cochin. This is Richmond at their best when they're handballing through the centre of the ground. Bolton gets involved again. He's stripped of it. He's lost it. Good hustle by the Brisbane Lions, and a wobbly old kick in the centre of the ground will be a free kick to McCarthy, and it was against Castagna.
So many Tigers players around that. That was a needless free kick. Kick goes inside the attacking 50. Danaher in the forward pocket with Asprey for company. Danaher took it over the boundary line and tossed the football to an 8 or 9 year old kid in the crowd. Said, "Here, young fella, have that. You can hand it back to the boundary umpire." That's a nice experience for a young Lion fan. Left forward pocket, Brisbane in attack, trailing by a goal. 21-minute mark. Nankervis took it out of the ruck. He's been influential early, but his kick to clear isn't great. Taken by Pryor, top of the 50. Tackled, got a hand pass out. McIntosh should clean up for Richmond. Awkward ball to take, paddled it cleverly. Off to Lambert at right half back. He kicks a high one around the wing. Cochin there, looked like he was held. No free kick. Rich took it, he's caught. Graham got him holding the ball. Richmond free kick settling out of sight of the ground. This is looking a different Richmond to what we've seen in recent weeks. They're up by a goal at the 21-minute mark of the first.
Dropped their last 4 games to Collingwood, the Suns, the Saints and the West Coast Eagles. Kick wasn't great, and it's all red jumpers around it as Pryor kicks down the line, blazes away, and Grimes, the birthday boy, 30 today with an intercepting mark.
It's where the Lions have just got to hold strong, though. You're right. It's a different Richmond team. They're trying to find their mojo, but it can be false. If Lions can hold on and just keep grinding away, they can take it away from the Tigers.
Grimes got it to half forward. Nankervis this time goes off the deck, and it goes over the boundary line. Inside the attacking 50 for Richmond, 3-1-19, Brisbane 2-1-13. Just a tick under 6 minutes to play in this opening term at Carrara. First 2 goals for the Tigers. They're on. So neither can win it in the ruck. This is Parker to Lambert. Wheels back on his left to the top of the goal square. Lynch was there. And Payne was able to thump it away over the goal line, and they concede a behind. 3-2. Plays 2-1.
I think Parker should have had a shot. I think he thought, I'm in the side, but I'm only just in the side. I'll get this off. He had an opportunity then. Take the responsibility. Have your shot on goal.
Grant Birchall to bring it back into play. Out towards the back flank he goes. Asprey knocks it away from Danaher. Over the boundary line it goes. 65 metres around. There's a hamstring for Camden McIntosh. Right hamstring. Not another injury for Richmond. The list is enormous already in McIntosh's right hamstring. He can barely run. He's trying to stay on the field. I'm not sure why. At the throw-in, Graham tackled. Rich gets it for Brisbane. Hand pass to a running Lions. He kicks along the line of the centre square. It clears the 2 front targets. Robertson knocked off it. Fullerton gets it, gives to Coleman. Mansell nails him. Another holding the ball win for Richmond. There's a hunger, Mick Malthouse.
There certainly is, and that is a fantastic tackle. It's when you take your time. You haven't got time to start to look around. You either do it or you don't do it.
Here's another chance for Revolt. Got down low, couldn't control it at ground level. Starcevic, he couldn't get a clean handball away. In fact, Brisbane can't do much clean in this opening term at all. And it is Richmond leading by 7 points. Camden McIntosh now off the ground. And he grabbed at his right hamstring as he tried to pull up, crossing the boundary line. So it looks like there's an early casualty for the Tigers.
Holding the ball.
Early casualty here. Cochin holding the ball.
Stand.
He's been caught, Mick.
Yes, he was off the ground before, wasn't he? Holding his chest. So,
sternum, yeah.
Well, we think he was holding his chest. I wonder if he was holding... I wonder if it was that. Anyway, it looks like it's a severe hamstring, nonetheless.
So Brisbane into attack now. The umpire said McInerney was taken high, so it'll be a free kick for the Brisbane ruck. Gives it straight off to Mitch Robertson, who's got it on the broadcast wing. Kicks to Danaher.
Huge night for this man.
Yeah, he's got
Danaher.
Asprey for company tonight. Just dabs that to Robinson, just outside the arc. He's got it, Mitch. Mitch is going to bomb long. Who's there with the sit? Who met the traffic was Pryor. Pryor then takes off after it, gets it to Rich, kicks around his corner on his preferred left, and Robertson, if you don't mind, came flying in late and took it right at its peak at the top of the goal square. Devon Robertson, the 20-year-old.
Free kick right here.
Terrible.
Straight to him now. Daniel, your kick.
So it will not be Devon Robertson's ball, despite the fact he took a great pack mark.
Daniel McStade has done something very foolish here. Not much in it.
Nah, Rioli's made sure the umpire saw that.
Yeah, it was filled. Top of the goal square. Clearing kick goes out to the back flank, and Bolton takes an excellent mark opposed to Birchall. Hand pass off to Parker. Parker kicks beautifully to the wing to Lambert. Lambert kicks the Tigers inside 50. Rewalt's getting back. Andrews there. Bounce evades Andrews. A little soccer from Rewalt. Socket away from him by McInerney. Still alive inside the 50. Neal and Robinson combine off to Rich. Rich is clearing ball. Up goes Parker. And he takes the mark at centre half forward for Richmond. He's got a beautiful leap. Kicks to the pocket. Up goes Rewalt. Crashes into the back of Madden. Couldn't take the mark. It's out of play. In the right forward pocket for the Tigers. 20 metres out. 3-2-20 the Tigers. Brisbane 2-1-13, 26-minute mark first quarter.
Jack's got plenty to say. A couple of minutes ago he thought it was kicking in danger. He played for it. He's still asking the umpire the question. How is that not kicking in danger?
There'll be a blood rule in a second.
Yeah, Madden's trying to get the umpire's attention.
Richmond by 7 points. Lynch takes it out of the ruck, just soccers it. Payne's there to mop up, off to Mitch Robinson. Bouncing ball. Nankervis standing still, was able to just grab it. Handball off to Arts, who skirts across the perimeter, really, from one side of the 50 to the other. Now Pickett, because his opponent Birchall goes to ground, and Pickett delivers almost expertly. Play on, said the umpire. So no mark paid there to the Brisbane Lions. Rich has got it again, and he's got it under the pump. Great composure by the experienced defender to Devon Robertson, who marks at half-back. Loops it over the top. The wedge kick to Birchall. Had a bit too much on it for Mitch Robinson, and now the turnover. Through the centre of the ground they go. Mansell to Rioli. Went to go right, goes left. Dashing across the midfield after a couple of bounces. Hits up Chol on his chest. 40 metres out. And a tidy shangle.
Richmond kept their back line intact. It was very well set up. It looked like a box formation, and Brisbane just couldn't make through. Even though their forwards were very slow to move forward, that's what set this goal, or this attempted goal up. It was well done by the Tigers.
Now they're going to get the blood rule. I think that they were trying to get the attention earlier. We're all going to need to see a replay again of that Rioli thing, because either that is just a huge mistake by McStade, or Daniel Rioli's just taken a massive flop. And there's been a lot of criticism recently for diving and all of that. And if he has just gone to ground...
Is that a report? And you don't bring the goal back though, Lingy?
No, you don't. It's a huge turnover.
So James Madden off with the blood rule. After Mitch Robinson's already been off with the blood rule. So plenty of blood spilt in this opening term. Mabior Chol, really tight angle on his left. He'd need to make that ball talk. It's almost got it. He's got it. He's squeezed it in, Mabior Chol.
That's a great goal.
He strikes that to perfection. And they are on Richmond, 4-2-26. Brisbane 2-1-13. It just hung there, Mick, didn't it? It hung for an anxious moment.
Well, I reckon you're going to...
Just scraped through.
I reckon you're going to call that across the face of the goal. I'm thinking, well, it's across the face of the goal. All of a sudden, it's almost dipped. But I reckon Brisbane will be very... they'll have a look at that and go, hang on, we're standing behind the line. Could we have got to this? Anyway, it's a great goal. You know, kicking a left foot into there is fantastic across the face of goal like that.
That was like Franklin. Sort of was working right and then arced back left late on the left boot as well. On the staging, Lingy, Sean Higgins fined $1,000 for staging last night against Fremantle in that big win for the Cats.
I said I'm going to just hold my judgment till I see another replay, but to the naked eye, it looked like staging.
McInerney, a clear tap down. Neil spins, gets a hand pass out to Lyons, off to Zorko, confronted, floats a hand pass to McInerney. He's confronted by Short. That was the tall and the short of it. Off to Cameron. The kick downfield inside 50, marked by McCarthy directly in front. I think 30 metres out. I think it was going to be a downfield anyway, wasn't it?
I think Daniel McStay's going to get the free kick, Al.
Okay.
Just off that McCarthy mark. He was held. Well, he either owes his team one or he doesn't, because Rioli was staging, but this is a huge kick.
Daniel McStay, huge kick in the game. It's also for his 100th in AFL football, and he puts it straight through the middle. Daniel McStay kicks Brisbane's third and shakes his head as if he hasn't necessarily put aside the emotion of moments earlier. 4-2-26 Richmond, Brisbane 3-1-19, a 7-point lead to the Tigers through 30 minutes of the first quarter, and McStay's now got a bit of claret coming from the nose, so this is a bloody affair. We've seen a hamstring injury to Camden McIntosh in the first quarter as well. There's a bit happening. Looks like a good night at the footy.
Yeah, McStay certainly is to take the place of Hipwood, and he finished off last week very good, so you'd almost expect that he will take that role, albeit learning the trade, but he gets in the right spot, and what I like about him, he actually does attack the footy.
Yeah, he competes well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and that's where down here, if he can pick up, you've still got two very, good tall players down there.
Tigers by 7 points. Chol and McInerney down to Cochin. Flicks it to Chol. They combine well. Bolton back to Cochin. Cochin's kick, tough one. It was a real tumbler. And then Lambert could have got one in the back there. The umpire didn't see it. And it'll be a ball up half forward as Chris Fagan watches on from down on the boundary line. He looks very concerned. Damien Hardwick upstairs. Not too much perspiration just yet. So Zorko sockers it out to the outer wing. Mansell was mauled there by Lincoln McCarthy. The umpire doesn't blow his whistle. Arts, he can't get it out. He's set upon by 3 Brisbane Lions players. And it will be a ball up on the outer wing.
Richmond need Martin to get involved in the game proactively, as opposed to this is working hard at the stoppages but not getting clear. 4 disposals for Dusty.
McInerney got it out of the ruck, got a hand pass forward. Bolton in the road, gave it to Mansell. He's tackled by McStay, the attacking side of the Nerang River wing for Brisbane. Approaching quarter time on Grandstand AFL. Tigers by 7. Chol took it out of the ruck this time. Broke the Robinson tackle. Hand pass to Lambert. He took it on the half volley. Scrubbed an underground hand pass to Cochin. Off to Bolton, who slaps it on the boot around the outer wing. Andrews is there with Lynch. It hits the ground. They tap it towards the boundary, and Lambert swoops and kicks inside the 50. And Rewalt searching on the lead marks. Lester took him down after he marked. Umpire says... Jack wants 50, of course. Umpire says, no, Jack.
Just here.
So Jack Rewalt will kick after the siren. Man on the mark is 49 metres from goal. And he is hard on the boundary at right half forward.
You're going to kick over the player on the mark. So if you want to go out,
start 2 minutes here. Walk in and kick over the player on the mark.
That's fine. Yeah.
He can barely talk, Jack. You can hear how much he's been running to present this opportunity for Richmond. But there you hear him clarifying how he can approach this kick. Has he got the journey, Jack Rewalt, and those ageing legs? He's already kicked one tonight. He's the consummate big game player. Here's an early big moment for the Tigers. He's hit it well. It's fading back. Oh, Jack wasn't far away. Big Oscar McInerney on the line, knocked it down, and Tom Lynch goes straight over for a push and a shove. They come together at the end of the first quarter. It's far more sociable than it was on the plane going up to Brisbane when no one spoke to each other. Now they're in each other's faces with plenty to say. There is heat in this contest. Friday night football from Carrara. Richmond 4-2-26, Brisbane 3-1-19 at the first change. For the Tigers in the contest so far, the goal kickers are Riewoldt, Martin, Lynch and Chol. And for the Brisbane Lions, individual goal kickers as well. Lincoln McCarthy, Charlie Cameron and Daniel McStade. Camden McIntosh, his night is over, a hamstring injury in the first quarter. So he is out of the game. Haven't seen the paperwork completed yet for Jack Ross to come in as the medical substitute, but that looks a foregone conclusion. 0437774774 if you want to send us a text on Grandstand AFL tonight. Perhaps a good omen for Jack Riewoldt and the Tigers tonight has come through on the text. Mr. Brightside won race 4 at the Geelong Gallops today. A horse trained by Ben and JD Hayes, the brother of the Bulldogs, Will Hayes. There you go. 0437774774. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Matt Parker delisted after a couple of years with the Saints. He didn't make the distance, but Jumping Jack had a say. He was able to rise up, typical Jack Riewoldt style. Jack Riewoldt, Mr. 300, Mr. Perfect. He's got it. They've jumped out the gates, the Tigers. It was a push. It'll be a free kick to Mitch Robinson. So he's had the head tape plastered around his head, and it doesn't affect his skills. The delivery straight down the throat of Charlie Cameron. Charlie Cameron, what's his goal kicking like? 30-26 for the year so far. That was perfect. Mansell to Rioli. Went to go right, goes left. Dashing across the midfield after a couple of bounces. Hits up Chol on his chest. Mabior Chol. Really tight angle on his left. He'd need to make that ball talk. It's almost got it. He's got it. He's squeezed it in, Mabior Chol.
That's a great goal.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time at Carrara. Richmond 4-2-26, Brisbane 3-1-19. The Tigers by 7 points on Grandstand AFL. Dave in Reservoir, I'm not sure if he wants another bottle of red with you, Mick Malthouse, but he reckons you're always early to ride off the line, so we'll keep an eye on that, Dave.
Are we still waiting, by the way? We are
He
waiting.
invited you to go and share a nice bottle of red, but you haven't taken him up on the opportunity.
He can send it to you, Al. We'll knock it over here one night.
Sent to me, Mick, good luck getting it, just quietly. I'll go out to Reservoir and have a bottle of red with Dave, no worries at all. 0437774774. Cole in Mildura. This is, I think, a good segue into getting some comments from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Says on the SMS, the Tigers always stand taller when Big Toby the Enforcer is on the paddock, says Cole in Mildura. Lingy and Mick Malthouse sum up the first term for us.
That text is spot on. Because they're better with Nankervis and they're better with their other inclusion, Mick Kane Lambert. He's had 13 disposals for them, does a heap of work that allows Bolton and Martin and these types of players to be better. Their intensity was there, Mick. Their surge and their chaos ball and their numbers getting over to the ball and just tapping it forward. They certainly came with the right mindset, Richmond. I thought, surprisingly, Richmond completely outplayed the Lions in that first quarter. But the Lions held on really, really well despite being outplayed.
Well, that'd be a worry, Lingy, because 105 to 68 possessions, it's clearly in Richmond's favour. And I know there's a lot of little kick off the grounds and that sort of stuff, but you've got to count them because they cause untold damage because the backline can't settle. And a lot of the Brisbane players who you expect to get a fair bit of the football aren't getting the football, and they trail technically by. They trail. We know the trail was 7 points, but that could have been a Daniel Rioli fade, which means it really would have been a 1 point difference. So I reckon the Tigers will be happy with their attack, but I'm thinking for that sort of work we need to be 2 or 3 goals in front. And I would say that the opposition will be saying, we're right in this game because they've thrown their best shot at us.
They have, and Lachie Neale and Hugh McCluggage, they're 2 best midfielders. Jared Lyons, a terrific player as well, and so Zorko. But Neale and McCluggage are their 2 best. They've had quiet starts, only 4 disposals each, and just not quite finding the footy and the impact that they would normally have. So you're right, the Lions haven't been anywhere near their best, and that's because of Richmond playing really good footy. But it is only 7 points, and you're right, Devon Robertson had that shot, maybe 15 metres out straight in front, probably going to kick a goal, and then it gets reversed. Still haven't seen a replay on it, Al, so I'm still reserving my judgment. I thought Daniel Rioli took a flop, but maybe there was more to it, so I'm still going to wait off there. But I think the Lions will be pleased with the way they've held on, but they're going to have to be a lot better than they were in that first quarter.
2 NRL matches happening down the road at Robina tonight. All the sports on the Gold Coast at the moment. The Titans beaten 26-8 by Parramatta. At the moment, Manly 12, St George Illawarra 14. That's through 33 minutes. We've had 1 bounce to start the second term, but not a very good one. And they're underway again as the umpire throws it in the air, and Martin wins it out of the middle for the Tigers. Works it towards Pickett. Pickett at right half forward. Goes high inside the attacking 50. Lynch rises 4 deep. Andrews throws the right fist at it and sees it over the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
Andrews can't find that fall off here with Lynch.
No, he can't. He's still so good in the air. I noticed in that late in that first quarter, he couldn't bend down to pick the ball up. I reckon he's very sore at the moment.
Lynch down, but Robinson for Brisbane clears its touch. McCluggage took it, then had his head taken off by Pickett. Free kick. Hugh McCluggage in the left back pocket. He's due to play his 100th game next week in his 5th season. His debut was round 3 2017 against St Kilda. He's only missed 8 games since that point. Off to Pryor, who kicks towards the wing. Payne, who kicks towards the wing, and Nankervis marks in the pack for Richmond. Comes back into the corridor, and the Tigers have worked it well here. The mark has been taken by Baker.
So Ross has been activated as the sub. He comes in for Camden McIntosh, who's off in that first term with a hamstring injury. They share it around here, the Tigers, and then the long ball, top of the goal square. That's going to bounce through for nearly a goal. It was offline. So the target was a low ball looking for Harris Andrews and also Lynch there. And it beat them both and scrubbed it through the vacant goal square before being offline. So Richmond 4-3-27, Brisbane 3-1-19. Early stages of the second term. Daniel Rich, as I mentioned earlier, one of the best kicks in the game. He goes short to Bailey and then out wide to McCluggage. Back to Daniel Rich, who's done a bit of running in this passage of play. That kick wasn't great, though. It's gone straight to Asprey.
That's twice now Joe Danaher's been involved in a contest, but Richmond have intercept marked it because he's been completely outbodied, and it was almost a non-entity in those marking contests.
Back
Got
to
be
Sydney
better.
Stack
Here he
to
is.
Garthwaite. Garthwaite's handball went straight to Danaher. He wheels around. There's nothing forward, so he gives it back. Good attacking play by the Brisbane Lions in a one-on-one at centre-half forward, though. Short in the right place, and Fullerton wasn't.
The disposals have been terrible so far. They've really set their own teammate up.
No one can be clean, Mick. No one can hit a target. Here's Danaher. He's a long way out. He lowers his eyes. He skittles it wide to Mitch Robinson, who dabs it back into Lachie Neale. Oh, he was off. He didn't think it'd gone the required distance. He took a step or two.
What's gone 3.5 metres?
Yep.
Oh, honestly, that is gone. If a player rolled over, he's covered as much 3 times. That is just bizarre how you can possibly think that is 15 metres.
Oh, well, Lachie Neale didn't think it was, and then he heard the umpire blow his whistle, so he said, OK, I'll go back and look pretty cool and calm and collected here and see if I can slot it through on a 45-degree angle, 48 metres out. Hasn't got the distance, and Big Nank with that left fist, puts it into the third row behind the goals at the giant screen end of Carrara.
When you've got a little bit of that dewy feel around the ground, you do lose 3 to 4 metres because it just doesn't carry through the air. And I've seen 2 players now who fancied themselves have now fallen short.
Is that a deliberate tactic, all this soccering off the ground that we're seeing from Richmond?
Yep.
Play it low.
Well, not so much play it low, play it into a chaos position because they're so set up, Brisbane.
Brandon Starcevic has just left the field with an issue for the Lions, so we'll keep an eye on that. The kick goes back towards the wing. Neal gets it for Brisbane, off to Fullerton, off to Robinson. Neat pass inside 50. Zorko marks. He passes it into the pocket. McStay out, can't mark. Picked up by Rioli. Fends away from McStay. A hand pass to Garthwaite. Gave it off to Ross. Diving in Robinson to force the ball to ground level. Ross flicks it out the side. McCluggage, a great pick-up. A spin. A balk. A hand pass to Fullerton. One off to Cameron. His left foot snap bounces across the face of goal and goes out of play. In the left forward pocket for Brisbane down at the main scoreboard end of the ground. Richmond by 7 points on Grandstand AFL. We've played 4.5 minutes of this second quarter, and Starcevic is having a concussion test as the result of a head clash or a clash with Shea Bolton when they were both contesting the ball.
So back in play, Nankervis straight down to Zorko. Second snap, second miss by the skipper. Hasn't got his kicking boots on tonight. So
Had more time. What about the hit? Well, you just don't hit the ball at that angle unless you're sure one of your teammates is going to be there.
Richmond by 6 points.
Short goes into the right back pocket on the broadcast side to Asprey. Asprey chips towards defensive 50 and back to where he received it from. Jaden Short has Grimes running round the back. It's his birthday, but that was optimistic. He was never getting the handball. Short kicks to the wing and Rich rises the post to Bolton and Marks.
Is that because he was 1 metre outside the boundary line?
He ran around the boundary line asking for a hand
and calling
pass.
for it.
Daniel Rich thumps the Lions back inside 50. In front, Danaher. McInerney had a ricochet off Danaher's hands, and I think the umpire has deemed that it went off the hands of Danaher before McInerney took possession of it. That's what he's saying here. It's going to be a ball up 35 metres out.
Oh, too high.
Nankervis is taken around the face by Oscar McInerney.
Stay out, Charlie, out of the
Big Nank will have it in defence for the Tigers. A 6-point lead to Richmond. 6-minute mark of this second term as the outlet kick comes towards the back flank and Castagna.
Gave it off, the driving kick, all set here for Tom Lynch. He sets himself off hands. Martin tackled to the ground by Payne. And Dusty can't break that one.
I love Dusty. He almost caught one high there.
Yeah, it was.
Didn't argue about it. Just threw the ball back. Said, I'll grab the next one.
Ball up at half forward here for Richmond. Nankervis tussling with McInerney. And then it was the Brownlow medalist Lockie Neal got it once, dispossessed by Dusty, went back and got it again, off to the big O, off a standing step, just rockets that into the centre of the ground, and it'll be a free kick to the Tigers, holding against McStay. So Garthwaite's got it on the edge of that centre square. A little quick feed, and then out wide it comes to Asprey, who's got a paddock, has a bit of a dash, and then kicks towards the pack. Lynch presenting hard, off at spoiled down, and it's picked up by Rich. A little toe poke. Oh, well done by Devon Robinson. Pickett going back, didn't read it in the air, so Robertson's got it, and a quick kick up towards this broadcast wing in front of the two benches. Off hands it comes to Rioli, and then spears the pass. Cochin marks. He's a couple of kicks out from home. Dusty runs past, points with his left arm. He says, give it to Stuck in the centre of the ground. He does, who gives it to Dusty, who skies it out wide towards Graham and Mitch Robinson. They clash in the air. Ross comes in, keeps it in play. Handballs over his head to Bacon and Jack Graham. This would be a wonderful team goal. And that's what brings fans through the gate. And that's what makes this game great. A wonderful team goal. Some fancy skills by the Premiers. And they're out by 12 points again. 5-3-33. Brisbane 3-3-21. After 7-8 minutes we've gone in this second term.
Would have been a free kick against Robinson, I reckon. Lingy pushed one of those Richmond players straight in the back over the boundary line. I reckon the umpire played it really well to allow the ball to continue on. Richmond are winning those little contests at the moment. It's a slight difference. It's a difference from the last week where they weren't winning those 50-50 to winning them now.
Yeah, and they're winning them and then just getting it moving straight away. So getting that ball on, as you've said, keeping the ball alive. And Brisbane, when that happens, you're just always a step behind. You're reaching for the person, but then the ball's gone. And then you're reaching for the next one and the ball's gone. And Richmond are making the most of it.
Fullerton's gone into the ruck against Chol. It's knocked down to Neil, who's tackled by Parker. His kick cut off by Martin, who threw it to Chol. And Zorko plays on immediately, at least wants to, out of the middle of the ground. The umpire's calling it back.
Back up here. No advantage.
Seriously, I'd like to see that.
This is going to be a slow play. This has got to be Joe Danaher. He either marks it and really stamps himself, or this comes to ground with a big contest and provides a chance for Charlie Cameron and some of the smalls.
Robertson gave it off. Birchall, long high ball inside the 50. In front, Fullerton. Danaher nowhere to be seen. McCarthy knocks it out the back. Here's Danaher, picking a cherry, not flying, waiting patiently. And it bears fruit for Brisbane. 5-3-33 Richmond. Brisbane 4-3-27. Not sure why Joe Danaher didn't fly, but perhaps he's become a rover. We're at the 9-minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
If you want to know your future, let's go to Cameron Ling and pay the money. He called that. He mightn't have got it the way you thought, but he got it all the same.
And you know what? That is not the way the Brisbane Lions want him getting it. It's a goal, so don't worry about that. But why he wasn't involved again, just copped. He got dismissed then by Dave Asprey. He didn't even get close to that marking contest. That's just a lucky goal. Okay, great, fantastic. It's a goal in the book. But that's 3 times now marking contest. He's just been pushed out of the way early, and then he's too far off it. He's got to fight through that initial body contact, so he's the one hitting that ball at its highest point.
Geelong champion and psychic Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL. Back in the centre, the Tigers by 6 points, but breaking out of the middle is Lockie Neal. He has a dash. He drives it long. He's looking forward. Danaher's got it in the pocket. Had to get on his bike. And Smokin' Joe has gone back with the flight and marked it on the tightest of angles.
Can I just clarify? Cameron Ling is a member of the Drew Morfitt Memorial Quaddie team and has not offered one winner.
I provide 0 to that team.
I haven't either, mind you.
No.
Well, we haven't seen Joe Danaher in this contest really at all. His team needed him to stand up. He's kicked 2 in a minute. In the right forward pocket, on the left boot, 10 metres out. That is easy pickings every day of the week. And scores are level. Richmond's dominated this, but we're all tied up at the 11-minute mark of this second term. 5-3-33 apiece. Danaher with back-to-back goals.
Yeah, they've gone in more times than the Tigers this quarter, 7-4. Clearance rate, that's pretty significant. 5-2, even though from what I can remember of this second quarter, is that I reckon Richmond are getting their hands to the ball first, but it's not producing a clearance. And these goals are coming from really good clearances. That was Lockie Neal's, and the other ones are up the other end. So clearances mightn't seem a lot, but if you can get a really good, clean one, well, you put the ball inside your front 50 and anything can happen. And right now, that's what the difference is this quarter.
Perfect high bounce in the middle of the ground. Fullerton an early rise. Chol the tap down. Dev Robertson got it though. A hand pass out the back to Zorko. Zorko gets around Lambert, a bounce. And a wobbler inside the 50. Back with the flight. Well played Mansell to mark for Richmond. And he kicks out towards the back flank where Pickett takes the mark. Pickett cruises around the boundary line. Kicks towards centre wing on the broadcast side. Good use of the body. Payne though edged out his opponent and took the mark. Defensive side of the wing. Hi team, just curious if Mick has solved his possum problem. Laugh out loud, says Jackie in Jabiru. Mick had the possum problem last week, Lingy, but you did see the masks in the backyard, didn't you? Forward go the Lions again, and McStay comes out and takes the mark on his chest. Robinson kicking from the wing. McStay marking 47 metres from goal, hard on the boundary. He's got a bit of foam up his nose from the early incident that resulted in him getting a blood nose. His short pass marked by Cameron, hard on the boundary, 40 out. Left forward pocket underneath the big scoreboard at Carrara. Scores level. Cameron, a chance to put Brisbane in front. He's had his issues over the journey against the Tigers. They've really been able to quell his influence.
5 metres. Play on.
3 versus Richmond in last year's qualifying final, his best. That has gone right across the face of goal and uncontested. McCarthy flies and pulls in a chest mark. Damien Hardwick shakes his head in the coach's box. Where was the aerial representation for the Tigers? McCarthy 20 out.
Especially with McCarthy, you can't. If you think for one moment he's not going to fly for it, you're in real trouble.
Good call, Mick. He's so good in the air, isn't he, for a little bloke? You've got to be aware of that.
Take his line, take his body. You've got to elbow in the rib cage and don't leave it.
So Lincoln McCarthy having kicked 1 in the first quarter to put the Brisbane Lions in front for the first time tonight. No problem. McCarthy goals. Brisbane has kicked 3 in a row and leads by a goal. 6-3-39 the Lions. Richmond 5-3-33. 14 played second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Mick, we spoke at quarter time that Brisbane were hanging on and did really well, despite being outplayed, to hold on. Lachie Neale, really quiet in the first quarter, only the 4 disposals, not much impact. He's got them going in this quarter. 7 touches in this quarter alone, a clearance, an inside 50, 4 contested possessions, and now just giving that Brisbane forward line enough opportunities. And you're right, we're watching the replay there. Maybe it was Bolton, perhaps, responsible for,
no doubt,
for Link McCarthy, and he just let him have a free run at McCarthy. For any young footballer out there who might be watching this on TV and listening to us on the radio at the same time, McCarthy never took his eyes off that footy and stayed in the game and aware the whole time and got the reward.
14 minutes into the second term, and it's when Brisbane hits the front for the first time, and they're going to take it out of the centre again. A quick fire handball from Lyons to Zorko. High ball, one-on-one. Coleman's given away a free, so Mansell takes it.
I reckon Martin's been mauled in the centre. Last 3 or 4 times he could have almost got the free kick, didn't. Doesn't complain, as you said, Lingy, but they're very, very close to giving away a free kick each time.
So Mansell's kick, his red jumpers around. Andrews spins past Dusty Martin, and then the quick kick is marked by Coleman.
Ooh. Oh, there's a lot going through the protected area there.
Isn't there?
Just throw that rule out the window.
So he's marked in front of the benches on true centre wing. Coleman, high to the pack. There's no pack buster. Buster waiting at the back is Danaher. He's tackled by Stack. Got one high, and then he's mauled to the ground by Nankervis, who tossed him aside like a rag doll. And Danaher's given up.
They don't pay over the shoulder anymore?
No, they're reversed.
I think it's a dangerous tackle.
Right.
From Nankervis.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Watching the replay, Nankervis has just shoveled. So Sydney Stack got him high. The umpire hasn't called that one. And then number 25 comes in and drives Danaher's head and right shoulder into the turf. And it's a real thump, a whack into the grass.
Yeah, well, line ball for me whether you get a free kick for that or not.
It looked like a dangerous tackle.
Yeah.
So Danaher, who's kicked 2 in this term and got them back for a third. He's seeing stars. He's offline. He's pushing it across the face. Cameron, we don't want that sort of tackling in the game.
I think that's a dangerous tackle, and definitely. The only thing is whether it gets a week is action versus outcome.
Exactly.
Action, that deserves a week.
Yep.
Outcome, Joe looks like he's fine. They'll probably say play on.
So we would be all in agreement that if Joe Danaher were concussed then and had to come from the field, Toby Nankervis would be suspended.
Yep.
Yep. Absolutely.
But the likelihood is?
Probably not, because they do it on outcome, not action.
Yep. Now Grimes is sitting on the ball here on the half-back flank for Richmond. He's tackled and it will be a ball up. That will be interesting to see the way that plays out. McInerney taps towards the boundary line. Lyons is there, can't get on the end of it. Brisbane having a very productive period in this match. Trailed in the first quarter by as much as 13 points. Approaching, or at the 30-minute mark. But the Lions kicked the last 3 goals of the game.
And now just look at the Richmond stats, the bottom player.
Bolton has not touched it, Mick, in this term. Yes, you're quite right. It's still at half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Parker is there contesting with Neale, and it goes over the boundary line. Now, on the injury front, Camden McIntosh, a hamstring injury for him. He's out of the game now. It would appear that Brandon Starcevic has passed his concussion test and is okay. Nankervis at the stoppage knocked it down underneath it. Ross immediately tackled. Yes, another stoppage left half forward for Brisbane.
He's back on the ground, Starcevic, so must have.
Was it regular concussion, or is he holding his eye?
It may be eye, but it looked like they were going to assess him for concussion. Yeah. And they obviously went through all the protocols. It must be fine.
There's a worrying coach there, Hardwick. He can't get Martin in the game, and Bolton's right out of the game. This is concerning with a bloke like Bolton.
Brisbane by 7 points. McInerney beats Nankervis in the air, but Nankervis mops it up. Handball, though. Didn't go to an intended target. Bolton, a chance here. Here he is. He paddles it, able to keep it in play. Takes off. Handballs. Dashing down the wing was Rioli, and the delivery inside 50, slapped down by Rich. Lynch is there. Handballs to Martin. Martin's kicked these freakish goals from the boundary before. This one will land at the top of the goal square. Scholl will soccer it through. Scholl's been watching the Euros. Mabior Scholl has his second goal of the game. He just out-muscled his opponent, top of the goal square.
What a great kick by Martin, though. Put it right in a spot that you have to defend. And
he just threw the big right boot, did Mabior, at that Sherrin. Brisbane now, that margin's cut back to 1 point. So we're going goal for goal. Richmond 6-3-39, trailing Brisbane 6-4-40.
And we spoke about Bolt. Yeah. And he got involved. It was only a hand pass, but he controlled the footy that looked like it was going to go out. So good shot, very well orchestrated shot to the 10-yard square.
It's just another little example, though, with Bolton, that if you don't win it as the Lions, the initial clearance, and get it going forward, you still have to keep somebody goal side, because Bolton will get forward and want to attack out of that stoppage. He was able to do that, so you still got to contain him, even if you're going to back your teammates to win the clearance.
From the middle, McInerney, a big right-hand slap, releases Lyons, who picks up down low. A hand pass away to Neal. Neal kicks inside the 50, over the head of Fullerton. Grimes there, picks up under pressure. Got a hand pass to Mansell, a hand pass over his head to Bolton, another touch, so he's slightly coming into it now. Off to Ross. Ross kicks to the wing for Richmond. Oh, up goes Arts. He's collected heavily by Andrews. Free kick, Richmond, play onto advantage. And the target hit by Baker. Rewalt marks on his chest in front of Leicester. 47 from goal. And he's on about a 40-degree angle to the right.
Was that Jake Arts?
Yep.
You called that?
Yes.
That was outstanding, yeah. On the replay, just went back with courage. Created the contest, drew the free kick, and then Richmond players surged forward, taking the advantage. Well done, Jake Arts. Game number 31 for him, winning a lot of respect from his teammates.
Jack Rewalt, 300 games, 701 goals, and it will remain 701 as he misses on the right-hand side. Scores are level at Carrara. Friday night football. In the second term, we've been going 21 minutes. Alistair Nicholson, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse with you for Friday night footy at 6-4-40 apiece between the Tigers and the Lions.
Contested ball, Lingy, is heavily weighted in Brisbane's favour this quarter, and I reckon that's the reason why they got their early goals. It's now starting to shuffle back marginally, but the Tigers have got to, again, bring that hard work back.
So Rich to Birchall to Andrews, and now Starcevic. All short, sharp kicks. As he steps over the defensive 50, Starcevic, he drives it long from the attacking side of from the defensive side to the attacking side. McCluggage is tackled. He can't break free, and it will be a ball up. Lambert's in there, and Graham either side of Hugh McCluggage. He was never going to extract the Sherrin out of there.
Throw it up, quicker.
And Lambert, who had 10 in the first quarter, has had 1 this quarter. And there's another reason why. Another stoppage clearance for the Brisbane side.
So it'll be a free kick to Brisbane. And it just lands in. Grimes does well to keep it in play. Fullerton, quick hands to Neal. Neal dabs it over the top. That was clever. And Devon Robertson has marked within range. Inside 50 here.
He's been excellent, Devon Robertson. Hasn't had heaps and heaps of the footy, but just a couple of times has won crucial little handballs and one-on-one 50-50 balls. And then has snuck forward. And this should be his second shot at goal. He should have got a goal in the first quarter. Still waiting on that replay.
Yeah, it was denied a goal when Daniel Rioli looked like he might have been staging in the goal square but won the free kick. So Devon Robinson to put the Brisbane Lions back in front. Sharpie Shangle Distance not a problem. He is a classy kid. Brisbane by 6 points, 7-4-46. Richmond 6-4-40. Smallish crowd at Carrara, but they're full of voice, and they're watching a real arm wrestle unfold on Friday night footy.
Yeah, well, they've kicked this quarter 4 goals to 2. The worrying side for me, if I was a Tiger supporter, is that contested ball. It was level off in the first quarter, and it's like they need Lambert, Bolton and Cochin to win those in the stoppages. Well, they've gone off the boil, and the Lions have been able to get that by good ruck work for a start off, but also, as importantly, been able to, when they break with that clearance, there's no real solid defence by the Tigers in the stoppages, which is a real worry.
And Curvis is favoured by the bounce in the middle, took it and went to move it on, but the umpire called it back. So it will be thrown up. Now Curvis comes from the side, fends away from his opponent McInerney, palmed it down to Bolton, off to Parker. Kick inside the attacking 50. Rewalt in front, brought it to ground. Birchall going through. He's tackled by Rewaltz. They went successive years in the first round in the draft out at Tassie, those two. Birchall followed by Rewalt. A ball up 25 metres from goal. Lynch through his hands. McCluggage scrubs a little kick to Payne, who tumble punts out of defence. If this goes out, a problem here for Brisbane, but it's pursued near the boundary line. Rioli has kept that in. A hand pass off to Castagna. He's caught his hand pass.
Tackle.
He's holding the ball. I thought he got a hand pass out there, and now that has been overruled. So the umpire on the spot said holding the ball, and then the out-of-zone umpire overruled that umpire and said dangerous tackle. And yes, I think that's the right decision for the sling. It's a Castagna free kick.
I can't see where he hand passed it for a start.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't holding the ball. I don't know how he arrived at that conclusion in the first place, Mick.
No, well, clearly it wasn't a free kick. Hand was to the ball.
Castagna kicks to right half forward, short marks. Brisbane by a goal, 25 and a half played, second term on Grandstand AFL. Short inside the 50, up they fly, belted away. Danaher attempts to sock it clean, misses it. Arts was there. It comes the way of Cochin. His chip pass to the top of the 50 is marked by Pickett. He's about 53 from goal at left half forward. Bolton's a deep option, but he squares it up. Taken by Graham. Graham looks for Cochin, but he ignores that option coming forward. He's going to go long. Where are the Flyers? Where's Rewald? Up he goes! Yes, Jack from the side of the pack, as he's done for 300 games. Read it beautifully in the air and took it.
We've got two people who can read the play. You picked that one up before he marked it.
You could tell, Mick. He's in the left forward pocket. He's 20 metres out. He's on a tight angle. He'll attempt to curl it through on the right boot. Jack Rewalt does his job, as he's done time and time again for the Tigers. Scores level. 7-4-46 apiece at Carrara. Rewalt's got 2. And a big grin on his face. 26 played, second term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, you read it, Al. Jack Rewalt read it. I don't know what Oscar McInerney or Harris Andrews or multiple other Brisbane Lion defenders were doing when the ball was in the air. They were just left standing around.
The other thing is, though, Lee, I reckon because Lynch had such a big last half last year, last round when they played, Rewalt's run around the side and left all the defenders in line for the ball. It was smart play. He was never going to take the mark over the top. If you come from the side and jump over, I mean, he's got such a great leap. You can't replace experience, and that was just fantastic. Reading the play, outstanding.
Quick go around the grounds for the stats. Kelly Underwood, Mr. Brightside.
Number 3 for the evening, and we're still going. Here's number 9, taking it out of the centre. Lockie Neal bombs it long. Sydney Stack just tried to be a little clever there. Danaher was able to mop it up. Handballs back to Bailey. Got rid of Sydney Stack with a little sidestep, and then drives a penetrating kick, and a great mark by McStay. Man in front. He caught one high from Nankervis for his trouble. He read that beautifully in the air, did Dan McStay.
Yeah,
that was a terrific grab. Kept his eyes on the ball.
Absolutely.
So lining up for his second, he's gone the set shot, snap, and it's effective from the top of the goal square. And the quick reply from the Brisbane Lions, and now they're out by 6 points. We've got a game and a half unfolding on Grandstand AFL this evening. Brisbane 8-4-52, Richmond 7-4-46, and there's just under 3 minutes, Lingy, to play in this first half.
And again, Mick, we're seeing when Brisbane are able to get that ball through the middle of the ground, through a good clearance with a bit of time, and they can get it in there quick, these Brisbane Lions forwards are creating massive headaches for the Tigers' defence. We're used to seeing Richmond at their very best, just really well organised back there, just helping each other. One flies in the air, the other one takes the body. Well, Dan McStay did a heap of work. Fought through, I think Mansell it was, to get off and take that mark, and the other Richmond defenders weren't able to help out in the air. Really good work by Dan McStay, competing hard.
Bolter's the key position defender out of the side, but it's the area of the ground where they've been hardest hit. No Broad as well, no Flostone. Haven't got Basher Hooley, Richmond in that defensive setup. Asprey's here in defence, cleaning up the Brisbane clearance off to Rioli. He skids a kick to the wing position near the interchange, and Arts is knocked off it, and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Yeah, Asprey got taken up the ground, so he got taken out of the contest, which left the young fellow, what's his name, Garthwaite, and he just had no idea where to position his body in that.
From the throw-in, McCluggage gets it, strong tackle by Parker out towards McInerney, and there's another dangerous tackle. So Parker's tackle on McCluggage was a little overly vigorous, and that's the third we've seen paid for a dangerous tackle. That one probably
that one's
sure
not there.
about that.
I'm all for clamping down on those, but I don't think that one was one.
McCluggage from half-back kicks around the wing, and McCarthy's up to mark for Brisbane. Broadcast side 8-4-52 Brisbane, Richmond 7-4-46 approaching half-time.
McCarthy seen something he likes in the look of Fullerton it was, before Garthwaite comes in, left his man and spoiled it, knuckled that one, killed it over the boundary line.
And Oscar McInerney had snuck forward there by himself. They just couldn't quite identify it. Nankervis hadn't got there in time.
Boundary throw in, twirling ball back in play, 50 out. Nankervis punches it down in the Lambert direction, handball to Parker. It was pushed off it, it affected the kick at one bounce, and then it goes to Mitch Robinson, who just rockets it. And probably a good result for the Brisbane Lions in the end. It could have gone through for a behind, but it bounced end to end and then took a sharp left, and it's gone out for a boundary throw in. Only a metre or two out here for the Brisbane Lions. Nankervis easily beats Fullerton in the ruck. Not sure, he couldn't quite get his handball away. Lambert, classy. Sydney Stack just bombs long. There's one player in the bullseye, and that player is Harris Andrews, marks uncontested. So they'll send it back to the giant screen end of Carrara Stadium. Another hurry kick to the hot spot, deep into attack. Nankervis saves the day momentarily, saves what might have been a goal with a minute and a bit to play before interval at Carrara.
Lucky to get away with that. There's a bit of a shepherd in there too. Shepherded off McCarthy.
Kick to the wing. Got a good piece of it opposed to Lambert, couldn't hold the mark. It sort of feels like the score should be level at half-time. The way this match is going tonight, at the moment, Brisbane by a goal. Boundary throw-in, slightly Brisbane's attacking side of the Nerang River wing, outer side of the ground. Dustin Martin's been well held in this term, just the three disposals from the stoppage. McCluggage, a hand pass out the back to Neal, kicks round the body, Stack edged his opponent Cameron out. Grimes at the back under pressure, can't get a handle on the ball. Picked up by McCarthy, one arm pin there, almost chicken wing by Dave Asprey. And it will be a ball up at right half forward. It's just clung on.
Starcevic just appears that he's got hold of Martin and has had him for certainly this quarter.
McInerney the tap towards the boundary line, and Cochin can't keep it in. McCarthy was wringing out his arm quite a bit there after that.
It was in a vulnerable position.
It was an arm bar from David Asprey. 6 of the last 10 inside 50s for Brisbane, or 6 in a row of the last 10.
Holding, Brisbane.
They had the first in that run as well. Here's a free kick going Brisbane's way. So 30 seconds to go in the quarter. McInerney, a free kick out of the ruck, right half forward, 60 metres from goal. Brisbane by a goal.
And he just bombs it. It'll land in the right forward pocket. McStay's there, and it's fisted over the boundary line. All the experience in that pack of Grimes and Asprey. I said earlier, Damien Hardwick didn't look like there was any perspiration. Well, it's streaming down his face at the moment. After Richmond led by 7 points at quarter time, the Tigers trail by 6 points. Seconds left as Fullerton gets it down to Zorko. Oh, this will hurt if it goes through, doesn't get the distance, and Asprey marks right on the last line of defence. Joe Danaher will be the man on the mark that stands the mark. Joe Danaher kicked back-to-back goals to give Brisbane the lead at half-time, and it's the Lions by 6 points. 8-4-52, fighting back against the Tigers, 7-4-46. Richmond jumped out the blocks, basically hit the Brisbane Lions right between the eyes. Their pressure game was on. First 2 goals of the match. But that second term belonged to the Brisbane Lions. Danaher with 2 in that term. So the margin is 6 points. Goals to the Lions players, 2 each for McCarthy, McStay and Danaher. Singles to Robertson and Charlie Cameron. And for the Tigers, Jack Revolt in his 300th has 2. Marvior Chol 2. And singles to Graham, Dustin Martin, who's been well held so far, and Tom Lynch.
For Richmond, Camden McIntosh subbed out of the game after he injured his hamstring in the first quarter. So Jack Ross, the medical sub, is on the ground for the Tigers. Coming up during the halftime break, bring you an update on the fixture with announcements made around tomorrow and some changes made to the AFL fixture. So that coming up in just a moment. We'll get a British Open update as well. Things weren't doing overly well. Colin Morikawa has made a huge charge in the second round. Also the NRL scores from tonight. And you, 0437 774 774. Gail says it's a great game so far and I'm loving the commentary as always on a Friday night. Nice to see Mansell is playing well. He's had some good moments, Gail, that's for sure. Muzz in Dongara in WA. Hi guys, great commentary. Tipping a Tiger win, but just a quick note, the great Sergio Silvani, RIP, for all who love the great game, or from all who love the great game, I think Muzz means there. Regards, Muzz in Dongara. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that text and sentiment, Muzz. A giant of the game, Sergio Silvani. When you think about it, that era in Australia when there were so many Italians who'd migrated here out to Australia, many of them in Carlton post the Second World War, and he was a real link for them to immerse themselves in Australian culture. He was a champion footballer, the best and fairest in 1968 when Carlton won the premiership, and then decided to retire and become the runner before they lured him out of retirement in 1970 at about round 15, and he ended up playing in another premiership at the Blues. And of course the lineage speaks for itself, Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was living in Ballarat, young boy growing up, and it was always the old roles were ruck, and it was Nichols, ruck rover,
yep,
and the ruckman rested in the back pocket or forward pocket, and the ruck rover rested either or down the other end, and that was always Silvani, and a decent rover. And you have a look right through all the teams, and they always had that ruck and ruck rover. I mean, Nichols as a ruck was probably 6'1", 6'2". Silvani, in my eyes, always looked about 6'1", 6'2", but I don't know whether he was. And then, the impression always was bow-legged, playing in the wet, always navy blue all the way through, and just kept on getting the footy.
Socks down.
Socks down, definitely.
Long sleeves.
Yep. When you think about it, a great dynasty, and it hasn't finished by any long shot, and who knows. What boys are coming up next, and I say boys, and this is following through from Serge, but he had such a profound effect, I reckon, on the fact that the Italians barracked for Carlton, and not only because of him, because there are others, but he certainly cemented a lot of that. And it was very sad. It was sad news. I don't know exactly when he died. Apparently he was suffering from an illness for some time, but they seem indestructible, those people. And even listening to John Nichols talk, I look at him and think, oh yeah, he'll last forever, but he's got to be close to his 80s, I'm suspecting. So they don't last forever, but they leave such an impact.
Yep, huge legacy, huge legacy. 8-4-52, well said, Mick. Brisbane 8-4-52, Richmond 7-4-46 at half-time at Carrara. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse to assess the second quarter of football on Grandstand AFL, and they'll update a few scores from around the traps for you as well.
Lingy, inside 50s, 9.20. And we're saying it was an even competition. Clearances, 5.18.
Yep.
And that's a complete reversal of that first quarter. So Damien Hardwick can really look at something to change up, and has to change it up, because Dustin Martin is not getting away from a solid-bodied Starcevic at this stage. The way it looks, I know it's difficult for us to carry right across the ground. But the other important one was contested footy, 24-35. Some sides aren't contested beasts, but Richmond are. And if you're getting done 24-35 in that quarter, and you kick 3 goals and the opposite kick 5, you got off lightly, very lightly.
I could almost say with complete certainty, Damien Hardwick stormed into those rooms and went straight to his midfield group.
Has to.
That is where it was. For that quarter, the names Cochin, Bolton, Lambert and Martin, 4 of the very, very best, had a total of 11 disposals between the 4 of them. Lockie Neal and Hugh McCluggage, we said, were a little quiet in the first quarter. Neal had 11 himself in that quarter, and McCluggage had 8 in the quarter. 5 clearances between them. So those names of Richmond, those superb players who've done it time and time again to win premierships, they got obliterated in that quarter by the Brisbane midfield and the Brisbane clearances, which provided the opportunities for the Lions forwards. That's where it's got to be fixed up. There is so much pressure on the Richmond defenders in that second term, where they were just becoming reactive and looking for the body, trying to hold on. And that came from the middle of the ground. And that's the area that's got to be fixed up for the Tigers.
Well, it's absolutely spot on, Lee. I know you're a midfielder, so you understand it, but I got the arrow pointing at Lambert, who was so good in the first quarter, didn't kick the football. Bolton didn't kick the football. Cochin got 2 and didn't hand pass the football. Martin got 3 and didn't hand pass the football. So those stats, they're damning, because the midfield, Baker has a little go in there, but he only had 3. So you've got back, ruck, back,
and a winger.
A winger, a new player in, a new key back.
All of the leading possession winners in that second term for Richmond.
Yeah. Just for the listeners at home, there's a big screen we've got with the stats on it, and Mick Malthouse does literally have the mouse arrow going up and down. It's almost like he's doing a PowerPoint presentation for you, Lingy.
It's better than me writing. You wouldn't understand one word.
When we were organising where we were going to sit and everything like that before the game and all that, Mick just said, I'll take control of the stats here. He just drives the whole thing, just gets the mouse.
The votes, I'll do the stats.
Well, isn't that amazing? Right? Your nose will grow like Pinocchio.
No, Mick did offer. He said, I can sit wherever I like tonight.
And he chose he said, I'm going to sit next to the pretty one. So you missed out, mate. Sorry.
That's why I'm next to Al.
So when you have a look at those
We're
stats.
a bad duo.
You look at those stats. They were damning that quarter. They were absolutely damning. And if you're only a goal down and it's been damning, and you know where you've missed out, I reckon it's the mysteries that worry me as a coach. You go, why we're a goal down? Our good players are playing good. Our bad players, or our ordinary players, are playing accordingly. What can I do? I mean, as you said, Damien Hardwick, he doesn't have to go too far to look at it and go, hey, Trent, the pressure on you last week was enormous. And you know what? They're starting to get it right. You are not sustaining it. Dustin, you're letting this bloke, he is bullying you to the ball. And Lambert and Bolton, please get a touch, because you're not touching it.
And on the flip side, the Brisbane Lions, as good as they were that quarter, and they were terrific, it wasn't an even spread by the Lions.
No.
So Madden, Starcevic, Coleman had 2 disposals between them.
Yeah, well, Starcevic is doing probably a different role.
So I'm not bagging. It's just they're not finding heaps of football from the entire group.
Yep.
But what you need against a team that's throwing a fair bit at you, trying to be really physical and in your face, and are a really good team and have been in the past, is your best players to stand up and calm everything down.
Yep.
Neil, McCluggage, Zorko, Rich, these types of players all just held their nerve and stayed strong and played terrific football. And a couple of those other younger Lions players who are struggling so far tonight, they're not left out to dry and exposed because the top quality of the Lions are standing tall. whereas Richmond's top quality at the moment, especially in that second term, are well off the pace.
Yeah. Half-time at Carrara, Brisbane 8-4-52, Richmond 7-4-46. The Brisbane Lions were 7 points down at quarter time but kicked 5 goals to 3 in that second quarter. In the NRL, down the road at Robina Stadium tonight, Parramatta defeated the Gold Coast Titans 26 points to 8. Manly now leads St George Illawarra 24-14 through 54 minutes of that match. In the golf, Colin Morikawa, 6 under par through 16 holes of his second round, has taken the lead. He's at 9 under par. Second round of the British Open at Royal St George's. So he is leading by 3 as it stands at the moment from Daniel Van Tonda of South Africa. 4 under he shot today, so he's 6 under par along with fellow South African, the overnight leader Louis Oosthuizen, who's yet to tee off today in his second round. Jordan Spieth, the shot further back at 5 under. Along with Brian Harman, also of the USA. Those two have not teed off in the second round. Tony Finau has carded a 4 under par second round, so he's 4 under for the tournament, along with Corey Connors from Canada, Emiliano Grillo from Argentina, Mackenzie Hughes of Canada, who's not teed off today. Grillo 4 under today, just going down the leaderboard to find the first Australian. So Cameron Smith, the Queenslander, was 1 under par after the completion of the first round. He's still 1 under par. He did have an early bogey. He's actually made a couple of birdies, actually 1 birdie now, so he's even through 8 holes to get back to 1 under par for the tournament. 8 off the leader, Colin Morikawa. Adam Scott 3 under today through 8 holes and even for the tournament after a 3 over par in the first round. So he's the next best Aussie. Lucas Herbert finished even after a difficult start. He had a very good back 9 in the first round yesterday. Lucas Herbert, the Irish Open winner of a couple of weeks ago, he'll start his second round at even par tonight. So a lot to look forward to in the British Open. Grandstand AFL will duck off and get some more news from the ABC newsroom with the score here 8-4-52 Brisbane, Richmond at 7-4-46.
Good evening, Rachel Hayter with ABC News. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says there's been extraordinary improvement in compliance with lockdown rules in Sydney's southwest. Fairfield and surrounding suburbs remain New South Wales' worst affected COVID-19 hotspots, with residents in those areas making up most of the 97 confirmed cases today. Mr Morrison says he's pleased more people are complying with the stay-at-home orders.
And I thank all of those out in southwest Sydney. Can I particularly thank the multicultural community leaders in southwestern Sydney. You've done a sterling job working with your communities, religious and faith leaders and so many others. The compliance in southwestern Sydney has really turned around.
The New South Wales Health Minister says the government will provide whatever is needed to cleaners at Westmead Hospital after they refused to enter the COVID unit. The Health Services Union says cleaners at the Western Sydney Hospital are being denied access to personal protective equipment, have not received properly fitted masks and have been told they can't shower at the hospital before going home. Health Minister Brad Hazzard says the issues are being resolved.
I've indicated to the team last night that I'd like us to be as generous and as reasonable and as understanding of our health workers and err on the side of being supportive to the nth degree. And I'm told that that's what's happening. Whatever they want, they will have at the present time.
Nearly 9,000 Victorian businesses have had their applications for business support from the state government for the last lockdown rejected. State political reporter Richard Willingham.
As Premier Daniel Andrews announced the lockdown yesterday, emails and letters were being sent to 8,800 businesses, informing them that they did not meet the criteria for the Business Cost Assistance Program. Some businesses are furious and believe they are entitled to receive help. The government says applicants who believe an error has been made should make contact. It also says it's working with 22,000 businesses to finalise their applications. Mr Andrews is set to outline more business support programs at his press conference later today.
Afghanistan's embassy in Canberra has lashed out at the Taliban, accusing the militants of torturing and murdering civilians as they try to wrestle back control of the country. The Taliban has intensified its military campaign as Western forces withdraw, seizing vital towns and districts in the north and west. Afghanistan's embassy says it's compiled several videos of atrocities committed by the group, showing them brutalising and killing civilians. It says the Taliban is intent on reintroducing the strict Islamist emirate it established back in the 1990s. Western Australian police have charged a 40-year-old man over the Wooroloo bushfire, which tore through Perth's northeast earlier this year. The blaze destroyed 86 homes and burned more than 11,000 hectares of land. A total fire ban was in place at the time, and it's alleged the man did not take reasonable precautions to avoid starting a fire while using an angle grinder on his property. Acting Commander Tony Longhorn says the man has been charged with breach of duty and breaching the conditions of a total fire ban and is due to appear in court tomorrow.
The male was in charge or control of an ignition source, in this instance a grinder, and failed to take reasonable precautions to avoid lighting a fire that destroyed or caused damage to property. We're not alleging that the fire was deliberately lit.
The venom of one of Australia's deadliest spiders could soon be used to help treat heart attack victims. Scientists from the University of Queensland and the Victor Chang Cardiac Research Institute have found a peptide in the venom of the Fraser Island funnel web can block the death of heart cells. Professor Peter McDonald from the Institute says it could benefit stroke and heart attack victims, as well as preserve hearts for transplantation.
When the heart and the brain are derived of their blood supply and oxygen, there's a rapid build-up of acid, and that acid activates a death signalling pathway. What this peptide does is actually block the signalling pathway. It protects the cell from the death that would otherwise happen.
You are up to date, and you can get more news on our website, abc.net.au/news.
Be part of the Grandstand Sport team on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Search ABC Sport and see a world of great sport content for you to explore.
This year's Origin has been dominated by New South Wales.
Intercepted by Latrell Mitchell. Bye-bye, New South Wales, a 95-metre try.
Can Queensland salvage something from the wreckage?
Capewell's dummies and Trent Capewell's over.
Or will the Blues make it a rare clean sweep? The 2021 State of Origin Series on Grandstand Rugby League.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Gave it off. Virgil, long, high ball inside the 50. In front, Fullerton. Danaher nowhere to be seen. McCarthy knocks it out the back. Here's Danaher, picking a cherry, not flying, waiting patiently. And it bears fruit for Brisbane.
Dashing down the wing was Rioli, and the delivery inside 50 slapped down by Rich. Lynch is there. Handballs to Martin. Martin's kicked these freakish goals from the boundary before. This one will land at the top of the goal square. Scholl will soccer it through. Scholl's been watching the Euros.
Taken by Graham. Graham looks for Cochin, but he ignores that option coming forward. He's going to go long. Where are the Flyers? Where's Rewald? Up he goes! Yes, Jack from the side of the pack. As he's done for 300 games. Read it beautifully in the air and took it. Jack Rewald does his job as he's done time and time again for the Tigers.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Oh, I reckon if the Killers are taking royalties tonight, they're on a winner.
Do you reckon they
ground.
They need the royalties?
No, I think they can pass it up. I'm not sure we've got too much to offer in that department, but maybe the Queensland government who run all the stadiums. Carrara's been belting out Mr. Brightside every time Jack Rewald's kicked a goal. It was playing before the game as well, all part of the 300-game milestone celebration. More importantly, though, aside from the milestone, we've got a match. There's a goal the difference between Brisbane and Richmond at half-time. The players are taking their positions to start the second half. 8-4-52 Brisbane. Richmond 7-4-46 on Grandstand AFL. Richmond wins, they go back into the top 8 and hope to stay there with matches to come. The Brisbane Lions, they win this, they're guaranteed to be in the top 4 at the end of the round. Now, matches have been changed tomorrow, so St Kilda and Port Adelaide has been brought forward to 1:45. It was announced this evening. The middle game is the Bulldogs and the Suns from Carrara. That's the twilight game. And the Hawthorn-Melbourne game at the MCG has been moved to the night match, 7:25. So the footy kicks off tomorrow afternoon on Grandstand AFL with that clash between St Kilda and Port Adelaide. And that's now at 1:45. About to go in the second half on Grandstand AFL. The players are in their positions. It feels like a big hour of football coming up from Carrara. Kelly Underwood on Grandstand AFL.
Dusty Martin with just the 7 disposals in that opening half. Trent Cotchin to start in the centre for this one. The biggest lead for Richmond was 13 points late in the first term, and the biggest lead for Brisbane was 7 late in the second. Here we go. We're all set at Carrara, McInerney and Nankervis. And the bounce is perfect. It favours Nankervis. He thumps it to centre half forward. It skittles through a whole heap of players before Birchall runs onto it. He's tackled to the ground and the umpire says we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Tigers' goal. Jack Revolt stalking that deep forward line in front of the giant screen at Carrara. Tossed in the air. McInerney. McCluggage goes without it. Almost a chance for Bolton. A fumble nearly for Neil. Got it off to McCluggage and then Zorko. Tumbles it inside 50. Danaher meets it on the bounce. Gives it off to Cameron. He puts the afterburners on. Charlie with the outside bananas hit the post. A moment of inspiration and a moment of excitement for the Brisbane Lions, but they couldn't finish it off with the 6 points.
Kick in, marked by Graham on the back flank, but there's a Shepherd in the marking contest. Okay, it's a free kick to be taken by Pryor of Brisbane. He's 60 out at right half forward. He's looking laterally, not much there. He's going to send it in long towards full forward. Danaher felt like he was denied a run at the ball, but again, he just got moved very easily in the contest.
And argued about it. Don't argue about it. Just fight harder in the contest. That was an important ball.
Off to short, a hand pass to Ross, the medical sub on for Camden McIntosh, who did his hamstring. Kick goes beyond the wing towards half forward. Andrews picks up, runs into Arts. He's caught. Umpire watches, waits and says...
Yep, not even trying.
Oh, it eventually runs free of the pack. That went forever.
That should have been paid holding the ball.
Now the umpire's going to come and bounce. If it wasn't holding the ball, it had to be a ball up. It was none. It just... He lay there for basically had a nap.
Well, I had a cup of tea in that time, honestly.
Was it a good one, man?
Well, you made it, Kel.
Yeah.
Think you again.
So the answer's yes.
Yes, of course it's good.
Here's the Brisbane Lions. So trying to control it. Down there was Lyons. He goes without it. Lambert flicked it up. It was a throw. Yes, it was. Brisbane. So advantage paid. Here's a chance for McCarthy. A little give and go with McCluggage. McCluggage with the Shepherd allows McCarthy to pump it long. Here's a chance for Charlie Cameron. Rioli goes to ground. Steaming through is Bailey. How good is Zach Bailey? It looked like a one-on-one competition on the edge of the goal square before Bailey just swooshed on through and kicked the goal from the goal square. Brisbane now by 13 points. I think this is their biggest lead of the game. 9-5-59, Richmond 7-4-46.
Well, Liggy, I reckon the danger signs were in the first part of that quarter when Richmond had momentum and when the ball broke and fell back into let's call it Brisbane's side, there were no defending players behind. They were all forward. And even there, I reckon it was one-on-one, and that's what you want. At the very worst, you want the forward line is to have extra numbers. But secondly, is one-on-one. There was no added defences back there.
You're right, Mick. When we think of Richmond, it's that surge on numbers onto the loose ball. But if it gets turned back over them, even just 3 or 4 metres the other way, they're all the wrong side, and it's catching them out.
McInerney favoured by the bounce, but he knocked it down to Cotchin. Cotchin floats a kick out towards the wing on the Nerang River side. Spoil from Rich away from Arts. Rove by Ross. A hand pass to Cotchin. Off to Martin. Martin hand passes along the ground. It bounces up for Ross. He gives it back to Martin. Dusty on the burst. Kicks inside the 50. Nothing on the kick. And Birchall intercepts. Hand pass to Rich. Rich goes to the defensive side of the wing. And Brisbane through Bailey. And move it either back into the corridor, he looks. No, nothing there. Might be the long kick around the wing. Now the short one out very wide towards the boundary line, and Starcevic has taken the mark.
So Brisbane with possession. Dusty Martin has just kicked straight to the opposition, 20-metre kick.
Can't believe that,
You
Kel.
never ever see it, do you? It's so stark. So Starcevic went long to the pack, and now at ground level there's a little wrestle. Nankervis took an eternity to get down there. When he does, he's tackled by McStay. Bobbles up. Zorko dispossessed a Tigers player and then handballed out wide to McCluggage, who pokes it inside 50. Rioli reads it best. Has he had a solid evening down back, Rioli?
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing. He hasn't put them into attack. You'd like to go and see how many times he's had it inside 50, even as a runner.
Graham's kicked straight to Payne. Payne outmarked Parker.
Oh, good
Payne straight into the centre corridor. There's still a couple of kicks out. Here's Rich. Well, a couple of kicks for most, but for Daniel Rich, it's one into the left forward pocket. McStay flew. And there's no red jumpers at ground level as Nankervis handballs over the top to Graham. Graham's got a runner out wide. He feeds that handball off to Ross, takes on McInerney, bounces once, swings it back towards Martin. Martin with the little give off to Jack Graham, who started this, and in the goal square was Parker. Dropped it in the end, tried the toe poke. It's a loose ball inside the goal square, and Bolton is able to wrap up a Brisbane Lyons player in a tackle to make sure the ball does not leave the area, and that player is Pryor.
Well, they need a goal. That's to say the obvious. Richmond need a settler here.
They're slow to get there, the Lions. Nibs, no, they're just making it there now.
13 points the Brisbane lead. McInerney knocked it down to the top of the goal square. Bailey all clear for Brisbane. Composure beyond his years, but on this occasion he turned it over straight to the halfback flank to Nankervis.
Well, there was
cluttered forward line.
Richmond didn't have any crummers in that forward line for that stoppage, Lingy.
Chip goes to Asprey. Asprey at left half forward. He goes to the edge of 50, but not close enough for a shot at goal. Stack. Sydney Stack now to full forward. Out they come on the lead. There was a hole for Bolton and he marked on his chest. Opens up the angle and bends it through. Bolton needed to lift. And he hits the scoreboard. Richmond back within 7 points. 9-5-59 Brisbane. Richmond 8-4-52. We're at the 6-minute mark of the third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it was a bit of a miss kick, I reckon.
Yeah, well, it was.
That's right. And Bolton read it earlier, but Lions again will be disappointed they don't cover that sort of kick going inside forward 50.
See it a fair bit in the last couple of rounds in a lot of games where I remember Grundy coming out and taking a mark last week where he had a bit of a channel. People just don't. Just looking at the replay now, there's a gap between full forward on the line and say 15 or 20 metres out. You just run into it. So, but they definitely needed that to get back inside that goal because the game seemed to be drifting away from them.
So it was Richmond that jumped out the blocks, kicked the first couple, got out to a 13-point lead. Just the one lead change. Late in that second, it went to the Brisbane Lions, and now they've got it out by 7. But the Tigers are coming. Castagna to Bolton. Off to Short, who has a couple of bounces. No one's coming at him. And then that kick is disappointing. There was not a Richmond player anyway near it, and Harris Andrews will not get an easier relieving defensive mark to take.
Yeah, spot on, Kel. That was just a lazy, ordinary kick. A nothing kick. In fact, you'd wonder where Rewalt and Lynch were on that.
Kicks to Pryor, who kicks to Robertson, who kicks to Rich. All by himself at centre half back. Usually goes straight as an arrow, and it does. It can either be McCluggage or Zorko. Zorko got rid of a Tigers player. McCluggage mopped it up, brought it back to Madden, and now Bailey, who's a notable goal kicker, but he's offline on this occasion, and he just hangs that one out to the left.
Gee, it didn't end in the same result, but I thought I was watching a replay of that play against Geelong, where the same thing, Rich through the middle, the kick over the top, completely opened Richmond up. I think it was a McCarthy goal on that occasion, but they almost did the exact same play.
Oh, Short on kicking injured. He's very close to the boundary line, but he just was able to find his target. Stack on defensive 50. He goes out towards the broadcast wing. McInerney spoils it away from Nankervis. Neal and coming the other way. Mansell committed, won the ball and got a hand pass out. Martin had the arm pin, just got boots the ball, didn't go far. Ross perhaps tackled without it. Lyons gets it off to McCarthy. Slick hands away. They work it through their hands to Bailey. Off to Zorko. Zorko has a ping from 35 out and misses left.
He's had 3 half chances, Zorko.
Zorko with 3 behinds. Cameron Ling and a 9-point lead to Brisbane.
Just wonder when Brisbane break, where are the Richmond centre line? I reckon it's where they probably... I know he's not a great kick of the ball, but McIntosh gets back. He's off the ground and has been off for over half... Well, I guess he did it, halfway through the first quarter?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think they miss that type of player that can work behind the ball.
So Jaden Short on the kick-in, missed the target entirely. It's now a boundary throw-in. Half forward here for Brisbane. Castagna wrapped up by Zorko. Ball spills clear to McCluggage, who continues to lift. Out wide. Lyons goes to ground, and the boundary will beat the couple of Tigers players bearing down out there in Baker and Castagna.
I think it's the old saying, all duck, no dinner.
Yeah.
Where Richmond play at those mids are just surging. If they get it, great. But if they don't, it is wide open behind them.
Holding Richmond.
That's what I say about McIntosh. He is one player that does work, or did work behind the ball, and I reckon they really miss that type of player.
Boundary throw-in turns into a free kick for Chol. It was holding against McInerney. Chol to a one-on-one. It was Lynch v. Andrews. Lynch got his hand to it, couldn't mark it. Spinning out of trouble in there was Lambert, and now Bolton. Off to Martin from 45 out. Doesn't go for home. Dabs it towards Jack. A well-weighted kick. And Jack Revolt got on a real angle mid-air and takes a lovely mark on the edge of the goal square.
I think his opponent's saying he put his boot out.
Yeah.
Gee, that was a good kick by Dusty, though.
Wasn't it? So Revolt lining up for his 3rd goal. In his 300th game, started on 700. And he's top of the goal square, off a step or 2. It was typical Jack, and he's got 3 tonight, and he's keeping them in it. They trail by 3 points. Brisbane 9-7-61, Richmond 9-4-58 after 10 minutes of play in the 3rd.
It was another example, though, where Richmond got players forward of the initial congestion, and when it works and they get it to them, great. They get the shot at goal and fantastic, great play. If it gets flipped back the other way, that's where the Lions are getting through them. Playing like that, you know they're still going to be able to score, because when they do get through, great. But if the Lions can capitalise the other way, I think it's a Bolton who gets forward side again, and Dusty charges onto it, and they look absolutely first class when it gets to their side. But the Lions have just got to keep sticking to their guns and think, well, if we can reverse it and get it back the other way, we're going to get plenty of opportunities to score here ourselves.
Do you reckon that's... over the year that's happened? Like, it's just changed now. They don't win as much footy as they used to, so therefore now they're being opened up.
I think a little bit. They just can't quite sustain it as long. I think teams too know that all they've got to do is just flip it the other side by a few metres, and they're a chance. That's a great tackle.
There was a secondary ball up in the middle. Bolton took it. Lyons nailed him, holding the ball.
Stand.
Tried to take him on. Lyons gets the hand pass away. Starcevic kicks inside the attacking 50. McStay there. Garthwaite knocked it away from him over the boundary line, 25 metres from the Brisbane goal at the Nerang end of the ground. Richmond going to the big scoreboard end, the replay screen end, the open end of Carrara in this 3rd term. The margin is 3 points to Brisbane through 12 and a half minutes of the 2nd quarter on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Chol, the double-fisted tap down. Robinson takes it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Zorko. Hand pass over the head of McCluggage. He's near the boundary line. He does pick up. He's confronted by Baker. Goes towards the pocket with a kick. It bounces over Chol's head. Asprey there gives to Chol near the boundary line. Kadeem Coleman tackles him and pushes him over next to the right behind post. Boundary throw in Brisbane deep in attack. 9-7-61 the Lions. Richmond 9-4-58.
McCluggage has been great in this quarter. He's had 7 disposals for the Lions, and they're clinging on to that lead. 3-point margin in this 3rd term. McStay in front, gets it down only as far as Lambert. Howdenball's out wide to Arts. He was pushed by Robinson. He thought he kept it in. He tried hard. In the end, the boundary umpire said, "Nope, you went over," and Mitch Robinson with a big applause, clapping his hands. He's happy with that because they lock it deep inside 50.
The contested possessions are the same this quarter, so that's brought Richmond back in the game.
Chol straight down the throat of Arts, who hacks it, and there's no one home except Starcevic.
Danaher's got to fight here. Fight for position.
Starcevic just pokes it towards Danaher. Great spoil from behind. by Asprey, mopped up by Martin, gives it off to Grimes. Grimes' kick, it's a loose ball, centre-half back. Graham pounces, handballs out in front of Parker. Parker takes on Birchall, he's got the speed, he goes to ground. He didn't have the experience that Payne had it was. And that's a good result for the Brisbane Lions, and Payne played it well.
That's the one. Good call, Cal. That's where it's either got to be stopped or flipped back the other way. If Richmond keep that surging forward, that's a goal to the Tigers.
Ball up on the outer wing. Brisbane by 3 points midway through the third quarter. Lovely tap down McInerney to Lyons, who gives it out the back to Pryor. His left foot kick intercepted by Grimes, who's too tall for Zorko in that marking contest. He's got it defensive side of the Nerang River wing. Has one going round the back, but Grimes elects to go with a high one, an overly long one. McInerney punches it away from Lynch. McCluggage gets it near the boundary line. His hand pass put Birchall in a bind, and he's buffered it over the boundary line. Centre wing outer side of the ground. Oh, this is a tense battle at the moment. 9-7-61 Brisbane. Richmond 9-4-58. The Tigers looking to claw their way back into the 8. Brisbane looking to hang on to a top 4 spot.
So here's a chance for Brisbane as it comes back into play. Skies the ball on the outer wing. Beats Coleman. Coleman will go again. Garthwaite underneath. Wins a free kick. It's against McStay. So Garthwaite gives to Martin. Has a bounce. Looks towards Revolt charging out. Harris Andrews thought he'd scooped it up. Revolt gave it to Andrews in the end. Andrews went the fend off. I think it was too high on Bolton.
Yep.
Is this going to be a free kick to Shea Bolton? No, it's not. Damien Hardwick doesn't like the call. It is. It's not a free kick to Bolton.
Oh, see that again.
So Harris Andrews.
The umpire definitely said high.
Yeah, is lucky.
Maybe high to Andrews, but it didn't look like it, given Andrews was the one who, he fended.
So Brisbane with possession in the back half. They've got that lead by 3 points. Up the wing where the intercept mark's taken by Grimes, and he's going to quickly move it. All by themselves is Bolton. Centre half forward to the fumbling Lambert. Lambert brings it back to Jack Graham. He's 50 metres out. He steadies and he pokes it towards Shea Bolton. And Shea Bolton will get his set shot now. He should have had it a minute ago, but he gets it now. Just having a replay of the incident, Lingy.
Let's have a look. Oh, yes, it did go high, but I thought...
They were both high.
They were both high. I feel like I've been repeating myself all night. Joe Danaher got moved out of the way again too easily. Richmond get an intercept mark, goes back in. Bolton's having a shot at goal. Got to be better than that. Got to be stronger.
He's lining up for his second goal and a chance to put the Tigers back in front. I'm not sure what the thought process was in that set shot, but the right leg just swinging out kept it low and it missed.
I'll tell you who's keeping him in the game. Grimes has been outstanding so far this quarter, but that is a shocking kick for goal.
Brisbane Lions by 2 points.
A highly skilled player too, Mick. Birchall brings the ball back into the main grandstand side. The broadcast side, Chol up over the back if McInerney takes the mark. The Tigers are having a few good minutes. Can they find a target inside 50? Good spoil Payne. Knocked it over the boundary line. Left forward pocket for the Tigers down at the open end of Carrara. A 2-point lead to the Brisbane Lions. We've played 17 minutes of this third quarter on Grandstand AFL. Brisbane led by a goal at half-time as it's thrown back in off the hands of McInerney. Taken without it, Baker. Gathered by Lynch. Snaps towards goal. And the goalkeeper's back in Harris Andrews. So the umpire, Dean Baker, had played for the free kick. Kick goes towards Kadeen Coleman, who didn't mark but did gather and evaded a tackle. His hand pass no good. Ross over it. Knocked off it by Pryor. And then lost it to McCluggage, who kicks towards the wing and finds Cameron with strong hands in front of Grimes. That's a very fine mark. Centre wing out aside.
He's looking for the corridor. He wants to bring it back inboard. Eventually he does. It's a short, sharp pass, working the angles by foot to Zorko, spinning the Sherrin in his hands.
I haven't been prepared to take it as quick, though, this quarter from here.
So slow and steady. He's forced to flare it wide where Devon Robinson gets a little bit of separation on Baker. Wheels around. He's a long way from home. Where is Oscar McInerney? Almost a one-handed. Put the right mid out. Danaher's there as well. Danaher steals it away from Coleman. They muck it up. Ross, the sub, over the top to Baker. Fumbling it there was Cochin. Couldn't get a clean kick away. and right up against the boundary line. Jack Graham's able to tackle Pryor over the line, the boundary line.
I think it's sort of about Richmond have wrestled their way back into this game. They've tightened everything up, particularly around the stoppages.
So we've gone 20 minutes in this third term. It is Brisbane by 2 points. A free ball, a loose ball, pouncing on it on the outer wing is Bolton. He's got Revolt there, he can use him. That's a clever kick, and Revolt going back with the flight as he's done already so spectacularly this year. Takes a mark, and what about the connection and the presence of mind between Revolt and Shea Bolton? Bolton swooped on the wing.
And that was the product of just tap on, keep the ball moving forward with runners galore. And you're right, nice execution by Bolton and Revolt.
Come from a stoppage, Lee.
Yeah. They
So
fixed that up big time.
Lining up for his fourth goal at the giant screen end of Carrara. There are no fans behind the goals, but it doesn't matter because the 300 milestone man is single-handedly keeping them in it. Richmond back in front by 4, 10-5-65. Brisbane 9-7-61. And we've got just 6 and a bit to play before three-quarter time.
Oh, just brilliant play all the way along there. It started from the stoppage. It was a typical Richmond ball. It wasn't a clear getaway, but they put the ball going towards their goal, run onto the football, as you say, Lingy.
Yeah, that tap from Lynch.
Yeah, everything was all forward. So when everything's all forward, it's predictable. You just run forward, you get forward, and you get numbers forward. And that's been their undoing at times when the ball doesn't come off. But today, or that instant there, it come off beautifully. And you couldn't get any better hands than Revolt.
If you're winning it,
yes, right,
and you're able to then surge it on to numbers, great. It's when the Lions are able to get their hands and get it going back the other way, that's their chance. But they're not at the moment. Tigers are doing it well.
Nankervis the tap. There's a free kick for holding in the middle of the ground. It will go to Nankervis.
Well, that's a disappointing decision because I reckon Nankervis comes across the line and McInerney's forced to grab him.
Hand pass to Short, uses his left boot to send it inside the 50. Andrews peels off and takes front position on Cholden marks. So Jack Riewoldt kicked 5 against Brisbane in 2011. That's his best against the Lions, and now the 8th time he's kicked 4 goals against Brisbane. Kick to the wing. There's holding in the marking contest. A Richmond free kick, and Nankervis being held again. He goes with a short ball and finds Baker. Baker near the AFL logo. Wanted to play on, but Martin was in the road of the man on the mark, so he has to come back. Kicks out towards the boundary line. Short, another possession. Uses his right boot to thump it long this time. Up goes Bolton high. Couldn't take the mark. It's off hands. Over the boundary line. Left forward pocket. Richmond in attack with a 4-point lead at the 22-minute mark of the third.
This is danger time for the Lions. The Tigers are all over them at the moment. If it just breaks a little bit and a couple of goals here to the Tigers, they'll go in with so much momentum into the last term.
3-1 in this third term in favour of Richmond. McInerney takes it out of the ruck. Just kicks it as far as he possibly can. It's a loose ball now in the centre of the ground. Nankervis is there to Rioli. Rioli to Short. Short goes high and flying and misjudging it in the end was Starcevic. Rich is wrapped up in a tackle by Baker.
And the barometer for the Lions at the moment is Lachie Neale. 2 handballs this quarter. Had 11 touches in the second term. 4 in the first. Richmond have outplayed them in the first and third quarters.
Yeah, Richmond won the first, Brisbane the second, Richmond the third. Play on advantage. Dusty's got it at centre half forward and expertly works it to Mabior Chol, who lost his opponent, Harris Andrews. And Chol's lining up for his third directly in front, Mick Malthouse.
Oh, well, it was a fantastic stoppage, but again, Harris Andrews loves to back what's going to come in, but he forgets to tail his man in, and this is where Lynch is off the ground, I think. If he's not, then yes, he is. He's off the ground, so therefore they swap their ruckman through there, and that forces Andrews then to have to different opponents.
So Mabior Chol to extend the lead to 10 points in the shadows of three-quarter time. What a night for Mabior. He started in the ruck. He's kicked 3 goals. And Richmond now back out by 10 points in the blink of an eye. 11-5-71, Brisbane 9-7-61. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Leang on Grandstand AFL.
Mick, we thought at half-time Damien Hardwick goes bang straight to his mids.
Yeah.
fix it up. Absolutely rubbish second quarter from them. They've done exactly that. I wonder if Chris Fagan's got to do the same thing to his Brownlow medalist, his superstar midfielder Lachie Neale. As good as he was in the second quarter, he will not want to see that stoppage ever again.
No.
He got side by side on Martin, out-bodied completely, and then just gave up on it because he thought a free kick was going to be played. Martin said, thank you very much, I'll take all sorts of room. He got destroyed by Martin at that stoppage. Got to be better than that.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I'll add on to the kick there, Lingy. I reckon Andrews loves a big-name player. Chol goes down there, lynches off, he takes it easy, takes a step back, and he doesn't man up like he should.
Nankervis the tap down to Martin, who runs into Robinson, fells him. Robinson bounces up like the inflatable clown, and Martin not up so quickly. Out it comes wide to the wing. Ross kicks inside the 50 for Richmond. Rewald in front, one-handed, couldn't mark. Starcevic clears for Brisbane. Back towards the wing. Garthwaite spoils away from Lyons. It's over the boundary line. Martin is still down in the middle after that collision with Mitch Robinson. I suspect the sore shoulder or hip point of the hat.
Hip point, I reckon.
Yeah. Oh, he's a bruising campaigner. Both of those players. It looked like Robinson had been felled.
You know what? I don't
more
know
heavily, and he bounced back up.
I reckon it could be the lower rib.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Mick. So now Rich, as the boundary throw-in on the outer side goes high. McStay couldn't work his way in front. It comes the way of Jack Ross. His handball was risky. Mitch Robinson, he's absolutely felled the Brownlow medalist in Dustin Martin, and now he's playing like a man possessed. He loses it. Stack's got it. Gives it off to Castagna. Oh, he burned a couple of players here, and then he goes the banana from the pocket and misses Castagna.
Selfish.
He had dust coming from his heels as he took off in that right forward pocket. Just having a look at the replay, it feels like there's only one man in the AFL that can bring Dusty Martin down, and that is Mitch Robinson. No fear, Dusty is still down in the centre of the ground.
I reckon that rib cage is really taking a big, big hit.
They are all over the lines at the moment, though, the Tigers.
Brisbane in defence. Jared Lyons to Starcevic. Starcevic goes short. Still at fullback. Birchall will try and bring them outside defensive 50. Martin's left the field. So that's a concern, and he is wincing in pain after being down on his haunches for a long time in the middle. Back to Starcevic. Comes to the back flank. They're threading some possession together. McCluggage pushed as he kicked around the wing. It might be coming back. Mansell's up to take the mark. He's played well for Richmond tonight.
He's been all right. He's a really nice young kid. He seems to get where the ball is. He's got a great deal of courage, puts his head right over it.
Off to Short. Short back to the AFL logo. The manning up from Brisbane is not really an acceptable level at the moment. Nankervis was on his own. He comes back to the wing. 2 free Tigers here.
Yeah, Richmond are all over this. They got to go for the kill. Can get a couple of goals to finish this quarter.
Back infield to Mansell. Martin's in the room, still hunched over like in serious discomfort. Inside 50. Rewald pushed out by Starcevic. Rewald's free kick 45 metres from goal. And he's a chance to kick his 5th. Martin is using the handrail to help himself up the stairs in the Richmond change rooms. That's a very disheartening sight for Richmond.
Yeah.
So Jack's a chance to make it 5 from almost directly in front. He'll have to kick it about 52 metres. The Richmond spearhead. 10 times the club's leading goal kicker. A man who has brought energy every time he's gone out on the ground, who's craved big moments. This is a big kick. One he struck very well for 5. Oh, Mr. Bright-Eyed, Jack Rewald with the nostrils flaring, the eyes popping, and the big smile as he celebrates. A handful in his 300th game. Richmond 12-6-78, the biggest lead of the match. Brisbane 9-7-61. It's out to 17 points at the 28-minute mark.
5 to 1, Lingy, and you don't want to put it down to one thing, but it's clearly around the stoppages and the contested football, which were absolutely diabolic in the second quarter. They've outdone the Lions totally in those 2 components. Even with Martin now off the ground, that's going to be interesting to see if he comes back on, because he does attract a decent player. But that's a complete reversal. Inside 50s 10-15. That was horrible in the second quarter for the Tigers. Clearances just up, but they're up. So it's an interesting couple of minutes now for the Lions.
Yeah, they're not done yet, the Tigers. They'll get another one here.
Been a spark plug tonight, Jack Revolt. They've kicked the last 5 and they're going to take it out of the centre. Nankervis spots the kick, kicks it sideways to Cochin. Cochin draws the defender and then he can give it off to Rioli, that loping style, looking for Bolton. Revolt stayed down. His opponent, Lester, was able to swoop. And now they go. This is Danaher who's got it across half back. Handballs to Bailey. He's got himself in a pickle in the middle of the ground. There's no real flow and rhythm. Over to Neil, and Neil out wide to Rich. Rich delivers perfectly to Cameron. And Cameron's on a 45-degree angle. He'll need to kick it a step inside 50. And he puts his left hand up to say, hold it, and then he points to the goals and says, I'm going there.
He didn't have the distance earlier on in the game from about here, but he looks confident this time. Took some nice vision there to get through. I thought Richmond were going to swarm all over them again and score another one. This would be huge on the three-quarter time siren.
18 seconds left. Huge indeed. Revolt at one end, Charlie Cameron at the other. The two big stars either end of the ground standing up and delivering on the biggest stage under the brightest lights. And a bounce in the centre, probably not even time for a possession. And they get it back within 11 points, Brisbane. 10-7-67. Richmond lead at 12-6-78. And talk about an uplifting moment on the stroke of three-quarter time for Brisbane.
Completely against the run of play. Richmond all over them and nearly created another opportunity going forward. And then some nice bit of vision. Lockie Neal spotted Daniel Rich, and the kick was good too. It meant that he could see upfield. He didn't have to stop and prop and go back behind the mark, and got it to Charlie Cameron, and that is a big goal. He knew it. Off the boot, celebrated it. Great goal.
This has been a thoroughly enjoyable game of football, and maybe Brisbane will come again in the last quarter. We saw last week Collingwood kick 7 goals to 1 in the last quarter to beat Richmond. The Tigers at three-quarter time, season on a knife's edge. 11-point leaders, Richmond, after an excellent third term. Richmond in that quarter kicked 5 goals to Brisbane's 2. 12-6-78 the Tigers. Brisbane 10-7-67. Jack Riewoldt in his 300th game has been superb for Richmond. He kicked 3 goals in that third term alone. He has 5 for the match. Third time this season he's kicked 5. He now has 41 for the year. It's his best return since 2018 when he kicked 70 goals. 3 goals to Mabior Chol. That's a career high equal for him. He kicked 3 against the Saints back in 2019. Singles to Martin, Lynch, Bolton and Graham for Richmond, while for Brisbane 2 goals to Joe Danaher. Both came in quick succession as the Lions started their second quarter surge. 2 goals to McCarthy, 2 goals to Cameron and singles to Robertson. 2 goals to McStay as well, a single to Robertson and Bailey. Three-quarter time at Carrara. Brisbane needs to win tonight to be certain of being 4th at the end of the round. Richmond needs to win to go into the AFL's top 8 and then hope results go its way as the round progresses. 12-6-78 plays 10-7-67. Richmond over Brisbane. Concerns though for Dustin Martin as he left the field in that third term after a heavy collision with Mitch Robinson. Looked in serious discomfort around the rib, perhaps even kidney area for Dustin Martin. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Year 5, everyone else did their talk, and then I got up with my picture and I said, this is my auntie Juanita. She was murdered by the King's Cross Underground. And then I sat down.
It was 46 years ago.
Sydney journalist Juanita Nielsen disappeared.
Now Kieran McGee has started looking for answers.
There were killers. There were corrupt police. And there were people who wanted Juanita out of the way.
Hear Unravel True Crime Juanita on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
McCarthy, a little give and go with McCluggage. McCluggage with the Shepherd allows McCarthy to pump up long. Here's a chance for Charlie Cameron. Rioli goes to ground. Steaming through is Bailey. How good is Zach Bailey?
Sydney stack now to full forward. Out they come on the lead. There was a hole for Bolton and he marked on his chest. Opens up the angle and bends it through.
Play on advantage. Dusty's got it at centre half forward and expertly works it to Marbior Chol. So Marbior Chol to extend the lead to 10 points in the shadows of three-quarter time. What a night for Marbior.
Inside 50. Rewald pushed out by Starcevic. Rewald's free kick 45 metres from goal. The Richmond spearhead. 10 times the club's leading goal kicker. A man who has brought energy every time he's gone out on the ground, who's craved big moments. This is a big kick. One he struck very well for 5.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Three-quarter time at Carrara. Richmond 12-6-78 leading Brisbane 10-7-67 on the SMS 0437 774 774. Thank God for the tank being back. It's freed up Marbior big time, says Martin in Bondi. Fran from Melbourne. Hi team, loving the call and commentary. I would like Brisbane to win. Still euphoric from the win over the Tigers last week. She says go Pies. Thank you, Fran. Martin in Bondi, I remember your call in that game against the Sydney Swans a few years ago. Kelly, can you bring the Tigers home in this? Says Martin, I remember that. What was it? Tigers fans dare to believe? Something along those lines. It was a brilliant call that day from the SCG when they came from nowhere. The Tigers, and a comment around Sergio Silvani, who we were talking about during the halftime break, and our condolences to the Silvani family. My nana knitted me a navy blue footy jumper complete with a collar, and Mum had to sew on a plastic number 1 from Coles back in the days when you made your own jumpers, Mick. Now they cost $150 in the shops. R.I.P. Serge Silvani, my very first football hero, from Marcus in South Melbourne. Thank you for your thoughts, Marcus. 0437 774 774. We'll get the thoughts now of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with a crucial half hour coming up on Grandstand AFL.
It's easy for us to talk at halftime, Mick, and say Richmond need to fix up the middle of the ground, the clearances, etc., etc. But it's another thing to go and do it so well. Gee, they were impressive, Richmond. The way they fixed up the key area to the whole game. They fixed up the contested ball, they fixed up the clearances, they got dangerous ball, and they gave their forwards great looks at the ball because of what they did through the middle of the ground. Now, Dusty Martin's injury might impact that because Martin was very good in that third term, but they fixed it up and they look such a good team, Mick, when they're playing that type of footy through the middle of the ground.
Oh, absolutely. Just getting to Martin, the third quarter he had 8 possessions, 2 contested possessions. Just look at his clearances. So he only had the 1 clearance, but it's his presence there that makes it it makes it so good for Richmond. I think this game is still. Look, I wouldn't like to be predicting one way or the other. The Tigers have got the momentum, but have they now got the manpower? Because there's going to be one who've lost McIntosh, and they also could have lost Martin. I think you said it when we said about Richmond doing it. Now it's the turn of the Lions to look at what they've got in front of them and say, okay, look, this is what they've done. What can we now do? And start to challenge a few of those players, because we know they can play footy. And it's just appears to me, Lingy, that the direct clearances has such a bearing on the scoring in this game, because neither of them seem to be overly, I don't say efficient, because they're very efficient as far as backline plays, but they are exposed when they get that ball in there quickly into each other's backline.
And Brisbane have got to know that Richmond are going to play a certain way. Surge, run on, do it, numbers forward and all that. It's got to be either stopped, halved, 50-50. A stoppage is a good result.
Yeah.
Or flip back the other way on their attacking side, and they will catch Richmond out.
Yeah.
That's their opportunities. But Richmond did it so well in that third quarter.
Absolutely nothing can be left in the tank for Richmond in this final turn. They lead by 11 points, and out of the middle, Cochin tapped it to Bolton. Bolton kicks to full forward. Lynch fell over, and Andrews marks. He's got that key match-up back, Mick, and he's got the bit between the teeth again. Andrews goes to the right back pocket. Madden for Brisbane. Short pass.
4 metres.
Yes, he's paid to Neil. Fewer metres than the number on his back, that's for sure, number 9. Out towards Zorko, that's the required number, 15. Dane Zorko at right half back. Kicks around the wing for Brisbane to the centre of the outer side. McInerney knocked it down. Robinson taken down without it, but threw a bit of mayo on it, and the umpire thought that he was playing for the free kick when he probably deserved one. It comes to Arts. Arts a high ball inside the 50. Rewalt's up. Can't mark. Andrews the spoil. Rich the rove. Hand pass out. Madden by hand to Birchall. Birchall clears to the back flank. McCluggage has got the sit on Pickett, rises and marks. Left half back for Brisbane, who trail by 11 points a minute into the last quarter.
McCluggage cuts it back through the corridor where Mitch Robinson marks, and then he goes short. Zach Bailey marks. Attacking side of that centre circle. Still no sign of Dusty Martin. He's off injured. McCluggage followed up his good work, accepted the handball, kicked out to Zorko, and now wide. This is Neil, and McCluggage kept running and running and running. Closing late with good speed was Ross. Made sure McCluggage didn't take the mark. Just got the fingertips in. But what about Hugh McCluggage? Yeah. And he has covered every blade of grass out there tonight, Lingy.
Great call, Cal. He took that first mark under pressure, then followed up, and nearly took that mark inside forward 50. She's been good tonight.
Lions in attack to the big scoreboard end. Knocked down by Nankervis. Rove by Neil off to Zorko. Standing start 45 metres out. Kick towards goal across the face. And Grimes drops a sitter. And it spills out of play over the boundary line. Uncontested chest mark. He might have just taken his eye off it at the last second, and it spilled out over the boundary line.
He was thinking of what type of glass of red he was going to have after the game to celebrate his 30th today.
About as disappointed there, I reckon, as when some other kid blows out your birthday candles. Thrown back in, Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. He's immediately tackled. Ripped away by Mansell. Gave to Koch and tries the barrel out of defence. A bouncing ball. Lynch is there, knocked away from him by McInerney. Taken by Starcevic. He's taken by two Tigers. Parker and Pickett, the South Fremantle Bulldogs products, nailed him in the tackle, and it's a stoppage. Left half forward for Brisbane. Richmond by 11 points. 3-minute mark, final quarter.
Dusty Martin still off the ground. No sign of him. He looks like he's got some serious rib issues after a collision with Mitch Robinson in that third term. Here's McCluggage again. Tackled by Castagna. Robinson charges through. Just tries to roll through a couple of Tigers. One of them was Jack Graham. He's made of tough stuff, and he said, "You're not getting past me."
Incorrect disposal, surely, by McCluggage, was it?
In no prior opportunity, so he just had to have a try. That's the strangeness of the rule sometimes.
Flicked up in the air. Nankervis wins it in the air at ground level. Now comes through Castagna. The kick bounced off the chest of Neil. Was a tough one to read. McCluggage has got it. He's sat on.
They're the balls, though, that have either got to be stopped like that or going back the other way, because if Richmond get them through, they've already got numbers spitting forward.
So McInerney down to Birchall on the broadcast wing. It'll be a bouncing ball. Can Danaher juggle it? He's got Asprey for company. Going out without it was Bailey. And Mansell gets a little fingertip in there and just paddles it over the boundary line. So it'll be thrown in at half forward here for the Brisbane Lions. Richmond by 7 at quarter time. Brisbane by 6 at half time. Richmond by 11 at three-quarter time. And they've got that lead early stages of the fourth.
Nankervis dropped it down in front to Neil, who's then tackled. Dragged down by Baker.
Oh, Nankervis just got Neil.
Didn't like it.
Yeah. No, they're not going to pay anything, but that's what Nankervis does, and that's why their teammates love him.
Roughed him up.
Oh, that would have hurt. Neil was lying on the ground.
From the stoppage, Dev Robertson gets it clear for Brisbane, tumbles it inside 50. Mansell's tap, almost to Bailey. Going through short, taken without possession by Coleman. Play goes on. Bailey worked it to his own advantage. Got through a tackle, snapped and missed. Oh, you almost put down your glasses when Zach Bailey's in that situation. To create the opportunity was brilliant, but he couldn't finish it off. And the margin is 10 points now.
Grimes has gone straight down the ground. The umpire said it's centre half back. It's a free kick paid. So Stack gets it, kicks it long. Arts marks left half forward here for the Tigers. He marks uncontested as they flood back. He put plenty of air in that kick and allowed Jack Ross, the sub, to run onto it and take a mark. And this is a very big kick for the substitute Lingy. He's on a tidy-ish angle and he'll need to kick it from 50.
It'll be a big kick. Was that front on contact, that free kick paid back at defensive 50 for Richmond? Because I thought Mitch Robinson turned his body beautifully, contested the mark fairly. Shouldn't have been a free kick, but they're going to have the shot, the Tigers.
This will make life tough for Brisbane, but it's straight off the side of the boot. Still a live ball before Harris Andrews is able to connect with his right fist over the goal line. So Richmond now by 11 points. Biggest lead of the night has been Richmond by 17 This should be played in front of a heaving 80,000 at the MCG. We wouldn't be able to hear ourselves even talk, Al.
Rich down the middle, yes, absolutely. The tension inside the ground would be immense at the moment as Richmond's desperately trying to hold on and win this game and hold on to some hope in the season that has really been falling apart of late. A mounting injury toll, racking up the losses. Baker received it in the middle, kick forward inside 50. Lynch crashed the pack, couldn't mark. Castagna went through without it. McCluggage had it, lost it, slung in the tackle by Bolton. We've seen 4 of those dangerous tackles tonight. And McCluggage isn't getting up overly quickly. He's going to have the free kick in the left back pocket. Now, the worst of those tackles, he hit his head there, McCluggage. You can understand why he stayed down that extra moment. The worst of those tackles was earlier on when Toby Nankervis slammed Danaher, something that's sure to be looked at by the MRO. Out of defence come Brisbane, but over the top, Chol reaches over McInerney, which is not an easy task, and marks it right half forward for Richmond.
This is the best game of his career.
Yeah,
Joel.
the athleticism he's shown tonight. What's he kicked? 3?
Yep.
So he goes long. He can't kick it from here, but he can send it towards Lynch, who's had a very quiet night up against Harris Andrews, and he's not happy. He's irate, Tom Lynch. Just push and shove, a few little jumper punches in there with Harris Andrews.
Well, he's not breaking off him, and he's an easy target. He's got a lead on him.
Ball went over the boundary line. It's flicked back in. Lynch has just been pushed off it in the ruck. He gets a free kick. And he finally, for all his effort, he gets a free. Steam coming out of his ears, Tom Lynch. Hasn't kicked. He kicked the first goal of the night. Barely been cited since then, but this one shouldn't be a problem, only 20-25 out.
I'd love to see it again. I reckon he's I don't know if there's a free kick in that. That is no free kick.
There was 2 ruckmen who weren't in the right position to start with where the ball was going to land, and they got in a bit of a tangle.
Yeah.
So a dubious free kick could give Richmond a 17-point lead in this final term. Lynch is in front. Straight as an arrow. It's out by 17. And it is a game equal high, this margin. And that makes life very tough for Brisbane. Brisbane 10-8-68. Richmond 13-7-85.
Well, it makes it hard, Kel, because we've got Neil. Well, we've only gone a few minutes, but Neil and Zorko and McCluggage, for that matter, are getting the football. But inside 50s are around about even, aren't they? Well, 5-2. So for all the ball that the Brisbane midfield have got, it hasn't equated to inside 50. So the Tigers have done very well. Here's Martin coming out now, and I don't think he's coming back on the ground in a hurry either with a tracksuit top on.
No. He's got the footy jumper off and just the tracksuit on.
He's been made to look mortal or human here. I do not remember the last or ever seeing Dusty Martin grimace, but he's in so much pain in the rooms at the moment. You can see it still, Al.
Yeah, it's the kryptonite for the superhero, isn't it? The way that he looked when he was involved in that collision with Robinson earlier, down on his haunches for a good minute or two. So he's back on the bench. Camden McIntosh subbed out of the game after he did his hamstring in the first quarter. So this would be heroic for Richmond to win this game and keep the season alive with 2 on the bench and their best player, perhaps the best player of a generation, not out there. The Tigers go inside 50. Rewalt's out there, can't mark. It's rode by Castagna. He's immediately tackled and dragged down 30 metres from goal. Everything against Richmond. Injury toll, form. Even those who had such a bank of trust established in what Richmond could do were wavering. Bolton top of the 50, sharks it off the pack, scrubs a kick, it ricochets back to him, off a body or two, gave to Chol, broke a tackle, goes from 50, surely not Marbior, a career high 4, and maybe Richmond's home. This has been monumental, and Chol's had a breakout part of it. Richmond 14-7-91, Brisbane 10-8-68. 10-minute mark final term. Chol from 50 kicks his 4th and maybe gives Richmond's season a significant kick.
Fantastic. Now, I'm led to believe that he's uncontracted, and the word from the Tigers, quote, if he we won't stand in his way. I reckon that might be
It's about to change, I think, in about 13 minutes' time.
Well, funny enough, there might be a few clubs now starting to line up because his athleticism, his ability to play the role, like whether it be forward or ruck, he's been fantastic tonight.
Oh, great scenes on the bench. The replay after that goal. Dustin Martin's back out there. He's ginger, but he's standing upright and he's high-fiving everyone. They're almost celebrating on the bench there like they've won the premiership, Lingy. Now Chol's doing it everything.
Great hit too.
Yeah, he's in the ruck. He's slapping it down. Brisbane, inside 50 it went. Payne got it. It's a high up and under. Bounced off the chest of Pryor, almost to Baker. Pryor follows up. Now he leaves it for Starcevic to try and work his way through in. He was tripped and caught one high as he slipped. Time is against them. He fires it out to Zach Bailey. Fullerton marks on the outer wing. Richmond by 23 points. It's the biggest lead of the evening. And now the kick towards Danaher. And Asprey worked his way in front of Danaher and then with both hands at it just slapped it over. And apart from Joe's 2-goal burst in a minute early in the second term, he's been quiet.
He's been missing badly.
Pushed out of the way too many times. They've taken intercept marks, Richmond have, because he didn't even arrive at the contest.
Chol took it out of the ruck, hand pass towards Baker on the bounce near the boundary line at left half back, screws his kick on the left boot around the wing. Andrews in the road, he's caught by Rewald. He's done it all, ball dislodged, no free kick. Jack will be angry with that. Madden to Zorko. Zorko kicks to 50. Casual one-handed mark. Pryor goes inside the 50. Bailey couldn't take it. He did take Cochin. Danaher got it. Gave it off. McCarthy. Left foot kick towards goal. Cameron's being held. Oh, it's against Cameron. Goodness me. In a wrestle with Rioli. Rioli got the free kick. And the Tigers now come out of defence towards the half-back flank. Parker. His first game for Richmond might be a memorable one. He finds Lynch, 60 from goal. He's got one over the top. A hand pass away. Castagna from the pocket. Bananas and misses. He missed on the near side from 30 metres out. It's a 4-goal lead to Richmond at the 13-minute mark of the final term. Remembering they fell in a heap last week at the MCG. 7 goals to 1 in the last quarter kick by Collingwood. Can the Tigers hang on today?
Searching for their 8th win of the season. Their last month has involved losses to Collingwood, the Suns, the Saints and the West Coast Eagles. What a mighty victory this would be. They trailed by 6 points against Brisbane at half-time. There's still a long way to go in this contest. So the Brisbane Lions defensively just sharing it around by foot. Now the risky kick comes.
He's out.
Oh, and that was McCarthy, yeah. He was sandwiched. He got hit mid-air, comes back inboard for Richmond, who are still searching for a couple of goals here. They really want to put the foot on the throat.
Oh, that was...
Going by boots, that looks like Devon Robertson to me.
Oh, is it?
Oh, it is McCarthy. Sorry, he's changed to the black boots.
So Baker came in from one angle and he's been collected high mid-air and landed on his back. Yeah, he might have just been KO'd for a few seconds.
I reckon he's been badly winded there, more winded than head.
Yeah.
Writhing around, now up on all fours, Lincoln McCarthy.
There's nothing worse when you've got no air in your lungs and you're just screaming for it.
So Lockie Neal's got it.
God, we can laugh about it here, Lee.
Yeah.
Well, you've experienced it, so you're qualified.
Yeah,
qualified to chuckle.
That was me walking up the stairs to get here this evening. But another steal here from the Tigers. Cochin sends it into the left forward pocket where Mabior Chol is. And casually Andrews sees it over. And Mabior Chol's sucking in the oxygen right now.
Every now and then I miss the game, Mick. But I'm happy never to get hit like that again. I don't ever want to feel that pain.
I can't even remember back to my playing days. That's how old I am.
24 points the Richmond lead. Midway through the last quarter, Rewald takes it out of the ruck. He kicked it straight into to Payne, who worked it towards McCluggage. He's harassed by Graham. Comes back to Payne, to Lester. He flicked it over his shoulder straight to Ross. Ross's kick. Rewald goes for the gully catch. Can't mark. Tried to slap it towards the goal square. Andrews in the road for Brisbane. Gave to Robinson, off to Birchall. And Birchall fumbles it through for a minor score. So it's a 25-point lead. A minimum of 5 scores now required to level things up for Brisbane. 15-minute mark, final turn.
Yeah, exactly. 10 minutes to play, Al. So they've worked it nicely here. Coleman with the handball to Robertson. Kicks to half forward. And Tigers through Cochin, whose numbers are now up to... What is the overall numbers there, Al?
5 this quarter, Cal.
I had a look a moment ago and it was... he's done well given the criticism that he copped.
19 for the game.
Solid, Lingy?
Solid.
Okay. Towards half forward.
A lot of rush. He just doesn't have the time with the footy.
Mitch Robinson's got a bit of time and he sends it to the broadcast wing. Rioli through the centre of the ground. Stack. Back to Rioli. He's running sideways. He's kicking sideways. Ross Marks.
I think he's enjoying himself, Rioli, the way he's playing, because he's not playing with the pressure of scoring. So he's done a reasonable job, actually.
Releases it wide to Asprey, who goes short to half forward. Stack decides to go long into the left forward pocket. Flying was Bolton. At the back waiting was Lynch. I think Lynch lost sight of the Sherrin because he saw the swoosh of Bolton fly right before his eyes. He's cat-like, isn't he, in his athleticism, Shea Bolton?
I reckon Chris Fagan's got a few worries. Not only injury worries, I think he's got a few worries at the inconsistency of their midfield at the moment.
Thrown in, Richmond in attack. Fullerton got it down. Robinson cleared under serious pressure in the road. Madden for Brisbane. Gets a hand pass to Lyons. Lyons off to McCluggage. McCluggage hand pass out towards the boundary line. Missed Pryor and goes out of play. In front of a little pocket of Richmond fans.
Well, and their depth too, Mick. And I know the injuries is what is exposing that.
But you're right, though. Yeah.
It's not a massive injury list, though. You've got No Rayner, Hipwood, Adams and Gardner. All good players.
Yeah.
Thrown in. Out of side, attacking side of the wing for Richmond. Soccred by Fullerton, Brisbane's way. Ross there with Neal. Ross tried to slap it back. Neal, though, ricocheted off his legs and then picked it up. Gave to Robertson. Robertson's quick kick, no good. Oh, back with the flight. Dropped by Mansell. Kadeen Coleman gets it. Fends away from Mansell. Lateral kick towards the front point of the square. Marked by Pryor. Pryor's got Robinson, a short option, not 15, told to play on, hand pass away, puts Lyons under pressure, he had it knocked out of his hands, got it again, off to McCluggage, he's driven into the ground by Stack, got a free kick, push in the back, he did get the hand pass away, but he was ridden into the ground, and McCluggage with a crucial kick for Brisbane, 40 metres out, right of centre, kicking to the main scoreboard end.
Al, I reckon you're right, it's pushing the back, but the umpire actually called dangerous tackle again. So that's what, the 5th or 6th?
That's 5.
5 dangerous tackles paid tonight. So clearly there's been an instruction to crack down on it.
That looked clear-cut pushing the back.
Pushing the back, I agree.
Hugh McCluggage, not the best feature in his game, but he starts it left and works it back and looks like a player who's been doing it forever. Brisbane gets a critical one. 18 played, final term on Grandstand AFL, and the margin has been cut to 19 points Richmond's way. 14,993 Richmond. Brisbane 11,874 on Grandstand AFL.
He's been huge tonight, Hugh McCluggage, for the Brisbane Lions, but they are so reliant on those top few. And Mick, when you have some inconsistency in that midfield, that's what hurts them a little bit. Like an example of Daniel McStay's kicked 2 goals in the game, but has not touched the football in the second half of this game. Charlie Cameron hasn't touched it this quarter. Fullerton, young bloke, still finding his way. Coleman, a little bit the same, just can't find the footy. So they are so top-heavy, reliant on their very best.
Yeah, you're right, Nicky. They just fall right away at the end. And they need those players to step up and probably just take some of the load. Because when, as you said, that when it was the third quarter, when Tigers come at them, there was no one there to stand up.
Okay, the margin, 19 points. Just under 8 minutes to play. And McCluggage again out of the centre. He weaves and ducks and dives and kicks towards McCarthy. McCarthy's handball well picked up by Zorko under pressure. Kicks into the pocket. Does it sit here for Lyons? Asprey eyes only for the ball. And as he's done so far in his 3-time premiership career, the cool Asprey happy to see it over the boundary line. He's had the match-up on Danaher this evening.
Zorko just hasn't quite had his touch tonight.
No.
A couple of missed kicks, a couple of missed shots at goal.
No Dustin Martin. We think it's sore ribs that sees him out of the game. And there's no McIntosh with a hamstring strain as well. So Richmond by 19 points. They get it, work their way to the wing, the broadcast wing, before it's stolen by the Lions. Fullerton, who's given it straight back to Revolt. There's no one inside 50. He's got Lynch. Lynch handballs into space straight down to a Brisbane Lions player in Pryor. I'm not sure what Tom Lynch was thinking. It hasn't been his night, but it has been Jack's night. He's booted 5.
Payne goes along the line of the square. Zorko rises on. Baker didn't mark. Grimes got it, gave to Lambert. Lambert kicks inside the 50, and that's not a good kick. Lester peels off and marks. Brings it out of defence for Brisbane to the back edge of the centre square. Kadeen Coleman, he kicks to the bullseye. They've worked it well here, Brisbane. McStay, a hand pass to Rich in pretty good hands. That's a floating kick, though, to the edge of 50. Out comes Danaher. Asprey favoured by a bounce, though. And he collects it for Richmond on the half-back flank. Curling kick out of defence on his left, straight to Lyons of Brisbane. Back inside the 50, hits his target. And it's guess who again? McCluggage. 45 out, squaring ball. Tigers haven't manned up. And the mark is taken directly in front. Zach Bailey, who loves the big moments. He's directly in front and he's 45 metres out. And there'd almost be no more than a handful of players that you would rather have the ball in the hands of in the competition. Zach Bailey to give Brisbane real hope. Oh, he's got a beautiful set shot goal kicking routine and it works again. Back-to-back goals for Brisbane when the Lions looked gone. 14-9-93 Richmond. Brisbane 12-8-80, 21-minute mark, final term on Grandstand AFL. These are going to be a nervous 7 or 8 minutes for Tiger fans with the season well and truly on the line.
Lingy, there were 2 occasions prior to this where Richmond were running into an open 50 metres. They weren't running an open goal, 50 metres, and both times mucked it up by a bad choice of a hand pass as opposed to kick to the goal line or even pull it back and start again. But don't just give it to your opposition.
Just gave it straight back, didn't they?
Straight back, and that's uncharacteristic for a start-off. But now they've paid a massive penalty.
And how impressive is Zach Bailey? Just steps up and nails that one. You're right, Mick, though. And the good thing was Leicester, when he took one of those intercepts, just went straight away.
Yeah.
Coleman went straight away.
Back to 13 points. This time it's Richmond breaking out of the centre. The kick, bouncing ball by Arts, turns, spins and delivers. And Sydney Stack's got it.
Now, he's a good kick.
Graham.
It's
Jack Graham.
And so is he. But you've got to, when you've looked only 5 minutes, you chew your 30 seconds up.
Yeah. And centre bounces have been the key to everything. Second quarter, Brisbane dominated on the back of their centre clearances. Richmond fixed it up. Terrific third quarter. And there, when it just needed a big moment for the Lions, Richmond get the centre clearance. They get the shot at goal for the settler.
This could just about shut the door in Brisbane's face. 50 metres out. He gives it everything as he got 52 in his right boot, Jack Graham. You bet he does. Tigers out by 19, 5 minutes to play. Can they hold their nerve and revive their season? 15-9-99, Brisbane 12-8-80.
And again, as mentioned, centre clearance, Toby Nankervis, Mick, has been enormous tonight. He has had a monster of a game.
I think he's leading the clearances.
I reckon he would be. And he had 9 intercept marks to three-quarter time.
He's had 17 contested possessions, and you look at the others, no one's near it.
7 clearances.
And 7 clearances. So, but 17 contested ball for a ruckman having 21 possessions, and the most on the ground is 26, 29, 26, then they go to 22. It's an unbelievable. And the other thing, he didn't start for a start-off. He was going to get reported, and he will.
That ball went a mile in the middle at the bounce. Richmond wins it. Parker feeds the hand pass away to Rioli. Through the corridor come the Tigers. Wide hand pass along the ground. Ross needs an obliging bounce. He gets it. Feeds it forward. Top of the 50. Bolton kicks to Rewald in the pockets. 45 metres out. He's going to have a shot. He's going to use every second he can. Fans lean over the fence. Adulation everywhere. The Tiger fans in that part of the ground at left half forward. There's a lot of love for Jack.
I wonder if his brother's there, El. Just there.
Where's Charlie?
Is that him? That's his brother right behind him with that haircut.
Charlie and Harry is there.
Jack Rewald has kicked 5. A chance for his 6th. Tough angle. Opens up the angle. kicks from 50, kicks it long but misses narrow side. Jack Riewoldt makes the margin 20 points. He's kicked 5 goals, 2 tonight. 41 for the season.
Just the rush of blood from Jack. Didn't he love it in that pocket where one fan even reached out? He was holding his beer in his left hand. He reached out and just patted his backside with the other.
Jack was half a chance, knowing the character of Jack. Just have a little bit of refreshment.
So a tick under 4 minutes. Oh, big fly from McStain. A great grab. He's hurt Grimes as well. Knee straight into the back. Can they get one back? No, Rioli chops it off. New position. Newfound freedom for Dan Rioli. He's getting used to it. The kick was very difficult for Arts to control. He doesn't, so it's turned over. Charlie Cameron sends it to McCluggage, who's got it from outside 50. McCluggage doesn't go for goal. He spotted Danaher all by himself. He was hiding in the goal square. Joe Danaher doesn't waste any time, goes back to the top of the goal square and then casually with the left boot puts it through. Danaher's got his third and we're back to a 14-point ball game with 3 minutes to play. Can they do it, Mick Malthouse?
No, they can't. I don't know where he was hiding, but for a bloke who's 6 foot whatever, sitting in the goal square by himself, and I mean in the goal square by himself, there wasn't a player within 15 metres of him. It is quite extraordinary, but 3 minutes... No, Kel, I don't think they can score 3 times in that 3 minutes.
Can they do it, Cameron Ling?
I'm with Mick.
Oh.
Kel.
Can they do it, Alistair?
I want to be with you, Kel. I'm sorry.
Oh, there is. That's the reason. There he is. There's his man off the ground.
So he's the latest casualty for Richmond.
Not looking good with his boot coming off.
So would that be a left ankle, perhaps, Mick? Boot coming off, sock coming off?
Certainly.
Already, Martin injured. Out of the game. Hamstring for Camden McIntosh, and now Asprey won't complete the match either. In the middle, McInerney and Chol. McInerney won it down. Rich got it tackled by Graham, threw it out. Just as the Lions were emerging, Robinson to Bailey. It's coming back to the middle, and Graham, textbook tackle, wins the ball for the Tigers. 14 points the lead. Dustin Martin has his tracksuit top and tracksuit pants on. He's still got his footy boots on, even though he's taking no further part. Kick goes deep to full forward. Lynch in front. Hands to it, no mark. Castagna farms it out towards Bolton. He's immediately set upon. Robinson locks it in. A ball up 30 metres from the Richmond goal at the Nerang River end of the ground. Tense final stages at Carrara.
Lynch in the ruck. Takes it out of the ruck. Tackled straight away by McInerney. Is that a free kick? Yes, it is, because he took it straight out of the ruck. So Starcevic wrenches it clear, bombs it long to the broadcast wing. McStay flies, so too does Grimes. Toe poking it off the turf was Joe Danaher. There's no Brisbane Lions players inside 50, short. Handball's back to Stack. Stack kits wide to Cochin, and now Cochin with all the experience. We're just trying to eat into this clock. 2 minutes to play. It's Richmond by 14. They jumped out the gates. They led by 7 at quarter time. Brisbane by 6 at half time. Richmond by 11 at three-quarter time. Lions twisting and turning and then kicking to McStay, who fumbles it over the boundary line at half forward. And Dustin, isn't this great to see? So engaged. He's so invested. He's injured. He's got his tracksuit top on, but he's standing up on the boundary on the bench and he's got the 2 fingers up and he's saying, boys, there's 2 minutes to go. Hold on. Rich, high kick. Baker, high kick. To the boundary right in front of the benches where it bounces over.
Oh, he's going to pave deliberate. Oh, he did. That's just a misrushed kick.
Jack gave him some advice.
A brilliant night for those in yellows. They come through the middle of the Brisbane Lions. Leicester towards Coleman. Couldn't take the mark. Ross spins through a tackle. Got a hand pass out the back. They work it wide towards the wing. Ross. And now through Mansell, who got the kick out wide to Baker. Baker inside 50. Castagna comes back to contest, but Payne takes the mark in defence for Richmond. He goes to Robinson in the left back pocket. Hand pass over the top. Starcevic feeds it forward to Neil. Neil's hand pass is sloppy. Nankervis has been massive in every respect. Off to Cochin, off to Lambert. Lambert towards full forward. It could be downfield. Tackled belatedly. Jack's going to get the ball. Was Jack held? Downfield it is. Jack's going to get it all the same. So the umps have got a sense of theatre
Jack started he was about the third tier of the grandstand.
Yes.
He ran to that.
He put his hand up straight away.
Yeah.
And his teammates were smart enough to clear out. I said, yeah, it's his ball.
Jack Riewoldt could have the final kick of the game. He's kicked 5 goals. A chance to equal the most kicked by a player in their 300th.
That's Jack Dyer.
Jack Dyer and Eddie Betts kicked 6 in theirs. Jack for 6, directly in front. The champions rise to the occasion. And how Jack has risen as Richmond is rising from the ashes. It's their Mark Twain moment. The reports tomorrow will read, Richmond well and truly alive. 16-10-106 Richmond. Brisbane 13-8-86 and the spearhead. 6 goals, a season high for Jack Riewoldt. Mr. Brightside, turn it up a few decibels.
He's been terrific. 6 goals in game number 300. As you mentioned, most goals in game 300 equals Jack Dyer and Eddie Betts with 6. But he's quite rightly going to get the glory. But the man who, just back at the wing, who stood up, took on the tackle, gave the ball off, I think has been even better than Jack. Toby Nankervis has been unbelievable in this game. He is so important to this Richmond team. Been brilliant.
Well, there's not too many Tigers fans at Carrara, but the siren will sound. Stand up, Tigers fans. The players let out an almighty roar. Who dared to ride off the champs? No Dusty, Jack's 300 with no fans, no win in the last month. They celebrated 20-point win, a win built on pure heart.
Risking head and shin, if we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win forever Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. We're from Tigerland.
It was pure guts and determination for the reigning premier. 16-10-106, Brisbane 13-8-86. They soar back into the top 8. Good luck meeting them in September. Riewoldt finished with 6 goals in his 300th game. At Carrara for this one tonight. An unforgettable moment for the Tigers fans that made their way to the Gold Coast for this clash. 16-10-106, Brisbane 13-8-86, back-to-back losses for the Lions. It was 7 points Richmond led at quarter times. Brisbane by 6 at a half-time, Richmond by 11 at three-quarter time. And to support Jack Riewoldt with his 5. 4 to Marbior Chol, the best game we've seen him play. 2 each for Lynch and Graham, and singles to Bolton and Dusty Martin. Martin was injured in the third quarter, a collision with Mitch Robinson that saw him grimacing in pain and leave the ground and take no further part with what looked to be a rib injury for the Lions. 3 to Danaher, 2 each to Bailey, McStay, Cameron and McCarthy. But Alistair, what a night. Jack Riewoldt with his 6 goals. And he will certainly soak up all of this. His 2 younger brothers there, they made the mad dash. Mum and Dad would be pretty happy watching, probably babysitting the kids at home.
Yeah, absolutely. A beautiful moment for Jack Riewoldt in his 300th, and to have such a key part of it. We've seen him stand up so many times in big games, Jack Riewoldt. 6 tonight. And what about Richmond tonight? A fighting fury. Never were the words more appropriate in the Tigers song than the way they played tonight, and that steely resolve that we heard about from Danny Daly on the flight to Brisbane, where Richmond and Brisbane shared the flight. Not a word exchanged between the two players. Very much something driven by the Tigers. Danny Daly, previously part of the coaching setup there. No one wanted a bar of him. There was a frostiness, there was a venom about Richmond that they took into that game tonight, and they've reaped the rewards.
It's fantastic. Did you pick Little Lingy? I think we both picked Richmond.
Yes.
On the basis that you never give up on a premiership side for a start off, particularly when they've lost a few and they're challenged. Cochin was challenged all week. I think the Tigers themselves have been challenged. Brisbane really, I mean, it's set up now for Geelong. I think they play Geelong this week, don't they? I think
Richmond does,
without those key players. But Brisbane, the challenge is still there for Brisbane. They were over-exuberant when they won those games, so it meant a lot to them to beat Richmond. So they're coming tonight thinking that Richmond maybe or maybe not, but they would have got a reality check on the plane, I reckon.
So winners tonight by 20, Richmond season. Well, it looked like it was right on the edge. They get a big win tonight. Jack Riewoldt, the milestone man, has just spoken with Channel 7.
6 goals in the 300, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks, Hodgie. Obviously, it's been a whirlwind last 24 hours. It's been a whirlwind last 5 days, to be honest, ever since the Collingwood game finished. Had the most amazing week. Just want to thank everyone that sent me a message. Most importantly, I just want to thank my teammates for doing a little bit of something for me tonight. I really appreciate it. It's a big game for our season. Obviously Brisbane are a great side, and then to have the quick turnaround, come up here and play in Queensland is an unbelievable achievement, one that we're really proud of.
Mate, it was a hectic week for you enough, but then the flight up, how did you compose yourself to come out and put on a performance like this?
Well, had about 3 hours to get ready to come up here. The club said, make sure you get something to eat before you get on the plane. So I'm not going to lie, I ducked into the Macca's at the airport to get something to eat. I had chicken wrap from there, and then last night about 1 a.m. was eating meatballs watching the Tour de France. So not the perfect preparation. I haven't had a lot of sleep, but we just had the best week, mate.
Mate, you come up here, it's supposed to be a home game, but you've got to play it up in Queensland. The support that you guys got from your supporters over there was sensational.
It's really special. So lucky to have some family here. My 2 brothers are up here as well, my uncle, but I've got my Richmond family right around me. I've got my family watching at home, Carly, the 2 girls, my parents. I know they're all watching. They're probably screaming in our lounge room at the moment. So hello, everyone. Thank you, Tiger Army. As I said, I've had the best week, the best day. Couldn't have written the script any better.
Mate, we'll let you go and celebrate with your teammates. Well played, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiger Army.
Jack Riewoldt speaking after Richmond's victory, 16-10, 106 to 13-8, 86. Richmond by 7 at quarter time, Brisbane by 6 at the half, 15 at three-quarter time for Richmond, and 20 at the full-time margin at the siren for the Tigers. Let's go into the rooms. So Richmond into the 8th. Fremantle falls out. Richmond 7th on the table at the moment. But going ahead of them, if they win this weekend, will be St Kilda, GWS and Essendon. So all those teams, if all those 3 teams won, the Tigers would fall out. In fact, if a couple of them won, then the Tigers would fall out. But at the moment, Richmond back inside the AFL's top 8. The defending champs of the last couple of years. Given the late start tonight, they were 15 minutes late getting away because of the traffic coming down and the car crash on the Pacific motorway that delayed things for the buses making their way to the stadium. It means that we've only got a pretty quick turnaround tonight. So we've got 4 minutes to wrap things up on Grandstand AFL and get the votes as well. So Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, let's stay with Richmond. What does it mean for the Tigers? Because even those that trusted implicitly Richmond, and they had earned that trust with their performance and the way they'd worked their way into seasons, were starting to wonder whether it was lined through them. I think many were prepared to declare it was.
That was me, Al. I trusted them all the way, thinking they were going to win the last 4, and then I started to have the doubts, and it's a huge win, Mick, because they drop tonight against a good team and they got the Cats next week and they drop that. That is season over for Richmond. But they win that one and they somehow knock over the Cats next week. Or even if they don't, just a win tonight just means they find a way back into some sort of form. They manage to scramble and they hold on and then they hit something late in the season.
I'm not sure it's a stay of execution.
You still don't think they can make finals?
I just think that given how they've played, the injuries they've picked up, the year it's been, you're always going to expect a game like this at some stage because pride, ability, premiers, the hunger, and who they're playing. So there's two opponents previous that you wouldn't have thought they would lose to, but I feel they'll go against Geelong next week with a side that's going to be cut up again, even further. I can't see them beating the Cats. I think the other sides will probably, there's 2 or 3 sides will probably win, and that'll put them still maybe 2 games behind with only 4 games left. Personally, I think I hope they do well, but as I said, I think it's a stay of execution.
Freo in Perth at the moment.
Well,
North Melbourne then after the Fremantle game, followed by Hawthorn at the MCG. All needs to be confirmed.
It's the GWS match. That's the telling match coming for Richmond, isn't it?
Well, it is, but you only need a half a hiccup against North Melbourne or something like that. I can't see them beating Geelong under any circumstances because of the...
No, they don't play GWS. No, so they've got Geelong. Then they've got... I'm just quickly trying to scramble through
You're
here.
You're talking about... they've
Richmond,
got Geelong, then Freo in Perth. Then they've got North at the MCG. The Giants.
Then Giants. Sorry, I missed that one, Al. You're right. Apologies, Al. I should never doubt our fearless leader.
I'm clinging on to minimal credibility as it is, Lingy.
No, not at all. I skipped over that one. So, yeah, you're right. That could be the one that decides perhaps 8th place between the Giants and Richmond.
Yeah, and I think who they get back and that sort of stuff, first of all. We've now learnt how much they've missed Nankervis and perhaps Lambert in that first quarter. Lambert, yes, because the other midfielders were playing so poorly, but certainly Nankervis.
The votes, Cameron Ling in the ABC Footballer of the Year, which has got 30 seconds or so.
1 vote for Hugh McCluggage. I thought he was Brisbane's best player all game. 2 votes to the milestone man, 6 goals. I couldn't give him the 3, but he was brilliant, Jack Rewalt. 3 got to go to Toby Nankervis. Absolutely. Most important player, huge game, monster game by Toby Nankervis. 18 contested possession, 10 intercepts, 7 clearances, brilliant game.
More analysis and reflections on the lead tomorrow on Grandstand AFL, and we'll find out more about where this wild ride of a season is headed. If you're listening in Perth or in Western Australia, you'll get Sports Talk from midday tomorrow with all the latest, and Mick Moldhouse. Thanks for your company.
When history is made.
Into the net she goes, and Ash Barty has done it. The world #1 has conquered Wimbledon for the first time, and she crouches on her haunches. She's crying tears of joy. She can't quite believe it. She said it would be a dream, and it certainly has proved to be.
ABC Sport is there.
I hope I made everyone proud. No, you did.
ABC Sport. On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online, and on your radio.
With me is Tracy Holmes to talk about Sports Hall of Fame, and today it's Greg Norman and Chris Evert-Lloyd. What are Greg Norman and Chris Evert-Lloyd like as people?
The same, which is probably why the marriage didn't work.
Okay, what are they like as sports professionals?
The same, single-minded, incredible focus. Incredible, really. I think both Greg Norman and Chris Evert have a lot inside them that nobody else knows. They really are very deep, and there's, I don't know if it's some kind of angst or sorrow or something. There's something sad and emotional inside both of them that is what they used to spur them on, to drive themselves further. And I think they're incredibly private. For people that have lived an exceptionally public life, they have been very good at keeping whatever that little essence is inside them. And I think that's what they saw in each other. And in some ways you'd go, well, it's the perfect couple. But you can also understand how that would also drive them apart, because it would have driven them both insane, I'm sure, having that little unknown seed in each other that they could see but could never get to.
Where do they rank among the world's top sports people?
Oh, the best of the best. And Greg Norman, people say, oh, well, he's a great failure. He, the one tournament that he went after, he could never win and failed so many times, and he was a choker. And but I think that's really quite harsh, because for the longest period of time, he was the world number one. And that is an averaging out of your performance through the year. And he was the world number one. That's how, he became this great brand, the Great White Shark. And the reason why he failed at the US Masters time and time again, even times, I remember watching one where he couldn't lose. He could not lose. He was that far ahead of the rest of the field going into the final day. But guess what? He lost. And you could even see the players around him thinking, this just can't be happening. And that comes back to that little seed that's inside him and what that was doing in his mind on that day. That's the incredible dilemma of Greg Norman.
How did he and Chris Evert-Lloyd meet and eventually marry?
Oh, I think that, the sports world at that elite level is quite a small world, and you're constantly, paths continue to cross, and elite sports people are always together at different functions, and different events are pulled in, sponsors, politicians always want to meet them, big business leaders want to meet them. They pretty much all know each other. And the crazy thing is, even if they've never met before, I've seen situations where two will actually come face to face for the first time, and it's like, oh, hi, how are you? Like they've known each other forever, because their profile is so public. Everyone knows what they've done, and other athletes admire specific traits in other athletes and have followed what they've done. It's quite a small world in that regard, so it's not unusual to think that they would come to know each other and marry.
And where are they now?
Still doing the same thing, I think. Greg Norman spends every 10 seconds of his life thinking of a new business deal. His life is so ordered and so full on, but he does make time to, smell the roses, as they say, and watching his children grow up. So he's got this huge empire, building golf courses, his clothing range, etc., etc., etc. And Chris is always around, because the tennis world is very good actually at keeping their tennis stars together and involving them in whatever it is, all sorts of programs that they work on, and keeping them as part of this sort of sporting heritage and a sporting family. So it becomes quite circular. You move on from being a young person in the game totally in awe of everything to becoming a great superstar, to then becoming a role model, and it's just quite a circular lifestyle.
Let's listen to Tracy Holmes now speaking with Greg Norman and Chris Evert-Lloyd.
One of Grandstand's highlights this year was the ability or the chance to be able to sit and chat with the Great White Shark on the fairway of the first at Royal Sydney during the Australian Open. Greg Norman is known the world over for his blonde mane, his infectious smile and the command that he has over golfing galleries, and of course his battles between the highs and lows of a remarkable career. Christmas is probably the only time Greg gets to sit and do absolutely nothing with his family in Florida. And it's been that way since he embarked on the world tour back in 1979 as a fresh-faced Queenslander from Mount Isa. Greg Norman in Grandstand's Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Tracy.
Can you describe yourself in 3 or 4 or 500 or 600 words?
Somebody just loves to play the game of golf. That's about it. I've been fortunate enough to make a very successful living out of something I love to do.
Surely there's a little bit more to Greg Norman than playing the game of golf.
Oh yeah, but that's something that other people don't need to know. That you got to try and keep some type of privacy about your life. It's pretty hard to do that nowadays, but you try and keep it. But there's other sides to me that probably people don't understand or don't ever get to see, and that's probably the best thing for me too.
The command that you hold over your galleries, also over the media, the general population of so many countries around the world, you must be aware of this awe. At one time you even said you were in awe of yourself. What does it feel like to have such power, if that's the right word?
Well, when I said I was in awe of myself was when I played the British Open the last round to shoot the score I did. I'm not in awe of myself or anything else other than that day, but I don't know why. I don't know why it happens. Maybe because I've been a very consistent person. I've been consistent with the media. I've always told the truth. I've always been a good one to go in a media room because I'll answer questions honestly. Sometimes the honesty has hurt people, but that's just been the philosophy my father told me to go about when somebody asks you a question. And I've been consistent like that through my whole life. And white people, I guess just the flair at which I play the game. I can either go out there and play pretty good and post a low number, or play pretty good and shoot a 70 or 71, and people kind of relate to that. So I really don't know. I'm just fortunate that I have that. I have the ability that people enjoy watching me play the game of golf.
Is there anything that you fear? It seems that you have everything so readily available at your fingertips. You have such confidence in everything you do. Is the marlin fishing and the fast-driving Ferraris part of the challenge, the thrill of fear that you're looking for?
Well, I mean, contrary to what everybody said about my fast-driving Ferraris, I enjoy driving cars, but on a racetrack. I don't know, maybe I have that little bit of daredevil edge in my system where I want to push myself to the edge, find out what my capabilities are, and keep myself contained within those capabilities, but always push yourself to the edge. Never go beyond the envelope. Once you go beyond the envelope, you get yourself into trouble and you probably hurt yourself. But, that's just been my makeup ever since I've been a kid. Fairly aggressive in my approach in life, and very confident in my attitude that I can do something. If I don't feel like I can do it, I won't touch it, because there's no point in me wasting my energy on something that I can't do. So, from the things I feel like I can do, then I give full attention and give it the best effort I can.
When did golf start? I believe it wasn't until fairly late. You're in your mid-teens.
That's true. I basically took it up when I was about 16. And, I was a kid those days playing Aussie rules football and rugby league and cricket and surfing, and just being a real Aussie male, I guess, and trying to do all the male sports. And golf never, to me, was always a kind of like a lady sport when I was growing up. And, because there wasn't any, it seemed to me, because I never played it didn't seem like there was anything in it. And until you started getting into it, then you find out how much there really is in it.
So you took it up because it was a ladies' sport. You saw yourself as a ladies' man.
Well, no, not for that reason. It's just, you don't see golf as when I was growing up. You don't see it as any physical contact. I played football. I played the rugged sports, and I liked that physical contact. And when you had a little bit of aggression build up, you can go tackle a guy a little bit harder to get rid of it. In golf, it's pretty hard to do, and you have to let it out slowly and easily. And you're a role model, and you can't go out and throw golf clubs and behave like an idiot out there. So because other people will see that, it'll be a bad reflection on everybody. So you have to learn how to let it go slowly and easily. But whereas in football, you get in there and get it over and done with very quickly.
So how do you get rid of your aggressions off the course? Do you travel with a punching bag, or do you meditate?
No, I don't have a problem. Once I walk off the golf course, I don't take my problems with me of the day. I've always been very good at that. I do like to read books, and the books I like to read are on martial arts, Zen and the martial arts. I like reading those things because I think the Chinese and the Japanese and their philosophy on how they've survived the thousands of years that they have is just amazing. And so I enjoy reading how those experts of the martial arts go about their discipline in life, and you can actually put a lot of that into the game of golf.
Has it helped in those tough times, the number of playoffs that you've made and then lost?
Well, you're going to lose more than you're going to win in this sport, in any sport. You learn. You learn by your mistakes. You learn by what you can. When you lose, you go back and you're analytical and try and figure out what you did wrong. When you win, you go back and you don't think about it, and you just accept you won and you go on to the next tournament. So you learn more out of your losses than you do out of your victories, and if you're smart enough to do that, then your longevity is going to be there.
What about the number of people that say, had you not been so committed in so many other areas of your life, the business side of things, the marketing of the Greg Norman clothing and what have you, that you would have had more victories by now, especially in the majors?
All I can say is they don't know what the hell they're talking about. People who make comments like that are really off base, because unless they know the internal workings of what I do, then they're better off not making a comment. I can go make a comment about some individual if I want to and shoot blue sky and make a statement which will be totally wrong. But people look for reasons to write stories and to say things. Unless they spend their time with me for a year and know exactly what I do, then they're crazy writing stuff like that, because it's not true. So I'll just leave it at that.
One of the business dealings you're working on now is, of course, the World Golf Tour, which sounds pretty exciting. It seems to have all the backing that is required. Now all that needs to happen is for it to be actually staged. I guess you could call it a super league or an elite competition of the sport, and it's something that Arnold Palmer and Jack have spoken about a number of occasions, maybe 10, even 20 years ago. They couldn't do it. What's the difference here? How can Greg Norman do it where they couldn't?
Well, they've been talking about now for 30 years about a world tour. The reason why now it's a little bit easier is because the game of golf is truly a global game. When Jack and Arnold were at their peaks of their career, there wasn't a whole lot of international players. You had the Gary Players out there. You had maybe David Graham, maybe Bruce Devlin, but you didn't have the number of players you have now. I think out of the top 10 on the Sony World Rankings, there's only one American. Out of the top 30, there's only 16 Americans. So you look at the top echelon, the game of golf has become such a global game. It's become such a small world because of the way the media televises it now. Because this would probably, like the Australian Open gets beamed around the world to probably 60, 80 different countries. That didn't happen 30, 20 years ago because of maybe only the major championships. But in the sponsorships nowadays, take here the Australian Open, Heineken sponsors many golf tournaments around the world. Dunhill sponsors many golf tournaments. Johnny Walker sponsors many. So now the game of golf has not only become global from players, but it's become global from sponsors and become global from networking. From communications. So it's a lot easier now to do it, and people want to see it more because we all travel to so many different parts of the world. The Faldos, the Prices, the Els, the Lathabels, the Ballesteros, all those guys. We just spread our wings and go. And the players dearly would love to see it. I know the international players would dearly love to see it, but and it will happen. It will happen. The tour is a concept that everybody loves. It's just a matter of getting it right.
All those names you mentioned of the pros that you travel with and compete with week in, week out, and you haven't got many friends. They're hard to come by. How do you... tell us a little bit about the story in the 80s when you found that things got a little bit difficult, and it was then that you had to start watching who was behind you, who was in front, and I guess how to look after yourself, making all those decisions on your own without relying on others.
Well, don't forget, the game of golf is an individual game. You go from point A to point B on your own. When you grew up, you had to do it yourself. So you had to basically figure how to get around the world on your own and understand the different languages and the different ethnic backgrounds you got, the cultures that you had to survive, different foods. So you became a very matured person at a very young age on the golf circuit because, as I say, you travel individually. And as you grow up and become successful, because that individuality is there, you have to maintain that because you've got to give a lot of sacrifice because you can't really go out and have a good time during a week of a tournament, because if you want to perform well, you've got to be sharp the next day, and so you really can't go out and let your hair down and have a good time. So Sunday night's the only night we can basically do it, Sunday or Monday. So from that point of view, it's something you just accept. And It's tough. It's very tough because you'd obviously like to go out and spend more time with your friends and go out and enjoy yourself. But hey, that's part of the job. You accept that for what it is, and you understand that, and you go on with it. You get to a certain age where, hey, you deal with it so much that it's part of life, and when it's part of life, and it doesn't become that big a deal. It's only when I come back here to Australia and I get on the phone and I speak to all my friends up in Brisbane and Queensland and talk to them and say, hey, look, I'm not going to see you for another 12 months, I may not be back next February, I won't be back next February, sorry, so, that type of deal. And you get a little down because, geez, you want to see your friends that you've known for 20, 30 years, and when you don't get to see them for another year, that's another year we're all older. And so distance draws a lot of people apart.
So do you see your life as having boundaries? From the outside looking in, a lot of people probably wouldn't see it that way, but do you feel confined at all in the lifestyle that you lead?
Oh, absolutely. You've got to be very protective. You can't go out of a night time in a restaurant and enjoy yourself because people always, point the finger or come and interrupt you or something like that. So, yeah, it's very confining. But again, that's something you're used to, something you deal with, and if you're successful, you're able to overcome all those deals.
If you could have one thing, what would it be?
I'm pretty happy. I've pretty much got everything I really like, and I've been very lucky. I've had a few unfortunate times on the golf course, but I've had some very successful times off the golf course. Maybe the world doesn't go around the same circle where it just happens on the golf course. Maybe there's a reason. I mean, there's a lot of give and take in this world, and I've had an extremely good last 15 years and very successful 15 years. And so there's not really too many things there's not one thing actually I could think about now that I would like to say, hey, I wish I could have that, because I'm pretty much in control of my own life.
What happens when you're in a very unique situation of repeating history, like your most recent British Open win? Do you have flashbacks, or do you compare the time you're in now to the time you had then, or is it a completely new experience?
It's a new experience. I mean, it's a different feel, different time. As years have gone by, so no, it's just you savor the moment for what the moment really is.
When do you sit back and say, wow, how was that experience? Wow, the Dubai King phoned me up and wanted to put on a special tournament just for me so we could talk about collecting cars.
I don't know. I don't. I just think that it's great to have communications with people in the world that have got a lot of stature, like President Bush when he was here this week. I called him up just to welcome him into the country, and and I've known him a while, and where I can same with the Bob Hawks of the world, and I've been fortunate like that where I've had direct communication with people like that, and the Kerry Packers of the world. I mean, I got more respect for probably Kerry Packer than I have any other human being, because he's just a very sincere and great man as far as I'm concerned, and so to be able to have direct contact with people like those can only enhance your life.
So would you say you have heroes at all?
No, not really. I don't think I could say I've got any heroes. I've got a few people I respect and what they do, and admire what they've done. So, they're for a flat-out hero, no.
Would you like your kids to become pro golfers?
No, not really. The game of golf, to be successful in any sport, is an extreme. You pay a supreme sacrifice, and I wouldn't want that, because my children. I'll give you an example. I was down chipping and putting. I have a putting green in the back of my house, and I said to Gregory, my son, I said, "Come on down and chip and putt with me a little bit." He said, "No, Dad, I don't want to play golf today." I said, "Well, come on down anyway and just sit down. Let's have a chat." And anyway, I said, "Why don't you want to play golf today?" He said, "Dad, I really don't want to play golf." I said, "I don't want to play golf for a living. I'll play it for fun." I said, "Oh, that's great that you think that way." I said, "Why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because, I see how much hard work you've got to put into it and how much you're away." And I said, "I don't want to do that." Now, he's a kid 8 years old at that time saying that. And, that's very astute and very observant of him at that age to fathom all that out. So, he sees that, so I'm sure he's not that keen on pursuing that. I wouldn't push him into it. If he eventually gets there and he wants to do it, I'll support him 100%. But if he wants to go off and do something else, I'll also support him 100%. So same with my daughter too. And sport's not everything. I think they'll be they're both very smart kids, and send them off in another direction. Hopefully, run one of my companies that are successful, and keep it in the family.
Just while we're on that emotional tack for a moment, what about when you go from an absolute pinnacle, like winning the British Open, to an extreme low and, missing a cut or not performing as you would? How long does it take to recover? How much of a mental drain are experiences like that?
You should recover within a couple of days or a day. Once you walk off the golf course, it's over and done with. Don't forget, when you, as I said, being an individual sport as this is, you walk a very fine line between success and failure. And as long as you understand that, and you also walk that fine line and know that line's going to go up and down, it's not going to be on an incline all the time. So as long as you're aware of that your performance is not going to be at a peak all the time, because human nature tells you can't. So once you understand that, you accept your lows. But if you have belief in yourself, you'll always get yourself out of a low the next week.
So when all these people write stories about, he's just suffering because it was such a bad performance last week, they don't really know what they're talking about.
Well, again, they don't know the internal workings of an individual, and they like to draw a conclusion from what they see, and I think that's the hardest part as a successful athlete, that you have to learn to deal with other people's opinions, because you know exactly what type of individual you are, and when people read something that's totally the opposite of what you really are, you find that you can never restore that back to the way it should be. And people draw the conclusion, they believe that. Most people believe what they read in the newspaper is factual. But I can think of many athletes that, are hard done by. But, again, that's the nature of the beast. You're put up there on a stage, I guess, and everybody wants to have a look at you and a shot at you and envy you and, jealous of you and proud of you.
Be in awe of you?
Be in awe of you. I mean, there's many different things that take place in that, but you just accept that, hey, if you just remain constant and all your questions, all your answers from everybody around the world, then you can never get into trouble. Because if I came down here and started saying something different than what I say in the United States, people are going to say, wow, because the news travels. It takes 10 seconds to get from one side of the world to another. So they're going to say, hey, look, he comes to Australia, so something different what he said in the States and something different in the UK. But, as I said, I've been very consistent. I've been a great believer in just be the same no matter where you go. And if I'm interviewed live, the only thing I won't do nowadays, this is the truth, I won't do recorded interviews for television anymore. I think they pick out what they want to pick out to get the theme of what they want to get their message across of how they want to see Greg Norman portrayed, and that disappoints me. I'll only do live shows now because they can't really hide anything in a live show. So I don't like it whether you sit down and you give a 45-minute interview and they use 4 minutes of the worst stuff, and because that you've given 41 minutes of great interview, and they pick the worst, and then you think, God damn, why did I do that, And then in the end, become cynical. You say, hey, sorry, I don't do it, unless you got control of it. And then they say, well, why won't you do it? I said, sorry, I just don't do recorded interviews.
I've got the message.
No, it's just a fact. I think if I was going to be a journalist, I'd want to report the facts. I wouldn't want to fabricate anything to misconstrue it, because in the end, it doesn't serve anybody, any purpose. And if you report the facts and then you'll come back to that individual, that reporter could come back to me and I'll give him a better interview next time. So, everybody's one happy circle, because the reporter's got to do their job and I've got to do my job by giving the facts and what I believe. So if I get treated improperly, then that person doesn't get that anymore. So it gets harder for them to get a good story, and therefore, so that's kind of like the evolution of what I've seen happen. But I've stayed very consistent, and that's to my benefit, because I've been that way, and I hope I know I will always stay consistent.
Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer will be remembered as two of the greatest golfers of all time. How will Greg Norman be remembered? Or how would you like Greg Norman to be remembered?
Oh, well, Tracy, that's a hard question to ask me because I'm not finished or wrapped up yet. I mean, ask me in about 20 years' time when I'm Arnold's age, 60, 65. Yeah, that's impossible to ask. I mean, to answer. But, you know, I just want to keep doing what I love to do. And that's play golf and to the level that I know I can play. How long that'll last for? It may last for another 12 years. I figured I'll play pretty good golf. I think my 40s are going to be my best part of my life because I felt like I've learned so much in my 20s and 30s. I think they were just growing times, they were maturing times. I think once you get to 40, I've seen the success of the Raymond Floyds and the Jack Nicklaus and the Arnold Palmers and the Hale Owens and those guys, their success rate in the 40s. So you got to believe that, you know, with my mindset and my ability, that my 40s are going to be my best time of my life too. So I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to turn 40 next February because I'll be a young 40 instead of an old 30.
And Greg, do you still take time to smell the roses?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I enjoy being home. I have a beautiful property at home that I don't leave it when I go home in December. I won't leave my property for 4 weeks because I'm all self-contained there. Which is nice, and you know I take a lot of time to smell the roses because I do enjoy it. I have enough around me with the things that I enjoy doing. I've been fortunate enough where I can go out and afford to buy a nice boat to go fishing on, and I can afford the little things that you like to do. And you know that's the nice side of being successful, that you can go out. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not skiting or anything like that, but that is a fact. And if you can do that and you appreciate what you got, that means you can enjoy smelling the roses a heck of a lot more because you spend your own time in a very quality time.
I could think of much better words than nice to describe a $6 million boat.
Well, that's speculation. Nobody knows how much it is. You know, it could be $12 million too. It could be $1 million. Nobody knows. Again, that's speculation. You know, I read in the paper that $50 million I'm worth. How do they know? You know, I could be worth a lot more too. But they know, you know, again, that's that speculation. People want to put something out there to the public that they think is what they need to hear, which is, you know, it's not necessary. It really is not necessary. And but you know, I can understand that side of it. You know, I don't mind it really, but it's not necessary. But you know, because that's almost factual, some of that stuff. So you know, that's okay. But again, people don't need to know that what the value of the boat I'm building over here. All I'm happy is that I can put a lot of money back into the Australian economy.
Great to talk with you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Tracy.
As the hype of another Wimbledon rolls around, you find yourself thinking of the great moments of the past, the champions and the emotions, the victories and the losses.